Hey guys, this is my most sold course and I hope that it will be super useful to you. If you want to become a mobile game developer, watching this course will just skyrocket your skills to the next level. So have fun, enjoy the course, and if you want more specific courses or just want to support my work, consider getting mobile mastery at tapsil.com. Welcome back guys. In this lesson, we are going to add player stats. Really cool. Finally, we are reaching that point. Okay, so anyway, let's open our enums file right here. So we already have an enum for the game state. We are now going to create an enum for the player stats. So public enum, let's call it stat. Here we go. I'm going to add all of the player stats for now, but you can decide to add just 3 or 4 to test it out. Okay, I just find it easier to add all of these and then we can configure them later on. Here we go. Life steal. Perfect. Now that we have these stats, let's jump back to our wave transition manager. And instead of displaying a really random string, let's display a random stat instead. Okay. So let's rename this random stat string. Okay. Something like that, I guess. And create it. String random stat string equals nothing for now. All right. So what we need to do now is access our enum and pick a random one. Okay. So let's create a random index first. Int random index will be equals to random.range between 0 and enum. We will need the system library to use the enum class here. So let's add it. Perfect. And again, we have a bug with the random. Come on. Using random equals unity engine dot random. Perfect. Enum dot get values of type here it is, of type stat dot length. Perfect. So this does represent how many enum entries we have for our stat enum. Okay, so this will pick a random value between 0 and I think we have 12 of these. 17, 12, I don't know. How many lines here? 1, 2, 3, 12. Yeah, from 0 to 11. So it will pick a random value from 0 to 11. Okay. This is good. We now need to grab the stat according to that random index. So stat, let's call it stat, really original, equals enum dot get values of type stat. Like so. So this will return all of the enum entries of type stat as an array. Okay. Dot get value at index random index. And we are getting a bug. Why? Because this does return an object. We need to cast this into a stat type. So let's cast it really quickly. And we are now good to go. So our random stat string will be equals to, I don't know, maybe stat.toString. As simple as it gets. We can try this out now. We can actually initialize it here and remove this. Perfect. So that we gain some lines here. Yeah. Let's go back to Unity, hit play, and hopefully we should be good. So let's wait for a little bit. Okay, start, boom. Dodge critical percent attack. Can we reset this? I'm going to exit, come back, try this out, and then I'm going to show you a way to easily debug this. Boom, dodge, attack speed, luck. Oh, these are different now. Let's use the naughty attributes library to make our debug process easier. So using naughty attributes, and this, we can add a button attribute to this to call it whenever we want. So let's go back here. Okay. We are now going to hit play and not play the game actually. We are simply going to enable our wave transition panel. So let's enable it. And click, select the wave transition panel, and click configure upgrade containers. Boom, health recovery speed, move speed, dodge. Attack, range, life steal. Yeah, health recovery speed, health recovery, attack, max health speed, and so on. And you're now able to pick a random stat from the enum list. In the next one, we are first going to format these strings because they are a bit too sticky for now. We should separate the words. And we are also going to learn how to dynamically add a callback to a button, like so. without adding it from here. Okay? See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are first going to format the stat string and then go on and add more stuff. Okay, so let's open our enums script right here. And let's add a way to format these stats here. So to add a method, we will definitely need a class. So public static class, let's call it enums, like the name of the text file actually. We can add a public static string. It will return a string. Let's call it format stat name. And we will need a stat that we are going to format, of course. So let's first create our formatted string. So string formatted equals just a blank string so that we can return something at least. Formatted. Here we go. The first thing we will need is the unformatted string. So the name of the stat here. So string unformatted string equals stat.toString. Perfect. And then the logic we are going to apply here is to go through each character of our unformatted string. And if we encounter an uppercase character, we are going to add a space before that character. Okay. So let's first loop through all of the characters of the unformatted string. So for I from 0 to unformatted string.length, what we're going to do is check if the char is an uppercase, so is upper. We need to pass in the char, so it's unformatted string at index I. And if that is an uppercase, we are going to add a blank, a space, to our formatted string, like so. Perfect. And we can then proceed and add the character of the unformatted string. So formatted plus equals unformatted at index I. Really cool. This is actually really simple. I think you got it. If not, please let me know in the comment section. But yeah, you will get it. Definitely. So let's go back to Unity. And I think that we can... no, not Unity. Come on. The Wave Transition Manager, because we want that to be formatted. So let's use enums.format stat name with the stat. Yeah, here we go. Now we are talking. Let's now go back to Unity. Okay, and maybe we can actually try this out without hitting the play button. Yeah, it's working. Here is the space. Really cool. Another one, max health, health recovery speed, life steal, move speed. This is really nice. And you could do whatever you want with this. Okay, so that's the first thing. And I think that we are actually going to proceed in the next lesson. Yeah, this is a quick, really chill lesson. This was really nice, cozy, relax, zen. So let's see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to go one step further and implement a way to add a callback to our buttons dynamically. This is going to be really nice. Okay, so let's open our Wave Transition Manager. We already have references to our upgrade containers as buttons. So later on, we will create a new script, but for now, we are good to go. Let's remove any listener that could be attached to our upgrade container here, because we might have accidentally add one or multiple callbacks to our buttons, and this is definitely not what we want. So we will remove these programmatically, okay? So let's remove this from here. I'm going to open the script again. Perfect. And what I'm going to write is upgrade containers at index I dot onClick dot remove all listeners. And just like that, we make sure that we don't accidentally call any other methods other than the one that we need to call. Okay. Then for each button, what we want to do is debug something for now. We are just going to debug actually. So upgrade containers at index I dot onClick dot add listener. So we are going to add a new method here. Normally it takes a Unity action, but in our case, we're going to use a Lambda expression. Okay. So what we want to do is simply debug.log the random stat string, like so. Perfect. So let's go back to Unity now. Okay. Let's hit play. I'm going to display the wave transition panel. We've got luck, dodge, luck. Yeah, we can actually configure that again. Let's click on the first one, critical percent. Second one, move speed. Third one, attack speed. Really cool. So right now I'm noticing that there is a space just before the stat name. Is it normal? Let me just check. Yeah, we've got a space here. Okay. This is because of our format name or format stat method. Remember, we've added a space just before all of the upper cases. So what we're going to do is quickly fix that. And we want to start from index I equals 1. Okay. But if we do this, we will definitely miss the first character. So formatted plus equals unformatted at index 0. Here we go. And who tells us that the unformatted string, does contain a character? We are not sure. So what we need to do in here is check if the unformatted string dot length is less or equals than 0. What we're going to do is simply return 0. I forgot the 0 here. Return unvalid stat name. Or we could simply return the name of the stat. But for now, it should not be possible. We should never have this case, actually. It's just for precaution. Okay, here we go. So let's go back to Unity now. Let's hit play and try this again. Okay, let's select the Wave Transition Manager. Click on here. Oh, by the way, I need to enable it first. Here we go. Let's select one of these. Critical chance. Yeah, now there is no more space. Really cool. You see, we fixed the issue. Awesome. So you now know how to dynamically add callbacks to buttons. This is already really cool. In the next one, we are going to create our upgrade container to refactor our code a little bit, make it easier to read. And first off, let's actually commit our changes because we haven't committed our changes like for a long time here. So Wave Manager and started the wave transition. Yeah, seems nice. Here we go. And in the next one, let's tackle this. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to create our upgrade container to comply with object-oriented programming principles. Okay, so let's do that. Scripts, boom, bam, beam. Let's create a new folder for our UI elements, okay? So UI, right-click, create a new C# script, upgrade container. And we are going to learn something new in this lesson. I'm already telling you that. Okay, that's really cool. Let's go on. So let's select our 3 upgrade container buttons. And by the way, we can turn them into prefabs so that we don't apply the same logic for all of these. So let's remove 2 of them, select this one, and add the upgrade container. Here we go. Let's open it. And the first thing we are going to do is add 2 libraries because we know that we will be using texts and buttons. So using unityengine.ui, using TM Pro. And here we go. Perfect. Let's now add references to our elements. So elements, serialize field, private, text mesh pro UGUI. This is going to be the upgrade name text. We will also need another one for the value. So upgrade value text. And should we add the icon right now or later on? Well, I'm going to add the reference to the icon, but we will actually add the logic later down the road. So private image. Here we go. Let's remove the start and update method because we will only need a method to configure our button, our container. So public void configure. Let's grab the icon. So sprite icon. But, oh, come on, it's going to be, yeah, we can pass null for now. So sprite icon, string, upgrade name string, maybe just upgrade name and string, upgrade value. Here we go. So let's configure this. Image.sprite equals icon. Upgrade name text.text equals upgrade name. And finally, upgrade value text.text equals upgrade value. Really cool. This is already going to be way easier to debug here. The next thing we will need is to open the Wave Transition Manager. And at the top, instead of referencing buttons, we want to reference upgrade containers. Here we go. And of course, we will not be able to access the onClick delegate here because this is not a button anymore. This is an upgrade button. So we need to access the button of our upgrade container here. How can we do that? Well, one way to do it is to add a method in here. So public button, let's say get button. We will return the button attached to this container. So of course, we either need to add a require component attribute or reference it right here. So serialize field, private button, button. This is one way. That way we can grab it from here, dot get button, dot onclick, dot blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is one way. The second way we can do it is by using something new. And this new thing is called a property. So these right here are fields. These are not properties, okay? A property will help us add getters and setters like in a really easy manner, and it gives you more flexibility to manipulate the values, okay? I'm gonna add and try some more info on these, but let me first show you how they work. Let's grab our button and drop it at the bottom right here. What we're gonna do is turn it into a public variable, but it's not as public as you think. We want to change this for a capital letter because by default properties start with a capital letter. This is a coding convention again. Add some curly brackets, get set. So right now, if we remove this, okay, here we go. This is a property. You can actually remove this serialize field and it's going to work really, really well actually. Let's go back to our wave transition manager. And what we can do is grab the button right from here. This is already way powerful. But the issue here is that in our upgrade container, the button is public, so anyone can access it and change it. We can definitely write upgrade containers at index I.button equals null. And this is really bad. This is not a good coding practice. This is definitely not a good coding practice here. So to prevent that, we're going to open our upgrade container and set the setter as private. So we can publicly get it. Any script can grab this button, but no one can edit it, except the other one, of course. And this is how we comply with OOP principles with properties. I hope this is clear. If not, please let me know. But this is basically just like writing the thing that we've written previously. Public button, get button, and so on. But the advantage with properties is that they are easier to read, easier to manipulate, and later on we will actually learn how to add more data inside of here, return, blah, 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 and so on, okay? But for now, let's keep it simple. Public, button, button, get, private set. But again, another issue here is that we can't spot the button in our inspector. Oh, by the way, let me remove the issues that we have here. Oh, come on. Here we go. Let's remove this. We are also going to, no, let's grab the button right here. Dot on click. Here we go. Is that okay with you, Unity? I hope it is. Perfect. So now if I go down here, I can reference the image, the upgrade name text, and the upgrade value text, but no button on site. This is bad because we want to reference it actually. So for that, there is another attribute you can use. The serialize field attribute, but it's not going to work like that. If we go back to Unity, it's still not visible because in the background, a field is created for each property. So we need to use the field keyword. And now, by magic, it's working. Really cool. Okay, let's go on. Enough properties for today. This is going to be our upgrade name text. Let's duplicate it and call it upgrade value text. We can add an image for now. Yeah, just to have something to look at. So let's bring it up. Maybe we can anchor it to this. I'm going to change that to something a little bit more beautiful than a white square. Maybe this tree? Yeah, just for now. And we can preserve the aspect of the image, of course. So this is going to be the icon, of course. Okay. Let's reference the icon, the button, the upgrade name text, and the upgrade value text. We can bring the value down a little bit and anchor it to the bottom of the screen, of the container, sorry. Here we go. This is just to have all of our elements right now, but we are not going to change everything right now. First off, let's turn this one into a prefab. So prefabs, let's create a new folder for our UI. Okay, let's grab the container button, drop it here, duplicate it twice, and we're good to go. Now we can reference these again inside of our Wave Transition Manager. So let's do this, this, and this. Let's go back to our wave transition manager, because remember, we're accessing the transform, get child 0, get component xmesh pro, but now our get child 0 is an image. So this is gonna throw an error. This is why it's always a good practice and always better to use objects, to think in terms of objects actually. So now we can remove these and call the configure method instead. So let's pass in a null icon. The upgrade name will be the random stat string. The value will be a random value. Let's simply write random.range between 0 and 100, let's say. And we are now good to go to string, of course. Perfect. So this is going to be it for this lesson. I'm just going to try this out, of course, as usual. Come on, you know me now. So let's hit play. Let's enable the wave transition manager. Upgrade containers, critical percent 93. Wow, it's working really well. Really cool. Nice. Perfect. So we now comply with OOP. We've added the icon, the upgrade name text, the value. This is already really cool. You've learned about properties. So in the next one, let's learn how we can actually manage player stats with these. So normally if we click on move speed, we should increase the player move speed, right? So this one can be something like 3 plus 4, for instance, and it should be 7 and so on, okay? So yeah, stay tuned, it's gonna be really interesting. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to dive a little bit deeper in our upgrade container manager thingy, configure upgrade containers method. Okay. So here's what we want here. We want to apply the stat that we've clicked on whenever we click on the button, right? So right now we simply debug a random stat string, so the one that we've written right here, okay? But this is not what we want. So here is one way we could have done that. We can add a switch statement. So switch the stat. In case this is stat.let's say move speed, what we can do is set the listener to be or to call the player controller. Let's say find object, any object of type player controller, and tell it to, I don't know, to increase the move speed, increase move speed by a certain value, the one that we've set up right here, right? So let's imagine that it was 5. Okay, that would work. Break. Then in case this is stat.maxHealth, what we can do is call upgrade containers i.button.onClick.addListener, find any object of type player health, I don't know, increase max health by a certain value, but you can already notice how painful it is. So instead of doing all of this, we are definitely going to have a script that manages the stats, so the player stats. But before that, what we're going to do is call upgrade containers i.button.onClick, and it would be perfect if we simply called an action. So something like that, lambda expression, action, invoke. OnClick.addListener, sorry, I forgot that. AddListener action with a lowercase a.invoke, like so. It would be super cool to grab an action, and then we can call that action whenever the button is clicked. But the action will need to be set up before adding the listener. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to add the system library. We already have it, so we can set up an action here. So action, let's call it action, or maybe we can call it button action, depends, whatever you want, equals get action to perform, depending on the stat. Cool. So let's create this method now. Private action, get action to perform, and we pass in a stat. Really cool. Inside of this method, we can have a switch statement. Of course, we will need to have that somewhere, but in here it's going to be really easy. So depending on the stat, if this stat, let's say, is attack, we can return something. Let's say return a lambda expression, debug.log, let's say improving attack by, and here we definitely need a value, of course, that we are going to calculate or set up here. by, let's say, 5. Okay, so plus, and no need to break. But we need to add a default case here, just to make sure that we return something. So return debug.log, nothing, or maybe invalid stat. Invalid stat. Here we go. So this is one thing. Let's actually add two more stats or cases, like so. Maybe one for the range and one for the move speed. Here we go. And the power of returning this action is that we can do way more than debugging stuff. We can actually debug log warning, something like that, improving range by 5. And in here, it's going to be improving move speed, but let's not debug. Instead, let's actually reload the scene. Why not? So Unity engine.scene management.scene manager.load scene at index 0. So again, notice the power of returning an action and passing it into the button so that we can perform it. It will give us so much more flexibility. Let's try this out. So we've got attack, move speed, and range, right? Let's try this. Okay, where is the wave transition manager? Let's enable it first. Hide the menu. Here we go. Let's configure them. Attack speed, I don't have this. Move speed, yeah. The move speed should reload the scene. Okay, not now, come on. Let's actually display the health, max health maybe? Critical chance. Oh, it seems like I've clicked on the critical chance one. Okay, so this one is not clickable. Invalid stat. So let's fix this first. Okay, let's open the prefab, and it's really not convenient here. So I'm going to set a width of, let's say, 500 and a height of 500. Perfect. Let's select the upgrade value text and anchor it, let's say, to the bottom. Okay. I'm just going to make it smaller so that it doesn't overflow. Same thing for this one. We're good. Yeah, perfect. Let's now go back to our scene. We can hit play. Let's hide the menu, display the wave transition panel, refresh our upgrades. Oh, we can test attack. Boom. Improving attack by 5. What about the other one? I think it was range, right? So let's click until we can find range. Dodge, luck, steal, okay, luck, armor, range. Here we go. It should be a log warning. Yay! Improving range by 5. What about the move speed now? So move speed, please. Please, come on. Oh, come on, I missed it. Here we go. Let's click. Boom. Reloading the scene. That is so nice. So this is what we are going to use to let the player stat manager know, the one that we are going to create in the next one, what he should do. I can understand that this might be a difficult concept to grasp, but make sure to rewatch the video and test. Please do some tests by your own. Like instead of doing this, you can, I don't know, maybe you can trigger another game state. You can try to do whatever you want here, just to make sure that you understand the concept of lambda expressions and returning actions to be used on buttons. Okay? Yep, in the next one, let's improve this a little bit further, and it's going to be easier than this lesson. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to keep improving on our wave transition manager and try and wrap it up. Okay, so let's open it again. In our case stat.attack, we don't want to return anything for now, so let's just add more logic. We will need to set up a value. So how much attack do we want to provide the player? So for now, we are going to use random values, kind of, and then we can balance the game later on, okay? So let's create a float value in here that we are going to use for all of our stats. For the attack, we are going to write value equals random.range between 1 and 10, let's say. So we want to improve the attack by between 1% and 10%, okay? So the button for the attack, the upgrade container, should display increase attack by, I don't know, maybe 10%, okay? So this is a percent. And this is going to be different for range. So we can already imagine that we are going to have different strings that we need to display here. The random stat string is going to stay the same, kind of, because we've already formatted it, but we need to display different strings. For some stats, it will be persons. For others, it will be simple variables. And we might already imagine having maybe more kind of stats, that require different formatting again. So yeah, I'm going to show you one way to do this using the out keyword here. All right, so first off, we need to bring our action up so that it is processed before configuring the container, okay? And our method will also return a button string. So out button string. Of course, we don't have it, so we need to create it. Button string, like so, perfect. And error, because the action to perform is not returning this string. So out string, button string, let's say. All right, so we can initialize our button string to a blank string. Button string equals this, perfect, just to prevent having the error, because if you don't set a value for the out, for the thing that you return with the out keyword, you're gonna have an error. So definitely keep that in mind. Configure that or set it up before returning anything. So the value can be something between 1 and 10, and our button string will be something like plus value.toString, let's say, plus, oh, not here, plus a%. Here we go. So we can now break instead of returning anything, because we're going to return something at the end of the switch statement here. So let's just return this, let's say debug.log processed for now, just to prevent having an error. We just want to check if our buttons are going to be configured properly. So now we set up our string for the attack stat. Let's use it inside of our upgrade container here. So let's remove the random.range, and instead we are going to use the button string. Perfect. We can already try this out for the attack stat. So let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, let's hide the menu, display the wave transition, configure the containers. Where is attack? Attack plus 6%. Really cool. So basically, we are just going to add the same logic for all of the other stats. And sometimes it's going to be a %, sometimes it's not going to be a %, it's going to be a simple value, but yeah, let's keep it like this. So let's remove this. Let's actually keep the same order that we've used right here. So I'm going to copy these stats, drop them here. So we already have the attack. So we need to configure the attack speed. We need to configure the critical chance. We need to configure the critical %. Okay. Can I copy this maybe and drop it here? Yeah, this is already way better. So I basically pressed Alt to select multiple lines at the same position. This is another really cool quick tip. All right, so let's remove this and drop 2 dots, boom, 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 and boom. So we can remove the range and move speed from here. We already have them. Okay, so we just need to add the break statement here. Okay, 1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Perfect.
So again, this is one way of doing things. There must be so many others. What's cool in here is that we can set up the value or tweak the values however we want. So let's grab these 2 lines. Okay, drop them on all of our thingies here, stats. Perfect. But we are definitely going to change the values. Case range. Why is this one this color? I don't know. Oh, I need to add stat dot. Oh, I forgot that. Come on. Can I? No, I can't. Oh, help me. Anyway, I'm going to time lapse this. Here we go. Let's bring back our 2 lines here. Like so. I can actually grab these 3. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Tough. That's good. Perfect. So what did I say previously? The attack speed will also be a % increase. The critical chance is also going to be a % increase. The critical % is not, because we want to apply ×1, ×2, ×3, ×4, and so on. So instead, we are going to write value.toString, and here instead of the %, we want a multiplier or an X letter, so the letter X. And of course, we are not going to multiply by 10, but maybe between 1F to 5F, something like that. Yep, seems correct. Maybe 2F actually. Yeah, 5 is too much. Anyway, we can tweak the values later on. So let's also change the max health between 1 and 5. We can remove the percent here. Okay, maybe we can remove the toString here. Yeah, let's keep it as is. We can turn this one into an integer or, yeah. All right, the range between 1 and 5, something like that. What about, yeah, 1 and 5? It's not going to be a percent, so let's remove this. Let's remove this again and keep it like this. Perfect. So we can notice that there are so many lines that repeat themselves. What we can do is set the value at the top and change it for the ones that we are not editing or changing. So we can apply the same logic for the button string too. Let's do it like so. Perfect. But again, this is just for tweaking purposes here. If you do it like so, you won't be able to tweak all of the values as you wish. Maybe you can apply the same settings for 2 or 3 ones, but yeah. Let's remove the button string from here, percent, okay, percent, and percent. So these two are not the same, the value. Should we keep the value here or? Anyway, again, you know how to do that now. All right, so we should be good. We can try this out. We are not going to do anything now with the action, okay? Because we are simply changing the values, so the button string here. But in the next one, let's add the player stats manager to manage these and actually improve the player stats. Okay, so let's first go back to Unity to try this out. Okay, come on, please launch. Thank you. Hit play. All right, let's hide the menu. Display the wave transition. Select our manager. Configure. Yeah, luck plus 3%, plus 2. Yeah, max health plus 2, plus 9%. Really cool. Plus 1%, plus 1, and so on. This is working. What? Critical percent? This is way too much in my opinion here. So what we're going to do is truncate this string or take a substring of this. And here's how you can do it actually. So this was for the range or what? I don't remember. I think it was for the critical percent, right? So we are going to write F2. And this is a kind of formatting that you can apply to the toString extension. If you have a look at Microsoft's documentation here, you can notice that there are so many ways of formatting text, and I invite you to go have a look at it. So in our case, we've used F and 2 for the 2 decimals, okay? So there's not 2 here, there's 4, there is 1 for 1 decimal, and so on. You can use G for general, yeah. I invite you to go have a look at it, and on my side, I'm gonna make sure to leave a link as a resource. So, see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to finalize our wave transition manager. It's not going to be the final version, but at least finalize its core loop. And then we can jump to the player stats manager. Okay, so right now, if I hit play, we can start the game, okay, here is the wave transition. If I select something, it's being processed, but we are not starting the next wave or jumping to the shop. This is what we're going to do in this one. So let's open our wave transition manager, and we can add another callback to our upgrade containers button. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Upgrade containers at index i.button.onClick.addListener. And what we are going to do in here is 2 things actually. Reload the wave transition if we still need to give an upgrade or a bonus to the player, or jump to the shop if that's not the case. Remember, in the player level script, we have the levels earn this wave. So this is what we should need, but not directly actually. So let's simply call something like bonus selected callback here. So let's add a lambda expression, bonus
selected callback. Here we go. Private void
bonus selected callback. Here we go. Perfect. Nice. Of course, I forgot to add the parentheses here. Cool. And inside of here, like we've done for the, I don't remember which one it was, but it was inside of the start wave transition method in the wave container. We need to call the wave completed callback here. So let's write game manager.instance.wave completed callback. Perfect. So here is what happens again, the full process here. Whenever the player has leveled up, let's say twice, We are going to enter this, so configure the upgrade containers, and whenever a button is clicked, we call bonus selected callback, which we'll call wave completed callback, and if we hold control and click, we jump to the game manager. So we again check if the player has leveled up, and remember, we diminish this every time, we diminish the counter here every time we come and check. Right now, not because we have the debug, but we can disable that later on just to test it, just to test things out. Then we jump back. Where is the game manager? Here it is. So we trigger the wave transition manager. We reconfigure the containers and so on until we don't have any levels earned this wave left. Okay. I hope this is clear. Please, if that's not, let me know. I might do a diagram here so that you better understand, or in the comment section, or as a resource, or anywhere, somewhere, you'll find it. Okay, so we can now jump back to Unity. No more errors. Let's hit play. We are going to select the player, by the way, to disable the debug mode after one wave transition panel. Where is it? Here it is. So let's start the game. Start. So here is the first wave transition. We can disable it to prevent jumping back to the wave transition. Let's select range. Boom, shop. That is so cool. So now the cool loop is working. If we hit debug here, let's reload the scene. Okay, so normally it should still be on because it was on by default. Okay, let's select attack speed. You see, we can select so many upgrades. This is because of our debug here again. Critical chance and so on. I was not fast enough. Anyway, in the next one, we can now safely start the player stats manager. See you there. It's actually going to be the next section. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to work on the player stats manager. So let's create this boy. Right-click, create an empty game object, player stats manager. And in this section, we are actually going to learn about something new, dictionaries. So please stay focused. Okay, let's create the script. Right-click, create a new C# script, player stats manager. Here we go. Let's attach it and again attach it because it did not work, and open it. Here we go. Okay, so the first method we want to add is the add player stat method. So let me just add it and then explain. Player void, public void, add player. We are adding this method first because inside of the wave transition manager, as the callback of the upgrade container button, remember, we need to call the player stats manager to manage the stats. So we will pass in the value and the stat that is concerned by this value. Okay, so we should call something like player stats manager. We can turn it into a singleton, but I think I'm going to change and vary my code a little bit. I'm just going to duplicate this line. Maybe I can write player stats manager. Okay, here we go. Just adding a reference. Boom, player stats manager dot add player stat. So we need the stat, and we need the value. Here we go. So that the player stats manager can actually process that perfectly. So let's open our add player stat method and add the arguments that we need. So stat float value. Perfect. No more errors. No more errors. Nice. Before we forget, we can actually add the reference inside of the inspector of the wave transition manager, right? Let's drag it. Boom. Here we go. Let's open it again. Let me briefly explain here, really slowly, so that we actually grasp the concept really well. So our player has some basic stats, right? So he has some base stats. We can then upgrade the player stats, but we don't want to touch the player base stats. So we are going to create addends, okay? And on top of these addends, so these might concern the upgrades in the wave transition panel. In the wave transition, actually. Yeah, something like that. And the other thing that we need to take into account is the objects, okay? So we will have another, let's say, list of object stats or addends. Okay, so we have three things, and we can already imagine having more. I don't know if you have another way of adding stats to the player, maybe by watching a reward video or using other means. Anyway, I'm going to show you a basic way so that you can then improve on it and add more as you go. It's going to be really flexible here. So let's start with the addends here. Because the player has the base stats, we can't touch them, okay? The addends here need to contain a reference to the stat, and they also need to contain a reference to the value that we are adding, right? So we should have a data structure that contains both of these. So we can imagine having that structure look something like that, stat data, with the stat. Let's make them public. Okay, stat, and float value here, like so. Here we go. And our addends here can be a list of stat data, right? So we can create something like private list of stat data. Stat data is equals new list of, oh, come on. I forgot the equals new list of stat data. Perfect. Let's actually add a header to make it clearer. Perfect. In our method here, what we can do is loop through all of the stat data. So for each stat data, let's say data in stat datas, we can check if data.stat equals stat, so the one that we have and need to increment or edit. Then we can write data.value plus equals value. So this is one way of doing things, but unfortunately we can't access this because this is inside of a for each statement and structures can't be edited like so. If we had a class instead of a structure, we could do it like so, but because we are using a structure, we can't. Again, because structures are value types and classes reference types. So you have the choice here. You can decide to use a class instead of a structure, and it's actually going to work really well. But you're here to learn new things here, right? So instead of using lists, what I propose to you is to use dictionaries. So let's remove these, and let's actually comment this. Here we go. And create a new dictionary. So private dictionary of stat for the key, because dictionaries do contain a key and a value. They work by storing key value pairs. Imagine a dictionary like a bunch of cabinets. Each cabinet has its key, and inside of the cabinet you have a value. This is exactly what it is. And it's actually way easier and faster actually to find a value using the key instead of using lists. So let's create a dictionary of stat and float. Perfect. Let's call it stat datas equals new dictionary of stat float. Cool. So using dictionaries, it's going to be really simple. We can write stat datas at index key plus equals value. Really simple. One line instead of 3 using lists. No need to loop through all of the values inside of the dictionary, all the entries inside of the dictionary, and it's working. But we need to make sure that we do have that key. We are going to instantiate the keys and so on, but we need to make sure of that, of course. So if stat datas that contains a certain key, so the key stat, then we can implement it. Otherwise, we can debug something. So debug.log error, it's an error. We should not enter this state or reach that point. The key, let's write the key stat has not been found. This is not normal. Review your code. Thank you. Okay, got it? So this is another way of doing things. When making the game, I did not use this way. I honestly don't know why I did not use this, but at least I learned about operators. So in the next one, I'm going to show you how I did, just so that you can also learn about operators, and we can then come back to this method. Okay? So see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, I'm going to show you the way I've used to add a player stat using operators. It's not the best way, again, because this one seems way easier to understand. So I highly encourage you to use the easiest route. Always. Don't look for difficulty, honestly. Don't look for difficult things. If the easiest route works in your game, use it. But first off, I just want to show you that we are debugging this error here. So let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, start the game. Boom. Attack. Error. The key attack has not been found. This is not remote. This is not normal. Review your code. Same thing for dodge, health, recovery, speed, and so on. Later on, we will definitely initialize our dictionary with all of the stats Like let's start with stat data.add the new entry. Let's add the stat dot maybe armor with the value 0. Now if we go back to Unity and try and upgrade the player armor in the wave transition, it should work properly. So let's give it a shot. Okay, armor please. Let's select the wave transition manager, reconfigure until we have armor. Here we go. Armor, no error. Move speed, error, because we haven't added it. Okay. So we need to initialize our dictionary with all the player stats at start or inside of the awake method, ideally. Okay, so let me show you the way or the method I've used to set up my stat datas. Okay, so first off, I created a struct. So public struct stat data. Here we go. And inside of that struct, I had the stat and the value. So public
stat and public float value. Here we go.
Then what I did instead of creating this dictionary here is create a dictionary of stat and stat data. Okay, so I did call it stat data. We can comment this for now. We can also comment these. Perfect. Here we go. It was a new dictionary of stat data. So you can already notice that this is a little bit more complex and seems like we are passing in the value twice because we could have added the value like we've done in this one. Okay, but I've learned again about operators. So I invite you to just watch this lesson, but do not code along with me. Okay. And inside of here, let's add some spaces. I wanted to be able to add the stat datas between them like we are used to do for basic floats or integers. Okay, so I wanted to do something like that. Stat data, let's say data to add equals new stat data with the stat and the value. So I basically grabbed these two values and stored them inside of a stat data. And of course, we need a constructor here. So let's add it. Public stat data, stat float value. This dot stat equals stat, and this dot value equals value. Here we go. So this is the constructor used to initialize our structure. Cool. And then what I did is simply grab the addends. So these are the addends, by the way, not stat data, because we will have 3 dictionaries, one for the player stats, one for the addends, and one for the objects. And what I did is grab the addends at key stat plus equals data to add, like so. So right now we have an error because the operator plus equals cannot be applied to operands of type stat data and stat data. Unity doesn't know how to add your structure between them. Okay, so we need to implement a way or to explicitly tell him how you can use this operator. For that, you can create your own operators, which is really cool and really useful in some cases. Because right now our stat data structure only has 2 values, so we can use one for the key and one for the value here. Okay, but imagine that you had more public, I don't know, string, stat name, if you want different names, or public integer, stat impact, or weight. Got it? If you had a weight on your stat, you would not be able to use this method, the one that we are going to use later on. So yeah, this is why this method is also really important here. So let's remove these, okay, and create our first operator. So operators need to be static because you're going to use them in so many scripts. Public, static. It does return a stat data, of course, because you're adding 2 stat datas between them. You need to specify that this is an operator and then specify your operator. So in our case, we're going to use the operator plus. We need to add 2 structures. So stat data, data 1, let's say, stat data, data 2, here we go, or maybe data 0, data 1, perfect. And we can now add them. What's cool about this method is that we can actually check if the stat variable is the same between these 2 stat datas here, okay? So we can check if data1 dot stat is different than data2 dot stat. We can simply debug an error here. So debug.log error, let's say something like invalid operation. The stats are not the same. Yay. Okay. And finally, you can return the data1 or data2 to tell Unity that there is an error. But let's return the data one, the first one. If both of these have the same stat, then we can add them. So float result equals data1.value plus data2.value. We are simply adding the two floats between them. And then we are going to return a new stat data with the data1.stat and the result, of course. Here we go. So this is basically how you create operators. It's going to be useful if you actually tackle advanced topics or advanced coding. So keep that in mind. I hope this is useful. And as an exercise, really quickly, add the minus operator. Come on, do it. You can do it. I'm going to do it really quickly. So let's do this. Let's change that to minus. And of course, we want to return minus here. Or another way of writing this, leveraging this one, would be to write return data1 plus new stat data with type data2.stat and data2.value, but the opposite one, the minus data2.value. That way we are handling the error check inside of the operator plus, and we are also handling all of the logic, and it's actually one line, so it's kind of cleaner. Okay. So this is what I've used when making the course, and in the next one, we're actually going to use the previous one, which was easier, so yeah. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to go on with our player stats manager and remove the mess that we've created in the previous one. So yeah, I hope this was really useful, by the way, because come on, you've learned something new here. And let's remove this. Boom. What a relief. Let's remove this. Let's rename this one addends because these are addends. Addend in French means turkey. So you might hear me a lot from time to time. Just saying. Let's remove this, and this. Here we go. So in here it should be addends and addends, not stat data. Perfect. So we are now processing our addends. After doing that, we should definitely update our player stats, right? Because we've edited them inside of the wave transition. For the next wave, the player needs to be aware of these new stats. So let's call the update player stats method. Here we go. Private void update player stats. Inside of here, we are going to use a logic kind of similar to the one we've used inside of the let me just think about it. Inside of the game manager here, we are going to look for all of the scripts that implement a certain interface, and those who want to actually use the player stats or need player stats will subscribe or implement that interface and do stuff. Okay, so let's create that interface. Okay, boom, scripts, interfaces. Let's right click, create a new C# script and call it player stats dependency. Here we go. This interface will be really simple. It's actually going to be like the iGame state listener. So let's turn this into an interface. Let's remove the mono behavior and add our unique method void. Let's say update stats. Yeah, should be good. Update stats, and we will pass in the player stats manager as we go so that anyone can call the player stats manager and tell him to return the stat value that he wants. Got it? Because of course the player stats manager will hold all of the player stats, and anyone can ask him, hey, I want the attack stat. Hey, I want the, range stat. Hey, I want the max health stat, and so on. So let's write player stats manager. Here we go. Perfect. Let's go back to our player stats manager. And inside of the update player stats method, we are going to look for all of the scripts that implement the interface. So let's basically grab this bunch of code, paste it here, and change the name of the interface. So player stats dependency. Let's paste it here. Let's rename this. Yep, we should be good. So let's rename this one player stats dependencies. Yeah, something like that. Because I need the link library here. So using system.link, here we go, to be able to use the off-type method or extension method. This is let's call it dependency in player stats dependencies. we can call dependency dot update stats with this. Perfect. So now any script that implements the iPlayerStats dependency interface will be able to call the player stats manager or grab it from here. Okay. And finally grab the stat that he wants. So as an example, in the next one, we are going to try and implement this interface on the player health and try and increase our max health as we go using the waves transition. So it will imply adding more stuff, but hopefully this is going to be good. And next, as an exercise, you will need to add all of the other stats by yourself. And I'm sure you can do that. Okay, see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to add or implement the interface that we've added in the last one to the player health as an example so that you can have an idea of how to do for all of the other stats. Okay, so let's open our player health script. Here we go. The player health script definitely needs to implement the interface because we might increase the max health and we want to increase our health right here whenever it's the case. So let's implement the iPlayerStats dependency. Alt-Enter or Option-Enter for quick fixes to implement the interface. Here we go. Let's remove this line. And here is what we're going to do here. Previously, we had health and max health. Now we are going to add another layer of logic on top of this. So let's remove the serialized field from here and add a new private int base max health. Sorry, here we go. So all of our players will have a base max health of, let's say, 10. Then we are going to calculate the max health using the player stats manager, just by checking if that player should have a basic max health of +1, +2 before any wave transition, of course. We can imagine that the ranger, let's say, is shooting from far away, so he should have less health. The tank should have more health, and so on. So this is how we are going to calculate our max health here. Our health will then have the same behavior, actually. We are not going to change anything for the health. So let's grab our health value from the player stats manager. We are going to write something like player stats manager.get stat value stat.max health. Here we go. So this here should return a float. So let's store it into a float. Float added health, let's say, equals this. We are going to add this value. Let's remove a parenthesis, by the way. Okay, here we go. So yeah, the player stats manager will return the added max health that we need to add, taking into consideration the player stats, the addends, and the objects that we are then going to use to change our max health. We will then be able to write max health equals base max health. So the base max health for all of the players plus added health. Here we go. But this is a float, so we need to cast it into an integer. Cool. And after that, what we're going to do is write max health equals mathf.max between the max health and 1. Why? Because we might have an added health here of -10, let's say, or -11. So we just want to make sure that at least the player has 1 health point, right? It seems fair to me, I think. After that, what we want to do is initialize our health like we've done right here. So let's copy these lines, paste them here, and we can actually remove them from here. Yeah, because we don't want to initialize our health at the top. Our max health will be 0 at start. Okay, seems good to me. I think we are good here. So we just need to implement our get stat value method here. So let's open our player stats manager. Let's add the get stat value, void, not void, come on, float, get stats value, because remember, all of our stats are floats here. Okay, then we can cast them into integers if you want, or if we need. The get stat value method definitely needs a reference to the stat that we want. Here we go. And for now, let's just return the addends. Later on, we will take the player stats into consideration. Like, as I've told you, the ranger will have a different max health than the tank, than a sorcerer, or anything like that. So let's just return our dictionaries addends at key stat. Here we go. And we need to make sure that we at least have a max health inside of our dictionary. So addends.add, let's add stat dot max health, and we are going to add 10, let's say. Okay. So boom, bam, boom. Okay, let me just double check everything here because I want to test stuff. I hate coding for a long time. I'm really sorry. I like to show you from time to time that it is working or what it does or if we have bugs. But yeah, I just need to make sure of this here. Okay, should be good. So let's go back to Unity now. We are going to select the player because we will need to set up our base max health. Here we go. So right now it's 0. Let's initialize it at 5. What we could have done now actually is call the update stats for all of the scripts inside of the, wait, one sec. Yeah, here inside of the start method. So we've added this. We can actually call the update player stats method, so that we initialize our stats for the player. Right now we should have 10 plus 5. The base health is 5 and the addend is 10. So we should have 15. Let's try this out. Okay, please, please, please. Start. 15. Hooray! It's working, and we have a max health choice here. So we will be able to test it. Let's first disable the debug mode so that we don't trigger the wave transition again. Okay, let's click on max health. We should now have 15 plus 3, 18. Really cool. Oh gosh, it's working. Really nice. So we now know how to add or implement one stat for the player. You basically have all of the cards in your hands now. You only need one more card, and this is the character scriptable object. This is going to be used inside of the player stats manager to set up or to initialize the player stats. Again, as I've told you, Ranger, Sorcerer, and so on have different stats. You know about that. So we are going to store these inside of scriptable objects. They are really useful to store data that is not meant to be changed at runtime. So in the next one, let's implement these. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to create our first scriptable object. Okay. I am not gonna get... Come on. I'm never tired about this. Okay, let's do that. So our first scriptable object will hold our character data. As I've told you, scriptable objects are really useful when it comes to storing data that is not meant to be changed at runtime. Okay, so let's open our scripts folder and create a new folder for our scriptable objects. Here we go. Let's open it and create our first scriptable object. So let's create a new C# script and call it character data SO. SO here stands for scriptable object. It's a good practice, I would say, to do that so that we know what you're dealing with. Let's wait for it to compile. Open it. Here we go. We can now implement it. So the first thing here is that our character data SO is not going to inherit from the monoBehavior class. Instead, it's going to inherit from the scriptable objects class. Okay? We can then remove this start and update method. We're not going to use them. And we are going to add the scriptable object or create asset menu attribute. That way, we can create that scriptable object from the project window. So let's add the create asset menu. We'll need to specify a file name. So our file name will be something like character data. Okay. We need a menu name. So the menu name can be scriptable objects / character data, or maybe new character data. Yeah, could be cool. So you can use a / here to create kind of a folder. Our / will have the same effect as the arrow here, or the arrow here, or this one, 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 or this one. Should I go on? I think you got it. So let's go on. Okay. And finally, we need an order. So order equals, let's say 0, so that our scriptable object is at the top. You can use more if you want it at the bottom. So maybe 1, 10,000. Anyway, I invite you to experiment with this. And yep, let's go on. So we can save this, go back to Unity. Let's remove this, right click, create, and now we can notice a scriptable objects menu. If we hover it, new character data. Hooray! We have it, our first scriptable object. Nice. I like to drop the scriptable objects in in a separate folder. So this is what we're going to do. Folder scriptable objects, or maybe data. Yeah, I like to use the term data. Let's go back to our scripts, scriptable objects, grab it, drop it here, and we're good to go. Nice. So we have our character data, but for now it's empty. So let's populate it. Let's open our script. And the first thing we want for our character data SO is really simple. This is a name, the name of our character. So let's use a property for that. Field.
Serialized field. Okay. Public. String. Name. Get. Private set.
Here we go. So this will be the name of our character. If we go back to Unity, we can now spot that inside of the inspector. Here we go. So let's call the first character Dave. Nice! This will be helpful in our character selection panel. Let's go back to our script and go on. We will definitely also need a sprite to be displayed inside of the character selection panel. So field, serialized field, public, sprite, let's call it icon or maybe sprite. Yeah. Get private set. Here we go. What else do we need? A purchase price. So field, serialized field, public, integer, purchase price, get private set. Here we go. What else? Nespresso. Well, why are we doing all of this? To implement our player stats manager, of course. So we need to add stats to our character data here. So let's add them one by one. It's going to be fun. I think I'm going to time-lapse this here. So serialized field, private, float, attack. Let's duplicate it a bunch of time. Here we go. We are going to remove the ones that we don't need after all.
Attack speed. Then we're going to have critical chance, critical percent. What else? Move speed, max health, range, health, recover speed, armor, luck, dodge,
and lifesteal. Here we go. I think we can remove all of these. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. This is what we need. Just for a better view inside of the inspector, I think I'm going to add a horizontal line to separate the purchase price from the stats here. It's going to be way cleaner. And for that, we can use the naughty attributes. So using naughty attributes, horizontal line here. Okay, let's check it out. And you can again notice the power of naughty attributes. I highly encourage you to use these and go leave a review to the package on the asset store. It's going to help the developer. Okay, cool. So we've got all of our stats here. We can tweak them. Let's actually add a sprite to Dave. So let's add Dave. Here we go. The purchase price will be 0 because this is the first character. And we can add some stats, maybe 5. This one can be 1. Critical chance -1, let's say. Max health -1 for testing purposes here. We are gonna try this out. I think I'm too harsh here. -1 should be enough, and so on. But yeah, for now, let's focus on the max health. This is the one we want to test. So I'm gonna go back here, and we've got the stats here, but we are not able to use them inside of the player stats manager. So in the next one, let's learn how we can finally use these. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lesson, we've added the character data SO, scriptable object, and in this one, we are going to learn how we can use these stats. Okay, so inside of here, we've added the addends, and we now know how to use the addends. But when getting the value here, the stat value, we should take the addends into account and also the player stats, right? The base player stats that we have in our scriptable object right here. So we will definitely need a dictionary inside of here that we can grab whenever we want. And we also need to add a way to use that dictionary right here. So let's first learn how we can use it. In here, I'm going to create a new float to determine the value that we need to return. So let's call it value. It will be equals to addends at key stat, but we also need to add the player stats at that key. So let's write, let's say player stats at key, at key stat plus this. Here we go. Semicolon, and we can return the value here. Value, perfect. So we now need to add the player stats dictionary. Let's add a reference to it at the top right here. So we can duplicate this, call this one player stats. Here we go. And we need a way to grab these player stats at first. So let's create a new header for the data. Let's pass in one of the character data SOs that we have. We only have one for now, but so let's use it. And later on, when adding the character selection panel, we can switch this one to be used inside of this script. Okay. So serialize field, private character data SO. Let's call it player data. Here we go. We can add the awake method to initialize our dictionaries. So awake, perfect. Let's remove this line from here because we are now going to use the player stats instead. So no need to initialize it. And inside of here, as I've just said, we need to initialize our dictionaries. Let's just remove this line, perfect. And what we need to do is to loop through all of the data that we have inside of our character data and add these as keys and value or key value pairs inside of our dictionaries. So we can basically grab this one from the player data, the player stats, but the addends need to be initialized. Okay? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to open our character data SO and create a dictionary inside of here that we are going to initialize or return with these values that we've set up. So let's create a property for that. Public dictionary of stat float. Let's call it base stats. Here we go. Let's add the getter and private set. Here we go. So that's the first step. Now we need to implement the getter here because we want to return these. So let's go back to the line. Okay, let's rearrange our code a little bit better. Add curly brackets. And I showed you how you could use this other way of doing in when we tackled properties, right? So you know about that. Here we go. So now let's implement the getter. When getting the base stats, we want to return a new dictionary of stat float, right? And let's initialize this dictionary with values. We need to add a semicolon, of course. And yeah, let's initialize it. So we need to return that, by the way, just to prevent having the get error here. So we want to add a first key value pair. So stat.attack and attack. Here we go. Let's add another one for the stat.attack speed, and let's pass in attack speed. And here we go. We are going to do that for all of our stats. So I'm definitely going to time-lapse this. Here we go. Finally. Oh, okay. We are done for the dictionary. Perfect. And keep in mind that every time you want to add a new stat, you will just need to add it to this dictionary now. It's going to be pretty simple. All right, so once this is done, we can jump back to our player stats manager and initialize our player stats here. So we can write player stats equals player data dot base stats, as simple as it gets. Then we need to initialize our addends here. So we need to initialize it with all of our stats with a value of 0. So let's create a loop here. For each, let's say, key value pair of stat float inside of our player stats. Let's call it a KVP, key value pair in player stats. We want to grab the addends and add a new stat. So this stat will be kvp.key. This does represent the stat that we are looping through, and the value will be 0. Awesome. So just 1 second here. I can understand that it can be tricky to deal with dictionaries, key value pairs, and so on. So if you have any questions, please let me know and make sure to take your time here. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick here, but that's okay. So we've got the addends, we've got the player stats plus addends and so on. So we can go on, I guess. We can try this out. So we've just implemented our max health for now. Before hitting play, we are going to select the player stats manager and pass in our character data. Here we go. And nothing else to be set up, I think. So the base health here of our player is 5 and we're adding -1. So we should have 4 at start. Let's try this out. Please work so that you can implement all of the other ones. Let's start the game. Start 4. Really nice. Oh, and we have a max health transition here. Upgrade, sorry. Come on. So let's disable the debug here. Okay, so that we don't trigger the wave transition again. Select the max health, and we should have 6. Yay! It's working! That is so cool! Really nice. So now that we have the logic for the player health, in the next one, I think we are going to add more of these, or I don't know. As an exercise, you can actually try and add the move speed. Yeah, it should be cool. Try this, please. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to implement the logic for our move speed. So the stat increase, of course. The solution of the previous exercise. All right, let's go on. So let's open our player controller here. Perfect. Instead of having the move speed, we are going to add a reference to the base move speed. So private float base move speed, like we've done for the health. Perfect. Then we are also going to implement the player stats dependency interface. Alt enter, boom, let's implement the interface. Really cool. And inside of here, what we're going to do is set up our move speed. So the move speed will be equals to the base move speed multiplied by 1 plus the move speed increment or percent. Okay, so let's call it move speed percent. Here we go. We can remove the underscore here. Nice. And what is this move speed percent here? Well, we can grab it from the player stats manager, of course. So player stats manager dot get stat value. Let's pass in the stat dot move speed. Here we go. But this value right here is a percent. So we should divide that by 100. So divided by 100 to have a value between 0 and 1. And this is going to be our move speed percent. So float move speed percent equals this. Really cool. Nice. Now we can actually remove the serialized attribute from the move speed and we should be good to go. So let's try and increase our move speed here. Let's go back to Unity. Let's set a base move speed of 3. What we can do is switch to debug mode so that we can actually spot the move speed. Perfect. Let's open our where is the data, character data? Here we go. And our move speed should have an increase of, let's say, maybe 5%. So let's add 5% to the move speed. It should be something like 3 plus 5% of 3. 1 second. 3 times 1.05. So we should have 3.15 as the new move speed. Let's hit play. Hopefully it's going to work. Please, 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 please. 3.15. So cool. Awesome. Let's try and increase the move speed inside of here. So we can't right now. Let's select our wave transition manager, switch back to normal mode, configure them, move speed. Here we go. So we should have an increase of 3%. So if we do our math correctly, we have a move speed of 3. So this is the base one plus 5% of the player. So let's write 0.05 plus 0.03. So this is 0.08. And if we do, it's not plus, yeah, times 3. Oh, we need to multiply this by 3 times 3. Boom. So we should have 3.24 as the new move speed. So let's select Dave, debug, 3.15. Let's select this one. 3.39. Okay. What did we not calculate correctly here? 1 second. So we have 0.05 plus 0.03. Okay. 0.39. Oh, because we add it to equals base move speed plus 1 times this. Let's debug this move speed percent here. Debug.log. Move speed percent plus move speed percent. Okay, so that we make sure that we have the right values. So let's exit the play mode, come back. Maybe my math are wrong. So 0.08 times 3 equals this. Okay, so it seems like we've added 0.015. Yep. 0.05 times 3, 0.015. Yeah, it seems like we've added 0.5 plus 0.3 plus 0.5. Okay. 1 second. let's actually debug this. So we currently have a move speed percent of 0.05. All right, let's go on. No move speed here. So let's select the wave manager. Normal mode, update, move speed, please. Move speed. Here we go. 1% here. So it means that we should have a 1% increase plus a 5% increase, which is a 6% increase. So the new increase is now 0.11. Okay, this is where we have the issue. So when we select our upgrade, we get 0.11. So 0.05 plus 0.05 plus 0.01. Let's open our player stats manager. What we are going to do right here is add a debug line. So addends stat plus equal of this. Let's check the value before and after. So debug.log. If the stat is the move speed, of course. So if stat equals stat.movespeed, what we want to do is debug.log addends at stat. Okay, and let's write
plus, let's say before.
Like so. Okay, let's add a value after too. Here we go. If stat equals stat.movespeed, let's add after. Here we go. It's cool that there is a bug because you will learn how to track bugs and remove them. That is so nice. Okay, let's actually have the same lines of code right here. Getting stat value. Okay, so that we know what we're talking about. And in here, what I want to do is pass in the value in the debug. Yep. So let's try this out. Okay. Let's go back to Unity, clear the console, hit play. All right, so at start, getting stat value 5. This is when we initialize our player. Okay, so let's start the game. We don't have the value after because we are not adding anything. So let's, go on. Configure these. Where is the move speed, please? Thank you. Yeah, here we go. So we have 3. Let's click. Okay, so the before is 0, the after is 7. Okay, so we are adding 7. What? So before is 0. Yeah, of course, because this is the first time we add the move speed. So, and we then add the value. Okay. So who is calling add player stat here? Let's go back to Unity. We have 7, getting stat value 12 because it's 7 plus 5. All right. So it seems that our value here is 7. Okay. Add player stat. Okay. Who calls the add player stat? You can right click and find all references here. And of course, we are calling it from here. All right. So value equals this, value equals this, value equals this. So in case it is the move speed, value equals random.range. Does that mean that we're calling the method twice? If we check out the console, we are only calling it once, so we are not calling it twice. Okay, so let's add another debug line here. So if our stat equals stat.movespeed, debug.log, let's add plus the value plus 2 the move speed. Here we go. Okay, this is gonna help us for sure. So let's try again by hitting play. All right, so it starts at 0.5. Let's go on. Boom. Please move speed. Here we go. So let's add 2 to the move speed. Okay. So we have set up this method now. Okay, so this method is correctly set up. Action.invoke. Okay, so stat get action to perform. Here we go. Let's click here. 0 after 2 get instant value. Okay, so now this is working properly. So it seems like it is correct in that case. Let's try again, maybe with a higher value because it was 7. Okay, let's try again. I must admit that I don't get it sometimes. Okay, move. Oh, come on, I had it. 1 second. Please move speed. Oh, come on. Here we go. Let's add 8 to the move speed. Okay, so we should be adding 8, but we are displaying 2. This is really bad. Why is it still 2? Although we need to display 8. Let me check this out. Oh, because we are not updating our button string here. Come on. We update the button string here, but we are not updating after setting the move speed. You must be kidding me. Come on. Okay, got it. So because we are using the same value here, there are 2 ways we could fix this. We can either remove this from here, but doing that will prevent you from setting different values from the attack speed or the attack. Or the other way is simply to remove this line and to make it actually as we had it before, like so. Even though we are writing the same line over and over again, that's okay. We can still use a boolean and check if the boolean is true, then we can set up this syntax. If not, we can use this one. But it's actually going to be the same thing because we will have the boolean here, and so on. Or maybe we can initialize it right here at the top. It can be false. And if we are using this one, this syntax, we set it to true, and so on. But for now, let's follow the easy route, of course, as usual. Okay, let's remove it from here. We don't need it. Let's add it here, and here. It's a really good practice here. I'm sorry if you fell in the same trap when making the exercise, but at least now you have the solution. So let's go back to Unity and try this out. All right, let's give it a shot. Start game. Okay, do we have the move speed? 1, 2, here we go. 8. So now we should be at 8. Okay, so 13 because 8 plus 5. Okay, let's go on. So we can remove these because we know that we have 13 now. So 8 plus 5, okay. Let's configure them again. Okay, so we have 9. So we should be having 5 plus 8 plus 9, which gives us 17 plus 5, 22. 22, there you go. Now we're good to go. Perfect. It's a really good thing that we've fixed that and actually implemented the move speed. Really nice. So now we can actually select Dave, and we should have a move speed of 3 times 1.22. 366. Okay, let's debug. Boom, 366. Really cool. So yeah, this is it for the player controller. We can actually give it a shot. We can try moving. Of course, we haven't moved in this lesson. Boom, 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 debug. We can increase the wave manager duration, so 50 seconds maybe. Open the shop, start the game, and yep, it has definitely been increased here. I can feel that I'm moving faster than previously. Really cool. Awesome. So, in the next one, let's chill out a bit and implement all of the stats for our player health so that we are done with it. Okay? See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to implement all of the stats for our player health. So it means adding dodge, armor, health, recovery speed, and lifesteal, of course. So as an exercise, I invite you to add all of these because I think you have all of the cards in your hands here. And take your time. Even though it takes half an hour, it will be half an hour invested in your knowledge. So make sure to try and do this. Okay. Let's open our player health, which is right here. Perfect. So we have the base health working here. What I propose to you is to add something really simple, maybe the armor. Yeah, we can start with it. Okay. So let's implement our armor here. Private float armor. Here we go. The logic I've used here is the following. If we increase our armor, the player should deal less damage to the character or to the player, okay? So in here, when calculating the real damage, this is where we are going to use the armor. And because the armor is a float, our real damage will be a float, and so will be our max health and health. Understand now why I told you in the previous lesson that the health will be a float? This is way more easier to manage. So float, float. Here we go. Of course, we are having an error here because this should be a float. And I think we should be good. We should remove this. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And yep, we're good to go. Nice. So let's implement this. Our real damage now will be damage times mathf.clump. We are going to clump the value that we are going to multiply our damage by. 1 minus armor divided by 1000, let's say, something like that. And we want to clump this between 0 and, I don't know, maybe 10,000, something like that. We should not deal that much damage. This is why I'm using this logic, but of course you can use another one. You can divide the armor by 100 only. But yeah, I don't want this to be less than 0, so I'm using a high number right here. We can then clump it as we've done here. So real damage equals mathf.min between the real damage and the health. And we can actually debug this, or yeah, we can either debug the real damage. Yeah, let's debug the real damage actually. Debug.log real damage plus real damage. Here we go. And just for testing purposes right here, I'm going to set this one as a serialized field. That way we can increase it and test it live. Then we are going to add the logic inside of the update stats method, of course. Let's disable the weapons, this one and this one, so that we can get hit by enemies. We're also going to increase the wave duration. So let's set it to 10 maybe, or maybe 20. Yep. Let's select Dave and set the armor to 0. So if the armor is 0, we should multiply this by 1 minus 0, which is 1, which is the real damage. And as we increase it, it should deal less damage. So let's hit play. Okay, let's remove this. We can actually clear these later on. Yep. Let's try and get hit. So please, okay, 1. Okay, game over. Of course, I don't have. So what I'm going to do is increase the health of the player. So let's select our data, set the max health to, I don't know, maybe 100 for testing purposes. It's going to be way better. Okay. Let's go on. Clear the console. Start the game. Here we go. So we have 105. Can't be beaten here. Okay, real damage 1. Let's move a little bit. Okay, maybe I can select Dave before dying. Let's increase the armor. Here we go. As I increase the armor, we can notice that the real damage is decreasing. Okay, we lost. Let's start the game again. Let's select Dave. Here it is. Perfect. So let's set the armor to 100. Let's clear the console. Try and get hit here. Okay. And we can notice that the real damage is highly diminishing here. So what about 1000? Yay, damage 0. Because we have 1000 over 1000, 1 minus 1 equals 0, and so on. Really nice. Okay, so what about 900? Oh, I've lost. Dang. 900? How much damage will they deal? 1. Really cool. So the armor is now working. We're just going to update it inside of the update stats method. So no need to keep it as a serialized value here. We are not going to change that manually. Okay. And inside of here, we are simply going to write, maybe after updating the UI, armor equals player stats manager.getStatValue stat.armor. Even though this can be higher than 100, it doesn't matter, because as we've seen, we can go over 100 until 1000, maybe more actually. But yeah, it will actually affect the player until 1000. You can decide to tweak these values here. All right. So this is it for the armor. Let's now tackle, I don't know, maybe the lifesteal. Yep, can be good. So let's add it. Private float lifesteal. Here we go. Let's now update the lifesteal when we update our stats. So lifesteal equals player stats manager.getStatValue stat.lifesteal, but we are going to divide this by 100 because we want it to be a % of when we attack an enemy. So we should or must subscribe to when an enemy is being attacked. We're going to do that inside of the awake method, of course. So let's add our awake method, enemy.on damage taken plus equals enemy took damage callback. Here we go. On destroy, duplicate, diminish, because we subtract our callback from the action here. Okay, here we go. Let's now create this method. We can actually hit Alt Enter to generate the method for us. Cool. So this is the damage taken by the enemy. This is the enemy pause, and this is critical hit, if I remember well. Is critical hit. Okay, perfect. So in our case, we are only going to take into consideration the damage taken by the enemy. First off, if our health is greater or equals the max health, we don't want to do anything because we still have all of our health. So if health is greater or equals to max health, let's just return. Perfect. And I've just noticed something here. When using or adding the armor, our health had a comma sometimes, right? So you can fix that, and we are going to fix that later because you know how to format strings now. So yeah, let's go on. Boom, bam, boom. Health. Okay, here. So the lifesteal value will be the damage taken by the enemy. So damage times the lifesteal percent. As simple as it gets. You can add some checks here, so if it's higher or lower or clamp it, and so on. For now, let's keep it as is. Again, we can tweak the game later. For now, we just want to get things to work. Let's go on. So float health to add will be equals to the mathf, the minimum between our lifesteal value and the max health minus the health. Here we go. So again, we should not go over our max health. Definitely. By the way, we can remove these parentheses. Yep, thank you, Visual Studio. And finally, we are just going to add it and update the UI. So health plus equals health to add. And let's update our UI here. Really cool. So this is it for our lifesteal value. What we can do is go back to Unity and increase the lifesteal to, I don't know, maybe 100. We are dealing 10 damage, so we should be able to do stuff. Maybe the armor could be 5 just for testing purposes. Yeah. What about the wave duration? I think we are good. Let's give it a shot. And of course, yeah, definitely we should enable a weapon to damage enemies. So let's enable the cotton candy gun. Okay, here we go. Oh, by the way, let's disable it so that I can get hit by enemies. And here's what I told you about. Yeah, definitely we need to fix that. So let's enable the cotton candy gun. And okay, so the lifesteal is way higher than expected here. So we should definitely diminish it. Let's drop it to 1 maybe. Okay, 1% of the damage taken by the enemy. So let's hit play. Okay, here we go. Let's get hit by this boy. Maybe this one. Okay. Hit me. Here we go. Let's enable our cotton candy gun. Boom. And now we can see the life increase. Our health is increasing now. Let's go a little bit further so that I don't get shot by bullets. Yep. Open the shop. Nice. What about now? Is it still working? Yes, it is. Our health is increasing. Yay! Okay, let's quickly fix this syntax, all the formatting here. We can then go on and I think I'm going to jump in the next lesson. Add the health, recovery speed, and dodge. Perfect. So let's remove this. Let's go back here, update the UI. The text is health divided by this, the max health. So let's actually grab this boy. What about adding dot to string? F2 or maybe D, maybe decimal. I think it was D or maybe F0. Let's try F0 to prevent having some decimals here. Or we can actually cast that into an integer. That's actually really straightforward. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to cast this as an integer like so, because we are only displaying things here, not using the value to do some calculation. So it doesn't matter. All right, let's try it out. Boom, 105. Let's get hit. Okay, yeah, that's definitely way better. Perfect. So here is Dave. Okay, base move to base health. Yeah, I think we're good to go now. So in the next one, let's add dodge and health recovery speed. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, let's add dodge and health recovery speed. So the first thing I'm going to add is dodge because it's actually really straightforward. We're just not going to let the enemy attack us if a random number is below the dodge percent, of course, as simple as it gets. You now know how to use percents, so I invite you again to take that as an exercise. Okay, let's go on. You might have noticed that I'm rushing a little bit here. This is because I'm sure that you got all of this, and come on, you're smart. I'm not going to spend 1 day or so, maybe 3 hours, explaining the same thing over and over again. It's really not fair, and it's kind of disrespectful towards you. So yeah, value your time. It's the most precious thing you have. Okay, so private, enough philosophy for now. Private float, dodge. Here we go. And inside of our take damage method, what we're going to do is first check if we should dodge or not. So if we should dodge, like so, we are going to dodge. So let's just return so that we don't affect the player. Private bull should dodge. Here we go. Inside of here, what we want to do is just check if a random value, so random.range. Oh, come on, system. Using random equals unity engine.random, perfect. If random.range, like so, between 0 and 100, let's use float values just to have a better, just to take the 100 into consideration, or you could go to 101, okay, is less than dodge. Here we go. Bim bam boom, should be good. We need to set up our dodge here. So dodge equals player stats manager.get stat value stat.dodge. Perfect. Should we divide this by 100? No need to do so because we are using values between 0 and 100, and this is also a value between 0 and 100, hopefully. If it's 200 for the dodge, what will happen? It will always be less, so we are always going to dodge. Maybe we should clamp this at a certain point. Yeah, maybe we should clamp it to 99.99 or 99 maybe, just to have a 1% chance of being hit by an enemy, but I leave that to you. Okay, so if we should dodge, we dodge. I think we are already really good to go, but then what I want to add here is add an action to display the dodge text whenever we dodge an attack, of course. So let's add an action here. Actions, public static, action on dodged, maybe, or on attack dodged, yeah? On attack dodged, perfect. We can call or trigger this action right here. On attack dodged, invoke it. Here we go. Of course, if we want to display a text, we need to pass in the player position. So transform.position. We can use it right here, vector2. Okay. And now I think we are set up. We should just open our damage text manager so that we can subscribe to this event and display the text. So damage text manager. Let's open it. It's been a long time. Player health dot on attack dodged plus equals attack dodged callback, duplicate, drop it here, unsubscribe, alt enter, enter. Here we go. Always the same thing, but you're gonna get the grasp of it. Don't worry. You're gonna be as fast as me, maybe even faster than me after a bit of practice. So this is the player position. Here we go. And we basically want to do the same logic. So let's grab this, transform that position, animate it, but we need to release it after that. We are going to pass in the string. So let's do this. We don't want the damage here. Okay, so this is the player position. It's not a critical hit. And in here, we want to pass in maybe dodged. Yep, cool. And right now, we are passing in a string. It's not an integer. So what we can do is open our animate method inside of the damage text script and add a new overload method. So public void animate that takes a string, or maybe damage string.
Bull is critical hit.
We might not need is critical hit here. Okay, let's call it actually string to display, or maybe text. Yeah, text is actually really simple. So what we're gonna do is pass in damage text. The text equals text. Here we go. No need to change the color, but we can animate it. Really quick tip here, if you want to refactor this, what we could have done is simply turn this into a string, because we are actually turning this into a string later on. So yeah, I invite you to do so. We are going to save some time and some space. Here we go. We're going to have an error inside of the player level. No, the damage text manager, of course, right here, damage.toString. Okay, and yeah, no more errors. Really cool. If you notice some similarities between this one and this one, make sure to change these and refactor. I invite you to do so. I might do so in another lecture. So let's now go back to Unity and we should be able to dodge, but we need to increase our dodge %. So let's open our data, character data, dodge 100, 100. Let's hit play and we should dodge all of the incoming attacks. So let's start, try and get attacked. Please. Dodged, dodged, dodged. Yeah, we're dodging everything. Really cool. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Nice. Wait, I think there is an issue here. Okay, that's the next wave. But it seems like sometimes the text is not displaying correctly. Like here. We are getting attacked, but no text is being displayed. Okay, let's hit pause and make sure that we have texts. Okay, so we have text indeed. Let's hit F. Okay, button attribute. Only methods with no parent. No worry. Okay, so we are actually enabling texts, but it seems like, Okay, sometimes they are enabled, sometimes they are not. Let's debug this in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to check why our dodge text was really weird and not appearing on all instances. Okay, so whenever we get hit. If you don't like debugging, don't watch this video, just jump to the end of the video. I'm gonna try and make a summary of the issue, and yeah. Okay, so let's jump right in. What I'm gonna do first is increase the wave duration to, let's say, 1000, so that I can actually better check what's wrong. Okay. I've put my debugging hat on. Okay, so let's try and get hit. Here we go. So we can dodge. Okay, now it's not working. Here we go. Let's hit pause. Let's check all of these. Okay, so let's first tackle this issue here. Button attribute works only on this. I think it's linked to the naughty attributes. Yeah, let's remove this. Then what we can do is come back to Unity, hit play again, just to make sure that this is not what's causing the issue. All right, let's try this out. Boom, boom. What I can do is actually check dodge. Okay, here, right here. We are not displaying the text. This is really bad. So text clone. Okay, what about the render here? The alpha is set to 0. Okay. So what's wrong? Let's open our damage text particle here. We manage the color inside of the play method, inside of the animation, or what? Anchored position and scale. So we definitely not manage this inside of here. So let's select one of these, open the animator, drag it and drop it somewhere around here, and make sure that we call the animate method. So let's pause. Yeah, we do call it, but it seems like it's always transparent. Okay, so these are new ones here. Okay, so the issue comes from the transparency. Where do we manage the transparency of our particle here? If we open our damage text particle into the delay call, okay, bim bam boom. Okay. Oh, wait. What about the other one? If we select the idle animation, damage text render, text mesh pro font color. Oh, we manage the font color right here, but we don't set it back to 1 inside of the other animation. Oh, this is really bad. Okay. So what we need to do here, I think, is to set the color.yellow. Yeah, we are not editing the alpha in here. So let's try something. After playing the animate clip, what we can do is damage text.color equals something like, equals this. Maybe we can move this line. Let's try this, but because we are already managing the alpha inside of this one, so let's give it a shot. And if it's not working, we will have to edit our idle animation to prevent managing the color right here. What we could do is simply manage the scale here. So let's hit play. All right, let's try playing for a bit. Let's move towards here. Okay, so here's the first attack, second attack. Okay, so it's not working. Definitely not. Okay, I hate that. I hate that. So let's remove the color property from the animation. And what we're going to do is select one of our boys, prefabs, effects, damage text. Here we go. Let's open the prefab. And inside of our idle animation, what we're going to do is set the scale to 0. Because I think that's the one we've used right here. Text render. Oh, we changed the scale of the text render. So instead we should be changing the scale of the render here too, inside of the idle animation. So let's set it to 0. Perfect. Now we should be good. Let's try this out. All right, let's try and play for a little bit. Here we go. Hit me, please. Oh, this one maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, seems good. What about these? Okay, seems like it's displaying. Can we be hit by another one, maybe? This one is far away. Okay, let's try. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, seems like it's working now. Perfect. What we're gonna do is actually add one enemy. Okay, so let's. What we are going to do? I'm thinking about a way to easily debug this. Maybe we can grab an enemy prefab. So let's grab the enemy right here. Let's drop it maybe here along with an enemy bullet. Along with a range enemy, sorry. Yeah, instead of the enemy bullet. We can press F to check where they are. Okay, yeah, seems correct. Let's now hit play. And they should be able to hit me even though we are not in the game state. So that's cool. Okay, so they are spawning. Let's hide the UI. Boom. Okay, so here is one. Dodged, dodged. Yeah, that's definitely way better. What about the other enemy? Let's wait for a little bit. Here we go. Now we are talking. Oh my god. I was like, dang, another issue. Let's try and add more here. Okay. Yeah, it has definitely passed the test here. Let's move the player from here. Maybe we can move it actually from here, yeah. Okay, hit me please. What about now? Yep, 1, 2, 3. Nice. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. That's definitely way better. So here it is, a fix for our text mesh pro here, for our damage text actually. Perfect. So for those of you who have not watched the entire video, here is the issue. When selecting the range, the damage text, sorry, inside of here, what we should do is select the idle animation and remove the color property from here. We are going to manage the text render scale instead and set it to 0. Okay, this is basically it. Perfect. So in the next one, we can tackle the health, recovery speed, and we will call it a day for player stats. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are finally going to add our health, recovery, speed stat. Perfect. So let's remove the enemy and range enemy, rearrange our windows as we had them. So we have something like that. We can remove the tile palette. We are definitely not using it. And what we can do is open our player health. So player health, really cool. Inside of here, we are going to use 3 variables. So the first one will be the health recovery speed, of course. So health recovery speed. The second one will be the timer. So health recovery timer. And the third one, private float, health recovery duration. So we have a timer, a duration after which we should recover health, and the actual speed. So this one is a frequency, okay? So inside of our update stats method, we are going to set up our health recovery speed and also the duration, of course. So let's go to the line. Let's write health recovery speed equals mathf, let's say, dot maximum between a really small value. So 0 dot, let's say 001f, something like that, because we don't want it to be 0, because we are going to use it as a frequency. So we are going to write something like health recovery duration equals 1f divided by health recovery speed. That way we can have a duration to wait for after recovering or adding health to the player. So this should be a matdef.maximum between this value and the actual recovery speed. So player stats manager that get stats like so, value stat dot health recovery speed. Here we go. So this is going to be it for our update stats method. And the next thing to do is to use these values now. So let's add the update method. Do we have it or did we remove it? let's actually remove the take damage here. The shoot dodge, pass away, yeah, update UI, let's keep it as, yeah, perfect. So inside of the update method that we are just going to add, we first want to check if the health is less than the max health. And if that's the case, we can recover. Otherwise, no need to process our health. So recover health. Like so, perfect. Private void, recover health. Here we go. Inside of here, the first thing to do is to increase the timer. So health recovery timer plus equals time.delta time. Then we can check if the timer is greater or equals to the health recovery duration. Health recovery duration. And if that's the case, it means that we can recover some health. So health timer equals 0 first to prevent processing this twice. Float health to add will be equals to mathf dot, let's say mathf, sorry, dot minimum between let's say dot 1, something like that, yeah, dot 1, and max health minus health. Then what we can do is grab the health, add the health to add, and update the UI. Here we go. So the health recovery speed only impacts the speed of recovery, of course. And we manage the value that we need to recover right here. You could actually have another stat that manages this value. Maybe we can call it private float health recovery value, something like that. Or increment, anything you want. Add it to the player stats, update it from here, and use it inside of our brand new method here. For now, I've decided to use this really random value, but it does the job pretty well. So let's try this out. We are going to go back to Unity, increase the health recovery speed. So what we can do is select our data, character data. Let's set it to 1 so that we gain 0.1 health per second. Maybe we can increase that to 10 to gain 1 health per second. Okay, yeah, I think this is reasonable. So let's hit play. Try and get hit by some enemies. All right, start game. Here we go. Let's try and get hit. Okay, so here's one. Oh, I'm dodging all of it. Come on. I forgot that I was untouchable. Here we go. Let's now try this out again. Unexpected error from worker. Come on, what the heck? So let's add more. Okay, I'm getting hit here. Nice. Let's move a little bit. 96, 97, 98, 99, 90, 90, 100, 90, 10. Okay. So yeah, seems like our health recovery speed is working really well. 10, yeah, perfect, cool. Nice. Okay, so we've added all of the player stats now. We simply need to add the attack speed, critical chance percent, and we've done this, the range, of course, and the luck. So this will impact chest drops. These should impact the weapon with the range, of course. So yeah, I think in the next one, we're going to add the attack speed, critical chance, and critical percent, just to close our stats loop. So see you in the next one. But before that, we forgot one thing. Committing our changes. Added player stats. Here we go. Now we're good to go. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle weapons, and more specifically, stats for our weapons. So the first thing we are going to do is manage the attack, okay? So this is kind of the simplest one, or maybe the range can be simpler, but yeah, let's tackle the attack. So similarly to what we've done for the player here, because we have different players, we had to make or store each player's data or character's data into a scriptable object. So we are going to apply the same logic for our weapons so that we can tweak them really easily. Okay, so let's open our scriptable objects folder, right click, create a new C# script and call it weapon data SO. Here we go. Once this is compiled, we can open it and pretty much add the same logic that we've used inside of our character data SO. So let's grab it and dock it somewhere around here on the right. Cool. So I'm just going to copy this attribute, the create asset menu, so that I can easily edit it. Here we go. Let's change that to weapon data. Okay. The menu name can be scriptable objects slash new weapon data. Yeah, something like that. Let's inherit from the scriptable object interface, remove the start and update method, and start adding our fields. So the first field will be the name. We are also going to have a sprite for our weapon, of course, a purchase price, definitely, yeah, we need that. We will also have a recycled price, but let's add it later on because we're not going to use it right now. We will add a prefab, of course, because we will need to spawn it whenever we grab it from the shop. Okay, so field, serialize field, public weapon. Let's call it prefab actually. Yep. Get private set. And this is it for our basic properties now. So let's now tackle the weapon stats. Similarly to what we had right here, we will have an attack. So let's add the horizontal line too, but we will need the system, the naughty attributes library. So let's grab the horizontal line, attack speed, critical chance, critical percent, and also range. So we are just going to drag these here, range, and here we go. We have 5 stats for our weapons. Of course, you can decide to add more if you have explosive weapons or any other kind of weapons. But yeah, for now, let's just use these ones. And finally, we will need to return them or add a way to return them, grab them by using a dictionary. So let's grab this dictionary, until here maybe, Let's drop it here and remove what we don't need. So we don't need these nor these. Perfect. And by the way, you can end your dictionary with a comma. It will make it easier to add a new entry, or you can simply remove it as you wish. Perfect. So now that we are able to store data for our weapons, let's try and use these. I'm just going to close the character data scriptable object. Here we go. Maybe I can rearrange this a little bit. Nice. Let's now go back to Unity and open our weapon script, because this is where we are going to add a reference to our weapon data. Or you could add it to the range weapon or the melee weapon, but because they inherit from the weapon script, come on. We now know that it's way better to add it there because it's inherent to both weapons or both weapon types. So let's add the data maybe at the top here. It's going to be a field, serialized field, public weapon data. SO, let's call it weapon data, get private set. Perfect. Now, if we go back to Unity, we can add the weapon data for our 2 weapons, so the range weapon and the melee weapon. Here it is at the top. But first off, let's create 2 of these. So let's open our data folder, create a new scriptable objects, new weapon data. Let's call it cotton candy, something like that. Cotton candy gun data. Perfect. Its name will be cotton candy gun, and this is going to be used in a UI, user interface. We can select a sprite. So let's wait. Cotton candy gun. Here we go. The purchase price can be something like 100 for now. It doesn't matter. It's really not important. But we can add the prefab later on. For now, let's just focus on the stats. Let's tackle the attack as we've said. So let's set this one to 100 because it's in percent. Okay. So we can add 100% attack at start just for testing purposes. Then what we're going to do is select our cotton candy gun and pass in our data. Here we go. We can enable it because we are going to test it, of course. And now what we are going to do is open not the range weapon script, but the weapon script, because both our weapons should implement the player stats dependency interface. So it's a good practice to add it to the abstract class, and you can then implement it abstractly. Let's try that. So let's write player stats dependency. You can use the quick actions, Alt Enter or Option Enter, and implement the interface abstractly. Perfect. So now both our range weapon and melee weapon scripts must add this method. So let's open the range weapon script, and as you see, there is an error because we are not implementing the abstract class. So let's override it like so. Here we go. Perfect. We can now remove the throw new exception, blah, 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 and go on. So the logic for our weapons will be a little bit different. For now, we are going to implement something simple, but keep in mind that this is a little bit more complex than the player one, because the player has an attack value, if you remember well. Let's open our data, character data, attack here that we can manage. So we need to take this into account. We need to take the weapon attack into account, and later on the objects too. So there are multiple things that we need to take into consideration here. And on top of that, our weapons will also have levels. What? But a simple way we could have done that first, so let's try this simple way first, yeah, is by storing a base damage value here. So we can actually open the weapon script. We've got the protected int damage. We can remove, or maybe we can rename this base damage, like so. This can be protected but not serializable. And at start, what we can write is damage equals base damage. Here we go. Let's actually change the value in the inspector. Oh, we've got an error here. Sure. Let's, we need to implement the interface. So let's add it really quickly. Here we go. Let's go back to Unity. No more errors. We are going to select our range weapon and set our base damage here. So let's set the base damage to 10, okay? Or maybe 5 actually. Yeah, here we go. 5 is good. Let's now go back to our script, open the range weapon script, and down there, what we can write is damage equals base damage times 1 plus, like we've done actually inside of the player health script right here. We've used... Where is it? 1 plus, it was not in the player health. I think it was in the player move speed, yeah. 1 plus move speed percent, okay? We add it as a percent here. So let's go back to our range weapon script. 1 plus, we need to grab the percent increase from our weapon data that we have in the weapon script. So let's write weapon data dot stats, base stats at index stat dot attack. We need to divide this by 100 because remember, this is a percent. So it's going to be 1 plus 1. So we are going to double the base damage plus, again, the player stats. So the character stats actually, plus our character stats. So player stats manager dot get stat value stat dot attack. Here we go. And of course, we are getting an error because this is an integer, but this is a float. So we definitely need to round this or cast it into an integer, like so. Here we go. And now we're good to go. You know what? We can actually debug this. After that, debug.log.
New damage plus damage. Here we go. Debug.log. Previous damage plus damage. Here we go.
Let's now go back to Unity. I think we are good to go here. So let's simply hit play. Okay, so we have previous damage 0, new damage 23. So let's do our math here. Why 23? So the base damage is 5. Our weapon data is 100. So we already have 100 divided by 100, which is 1. So we are adding 1 plus 1 here. What about the player stats get stat value? So let's open our character data. Attack is 2.76. Oh, we did not divide this by 100, by the way. So let's do that. 100, here we go. Let's now go back to Unity. Just for simple math, we are going to use 100 here too, so that it does give us 3 inside of the script. So 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. So we should have 15 as the new damage, okay? So let's hit play. Please work as expected. Yay! 15! That is so cool. What about 50% damage for the player and 25% for the weapon? So it should be something like, I need to pull up the calculator here. So 1 plus .25 plus .5, okay, times 5. This should give us 8.75. Let's try this out. 8. Really cool, because of course it's rounding. So you could decide to round this to the closest integer, like by using the mathf.round to int, and it will round to the closest integer. We can actually try this out. It should give us 9 because we had 8.75. Let's give it a shot. Okay, perfect. New damage 9. Really cool. Let's try and hit an enemy maybe to display 9. Yeah, 18 because this is a critical hit, and 9. Okay, perfect. So it seems like it is working really well. So that's good news. In the next one, we are actually going to add another layer of complexity to be able to calculate stats taking into account the weapon level, because it's going to be really useful later on. So yeah, see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to improve our stat management for our weapons. All right, so let's work in reverse so that we better understand here. First off, I'm going to remove the base damage here. Let's remove it from here and keep the damage field. So
Serialize field. Oh, come on, serialize field.
like so, protected int damage. Perfect. Let's now go back to our range weapon. We don't have a base damage anymore, so instead we are going to use damage. You can already notice that something is wrong here. We are editing or changing the value of damage here by using damage. This is okay because normally our weapon, so instead of our base stats, should not have a percent or contain a percent. It should be the actual damage of the weapon. Again, this is a design choice, but it seems more logical to me. So let's remove it from here. Here we go. And this makes our code already way easier to understand. We have the basic damage of the weapon, and then we multiply it by whatever the player stats manager returns us. So the player stats addends or the base player stats, the addends with the upgrades and the objects that we are going to add later on. So let's edit our weapon data really quickly, just so that we better understand. Let's take our time here. Come on, let's not rush into things, because if we implement it for the attack stat, it's going to be way easier for all of the other ones. So let's select the character data, not the character data, sorry, the attack data. And our base attack, let's say, will be 10 for the cotton candy. For the boink, we can have another value. So our damage here should definitely not be displayed. Later on, we are going to hide it. Don't worry. Okay, so here's how we calculate our damage. But because we are using the actual damage value every time to recalculate it, we are going to initialize it by using another method. Let's call the configure stats method. And this method is going to be inherent to all of our weapons. So we need to add it to the weapon script here. So let's add it maybe just here. Yep. Protected void configure stats. Here we go. So the easiest way to set up our damage here is to simply grab it from the weapon data. So damage equals weapon data dot get stat. Oh, we don't have the get stat, of course. So we need to add a get stat method to our weapon data scriptable object so that it can return the value of our attack right here, all the damage. Okay, so let's do that really quickly. Public float get stat value stat. Here we go. So for each stat in our, or maybe for each key value pair actually, yeah. For each key value pair of type stat float in our dictionary. So let's call it KVP again. KVP in the dictionary. So base stats, if kvp.key equals stat, what we can do is return kvp.value. Perfect. So now we have a way to access our stat value. If we don't find it, by the way, let's just return 0, but this is not normal. So let's debug.log error stat not found. This is not normal. Here we go. Perfect. Let's now go back to our weapon and get stat value stat.attack. Perfect. So this is a float. We need an integer, so we can round it. Mathf dot round to int this boy. Perfect. Now, if we go back to Unity, it's already going to work properly, but we are not taking the levels into account yet. So let's check out our data here. So we have 10, the character data is 50, so we should actually deal 15 damage, okay? Because 10 plus 50 divided by 100 and so on. Here is new damage 15, perfect. If the character data was 200, it would be 10 times 2 times 3, actually. Maybe it should, 30, yeah, it's actually it. 200 divided by 100 equals 2. 2 plus 1, so the calculation here, 2 plus 1 equals 3, multiplied by damage. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we are good for the damage. Let's now add a way to tackle levels. So our weapon here should have a level. Let's add it. I'm going to add a new header for that. Level, public int level, get private set. Perfect. And now let's take that level into consideration. By the way, just for testing purposes, I'm going to make it visible in the inspector. So field, serialized field, this, but later on it won't. Now we just want to test things. Okay, we need to take our level into account when calculating our damage. Let's set up a really simple logic here. I'm going to set up a multiplier that we are going to use, spoiler, to multiply our damage. So basically the algorithm here, it's going to be something like 1 plus float level divided by 3. So we have the first step, level 0, it's going to be 1. Level 1 is going to be 1.3. Level 2 is 1 plus 2/3, which is 0.66, so 1.66. And level 4, 1 plus 1 equals 2. So basically, the weapon level 4 will have its damage doubled. You can decide to add more. Maybe you can decide to add divided by nothing here. So each level, you're going to double, triple, quadruple your damage. So times 4, times 3, and so on. Okay. But right now, I want the maximum value here to be times 2. Then what we are going to do when grabbing our weapon data.getStatValue is simply multiply it by the multiplier. Really simple. So let's try this out. We can go back to Unity. Exit the play mode, hit play again. So right now the previous damage and new damage equals 30 because our level is still 0. Remember, where is our level here? Boom, bam, boom. Here it is. Now let's set level 1. So we should multiply. Let's do the math first, sorry. So we've got 10 times, okay, let's do the math here. 10 times 1.33 because we are level 1, 3. Okay, so here is our value. Then we need to range weapon 1 plus, I think it was 200, so times 3. Okay, so that's times 3, 39.999999. It should give 40. And we have 39. Okay, it's fair. Fair enough. Fair enough. I would have loved to have 30, but the point is that we are actually rounding the number right here. So 13.33 rounded gives us 13. You can decide to turn the damage clear into a float, and when dealing damage to the enemies, you can use integers. The other thing we could have done is to actually turn the enemy health into a float, so that everything is a float and we don't bother ourselves with integers. But yeah, there are so many ways you could do it. This is one of these. I think it's pretty good. So now that this is working correctly, in the next one, let's implement the other stats really quickly. Then maybe we are going to do all of the calculations outside in another script to save some space. But if this is working correctly and you don't want to refactor, don't. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add more stats for our weapons, and then at the end of the section we can actually clean our code a little bit because yeah, it's starting to get messy. We have a bunch of debugs, we have some things that should not appear right here. So yeah. Okay, so we've got the damage here. So let's add our attack speed. So attack delay equals 1f divided by weapon data dot get stat value stat not like this, but stat dot attack speed. Here we go. We also need to multiply it by the multiplier to take level into consideration. Perfect. Let's now add our critical chance. So critical chance. Oh, we don't have it yet. Come on, I thought we added it. Oh, nope, we don't. Okay, anyway, we can add it. So critical. Here we go. Let's write protected int critical chance. Here we go. We need the critical percent too. So protected float critical percent. Here we go. This one is an integer because it will make our calculation easier, and this one is a float because the critical percent of a weapon can be ×2, ×3, ×4, ×5, and so on. So yeah, you could actually decide to use floats for both of them. It will work properly. It's just going to change the calculation a little bit. So let's go on. Our critical chance will be equals to the weapon data dot get stat value stat dot critical chance times the multiplier, right? I think we're good, but this is an integer. So let's cast all of this beautiful word into an integer, or simply round it. Yeah, I think it's actually better to round it. So here we go. Critical percent equals weapon data dot get stat value stat dot critical percent times the multiplier, and we should be good to go. So we now need the range. So we can write range equals weapon data dot get stat value stat dot range multiplied by the multiplier, right? Wrong, because unfortunately our melee weapons should not increase in range. Only the thingies, the thingies. Only our come on, range weapons should see their range increase. So we first need to check if the weapon we are tackling here is a range weapon or a melee weapon. So we can write if the weapon data dot prefab dot get type, we can check if the type of it is a range weapon. So type of range weapon. If that's the case, we are going to increase the range. Otherwise, we are not going to do so. It's the first time we use the get type method, so it's really important to notice that you can do that to grab the type of a certain script or a certain object. I hope that this is clear for you until now, and if you've got some questions, please let me know in the comments section. I'm going to try and help as soon as I can. Okay, so we've done everything here for our basic stats with the multiplier. We just need to implement the range weapon and the melee weapon, of course, but let's implement the range weapon first, like we've done for the damage here, for the attack. So what we're going to do is implement the other stats. Let's go on. So attack delay divided equals by 1 plus player stats manager dot get stat value stat dot attack speed divided by 100. Here we go. We can add some parentheses to make it a little bit more understandable. Here we go. So this is basically the same logic that we've used here. The divided equals here is a shortcut for attack delay equals attack delay divided by 1 plus blah blah blah. Okay, this is exactly the same thing here. All right, let's do the other ones. Critical chance equals mathf dot round to int critical chance times 1 plus player stats manager dot get stat value stat dot critical chance divided by 100. I guess this is something like that, like we've done for the damage, and we can now add the critical percent. Critical percent plus equals player stats manager dot get stat value stat dot critical percent, and we should be good. Yep, nice. So in here we are adding the critical percent, as I've told you, because this is a ×1, ×2, ×3, and so on. We want to deal times blah 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 more damage if this is a critical hit. And finally, we can update the range for the range weapon. So range. Don't tell me you don't have it here. Range. Come on, weapon. Range. It's private. Protected now. Let's go back to the range weapon. So range plus equals player stats manager dot get stat value stat dot range divided by, let's say, 10. This is a choice again. You can decide not to divide it by 10, but regarding Unity units, it's a better choice. I highly invite you to try and find a better value here. Maybe you can tweak it to match the behavior that you want in the game. This is, again, just to prevent having really high range really quickly. Okay. So this should be good for the range weapon. What we can do is implement the melee weapon, then we can test it, okay? Let's remove these lines here. Here we go. Let's grab this, Control C, go back to the melee weapon. Down here, Control V. Okay, not all of this, come on. Thank you. Here we go. We just don't want to change the range because again, this is a melee weapon. And normally we should be good. Wait, I just need to save the range weapon. Let's try this out. Okay. So it was a lot of job here, a lot of things that we've added, but come on. I'm sure you got this. Again, if you don't understand it from the first time, I invite you to watch it again so that you can better grasp the concept. And if that's still not the case, ask. I'm going to help. Just ask me. Okay, so let's hit play. Bim, bam, boom. Let's wait for a little bit. Okay, so we already have an error here. Really cool. Let's open the player stats manager. What's wrong here? Line 99. Okay, so if weapon data.prefab. Oh, we haven't specified the prefab of our cotton candy gun yet. So let's turn this boy into a prefab. Weapons. Okay, let's grab it, drop it here. Select our data. Cotton candy. Let's lock it. Open our prefabs folder. Weapons. Drag it. Drop it. Unlock it. Hit play it. All right, no more errors. How can we test this? Okay. So right now, our weapon is definitely not shooting. So we've got something wrong going on. If we select our weapon, we can notice that the attack delay here is infinity. Why? Let's debug this. Okay. So let's select our cotton candy thingy. Okay. So range weapon. Let's first try the weapon here. 1 divided by weapon get stat value. Okay, let's have a look at our get stat value. Oh, I think that we did not set up our base value for the cotton candy here. Of course. So the attack speed should basically be, let's say, 1 per second, maybe 2 per second. Yeah, 2 bullets per second. The critical chance should be 5. The range can be something like 5 at start, or maybe 3. Maybe 4 actually, it's a range weapon, come on. And the critical percent only times 1. Maybe times 1.5, yeah. It should be a pretty basic, powerful-ish weapon. So let's start. Okay, here we go. Now we should be aiming and shooting. Okay, here we go. That's way better. So we are dealing 78 when making a critical hit. Can we calculate this or not? Of course we can. And if you don't want to calculate it, come on, just jump and skip this part. But for now, it's going to be 10 plus, where is Dave? Dave, the character data. Okay, so 10 plus 200, so it should be 30. Okay. 30. I think we are missing something here. Where is the calculation? So damage equals... level 1, by the way. Our weapon is level 1. So it's actually 10 times 1.33. So it's actually 13 times 3, 39. And our critical percent. The critical percent is 1.5, but the character critical percent is 0. So we should have this times 1.5. 58. This is not there yet. Okay. So critical percent. Oh, the multiplier does have an impact on this. So it's actually 39 times 1.5 times 1.3. 76. Yeah. We are getting there. We're actually getting there. Yeah. I love it. So it's actually, let's say it's 78 because we forgot some decimals after the comma. But if you do the math correctly, you'll definitely find this. And maybe we are rounding here. Maybe it's 77 dot something and we are rounding it to 78. Who knows? So yeah, this is really cool. This is working properly. I love it now. Oh, we've done so much progress. We forgot something. We've made all of these calculations with the critical percent, but we haven't actually implemented the get damage method. This is where we manipulate our damage and take into account critical percent and critical chance. This is really bad here. So instead of using the value 50 inside of here, we need to use the critical chance, okay? So the one we've set up right here. This is already way better. Because I was like, yeah, there are too many critical hits. That's really weird. That's really weird. And our damage should be damage times critical percent instead of the critical, instead of 2. And of course, we need to round this because this is an integer. mathf.round to int this boy. Here we go. Now this is way better. Let's try and get 76 we've said, right? So let's give it a shot. All right, start. Let's try this. Boom. 39. Critical hit, please. Please so that I can hit pause. Maybe. Oh, here we go. 78. Yay, this is 76. Bye-bye. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to tackle the weapon selection manager because it will help us reorder our weapons that are now a little bit messy. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, so inside of the manager's game object, I'm going to create the weapon selection manager. So this is the one we are going to display at start after the menu, right? This panel actually. We are going to display it. We will have 3 weapons we can choose from and select one of these, go on, okay? All right, so let's create a script that we're gonna attach here. Managers, right click, create a new C# script, weapon selection manager, perfect. Let's grab it and attach it to our weapon selection manager game object. Here we go. First off, we are going to hide the wave transition and display the weapon selection. Okay, we can set the text or change its size, make it smaller maybe. So let's press T. Here we go. Maybe we can drop it at the top somewhere around here. And we are actually going to duplicate the wave transitions upgrade buttons container because it already has the horizontal layout. So we will save time on this. Really cool. Perfect. Then what we're going to do is rename this. So weapon selection containers, let's say. Here we go. Then we are going to keep all of these and set this one or unpack this prefab like so that it is a normal object because we don't want to interfere or change the upgrade container button prefab. Okay. Perfect. So let's now rename this. We can call it weapon selection container. Okay. We can keep the icon. This is going to be the weapon icon. This is going to be the weapon name text. And I don't know if we need this text here. I don't think we do because we're going to add the stats and so on later on. So yeah, let's remove this text. And we can turn this boy into a prefab. Okay, so that we can spawn it from the weapon selection manager because the goal of this boy will be to grab 3 random weapons amongst an array of weapons that we are going to provide and instantiate the weapon selection containers. Okay, so let's open the UI, grab this one, drop it here, remove these 2, and we can actually remove all of these. Perfect. All right, let's now open our weapon selection manager. Here we go. What do we want to do in here? Well, we want to instantiate the weapon selection containers, right? When do we want to do that? Whenever we trigger the weapon selection game state. So this script should definitely implement the iGameState listener. Like so, perfect. I'm just going to grab it and drop it somewhere around here. Perfect. We want to check whenever we switch to the weapon selection game state, okay? So switch, game state, like so, case game state dot weapon selection. Let's break. And what do we want to do in here? Well, we want to configure our weapon selection containers. So configure. Perfect. Private void configure. Here we go. Inside of here, we are going to generate our weapon containers, right? So we want to generate them inside or as children of a certain game object, right? So let's add a reference to that parent. Elements, serialize field, private transform, containers, parent. And because we want to spawn them, of course, we need a reference to the container. So serialize field, private weapon selection container. Let's call it weapon container prefab. Perfect. We already have two really important things here. Before generating the containers, we want to clean our parent. So no children, right? And for that, we can use the extension method I told you about. Containers parent.clear. Here we go. And we can then generate 3 containers. So for I from 0 to 3, let's say, let's call the generate weapons or generate weapon container.
Here we go. Private void generate weapon container. Like so.
So again, I'm rushing because, come on, you know how to do that. It's kind of simple. We've already seen how to instantiate. We've already seen how to set a parent and so on. So let's go on. And by the way, I've made a mistake here. It should be weapon selection container, not manager. So let's quickly create this script so that we don't have any error. Let's go back to Unity. Okay, cancel this. Create a new C# script, weapon selection container. Here we go. And we are going to move it from the managers folder to the scripts/UI if we have something of that kind. Scripts UI. Yep, right here. Here we go. That is way better. We are going to attach this script to our container like we've done for the upgrade container, again, to comply with the object-oriented programming principles. So let's open the prefabs, not weapons, but UI, weapon selection container, and add the weapon selection container. We can remove the upgrade container, by the way. It's not relevant here. Cool. So no more error here. Let's now generate our weapon container. So first off, let's instantiate it. So weapon selection container, let's call it container instance, equals instantiate the prefab under the parent. As easy as it gets. We can already try this out. So let's go back to Unity. Select the weapon selection manager, pass in the container and the transform. So this will be the parent weapon selection containers. Here we go. Let's hit play, I guess. We are going to switch to the menu first. And whenever we click on Start Game, it's going to populate the weapon selection containers. So, boom, it has been populated. Really cool. So we've got the first step. Next, what we're going to do is set up a way to change the icon right here. So we want the icon of our weapon, and we also want the name of our weapon. So in the next one, let's implement our weapon selection container. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to implement our weapon selection container. But before that, let's quickly commit our changes, of course. As usual, we always forget. I do forget. I don't know about you. So we've added the weapon stats in the previous one. Really cool. All right, let's wait for this to commit. Please hurry up, please. Thank you. Here we go. So let's now open our weapon selection container script. Perfect. This one will have multiple scripts, but for now, let's actually add the ones that are easy to grasp. So using unityengine.ui, using TM Pro, because we want to change the icon of the weapon and its name, okay? So let's add something like elements, serialize field, private image, icon, and the other one is going to be a text mesh pro UGUI name, or maybe name text. Yeah, something like that. We can already remove the start and update method for now because we're going to add a public void configure method that will simply change the icon and the name. So sprite and string name. Icon.sprite equals sprite and name text.text equals name. Here we go. So now we have a way to configure our weapon selection container. What I propose to you is to open the weapon selection manager and call the configure method from here. So container instance.configure with a sprite and a name. To determine these, we definitely need to know which weapon we want the player to be able to grab actually. So we will need an array of possible weapon datas. Let's call this one data. Serialize field, private weapon data SO. This is going to be an array. And let's call it starter weapons. Here we go. So at this point, before configuring, we are going to grab a random weapon data. So weapon data SO, let's call it weapon data equals weapon, or maybe starter weapons, yeah, at index random.range between 0 and starter weapon.length. This is a way of grabbing a random element from this array, okay? So we specify the array, then we specify the index going from 0 to the maximum length here. And remember, because these are integers, starter weapons.length is exclusive, so we are not going to take that into account. We are not going to go over the length of the array. Now that we have our data, what we can do is just for testing purposes, pass in the icon. So I think it was sprite and weapon data.name. Not the small name, but we need to pass in the name property, not this one. This is the name of the object, okay? I think we are good to try this out now. No. So for now, we only have the cotton candy weapon data scriptable object. But first off, let's, by the way, configure our prefab here. Let's open our prefabs, UI, weapon selection container. We can actually open it. Let's pass in the icon and the name text. Perfect. We will be able to call the configure method. Now we need to set up our starter weapons. So let's select the cotton candy gun because this is the only one we have. Actually, we can add the deboink one just after testing. So let's give it a shot. Okay, let's start. Cotton candy, cotton candy, cotton candy. Really cool. Everything is working so far. Nice. So now let's add another starter weapon. We are going to add deboink. So let's duplicate this one, call it deboink data. Okay, so its name will be deboink. We are going to change the icon. Let's search for deboink. Perfect. The prefab will not be this one. So let's actually grab deboink. Deboink, it's not a prefab yet. So what we're going to do is enable it. Pass in the deboink data before turning it into a prefab, and now we can turn it into a prefab. Okay. What else? Cotton candy. It does have the prefab. That is so cool. Okay. So let's select our deboink data, lock it, select the prefab, and change it to deboink. Cool. So for now, we can keep the same values for the stats here because it doesn't matter. We are not at the tweaking stage. And let's go on. So let's select our weapon selection manager. Let's not forget to unlock and pass in our deboink data. Really cool. So now we should be able to choose between the cotton candy and deboink. Let's give it a shot. Start game, cotton candy, deboink, deboink. Okay, let's try it again. Cotton candy, deboink, cotton candy. Really cool. Oh, by the way, quick tip here. If you want to test really quickly stuff like that are really simple, that doesn't imply coroutines and so on, or lintwin, keep that in mind. If you are using lintwin or want to test some lintwin things, do not do what I'm going to do now. You can select editor and go down here. You can select enter play mode options, and this is going to launch way faster. Boom, it has launched. You see, it's really cool when you want to test really simple things like again and again and again, but it's not going to reload the domain or the scene. If you check this, it's actually going to reload the domain and so on. So it might take some time. You decide if you want to use it or not. It's good for testing purposes, but for final tests, make sure to uncheck this so that you actually reload everything. Okay? Perfect. Here is a quick exercise for the next one. What you're going to do is add a callback to the button, so the weapon selection container, similarly to what we've done for the upgrade container here. Remember, we've added the button as a property, and inside of our wave transition manager, if I remember well, we had an action that we called whenever the button was clicked. And what you're going to do is simply debug the name of the weapons that has been clicked, okay? And stay tuned for the solution. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the solution of the previous exercise. So let's go on. I told you to add a callback to the button of the weapon selection container to simply display the name of the button, the name of the weapon, that was clicked. Okay. So let's open our weapon selection container right here. what we're going to do is add a button property like we've done for the upgrade container. So let's grab it, drop it somewhere around here. Perfect. We can now grab this button. So let's go back to our weapon selection manager. And inside of here, we can write container instance dot button dot onClick dot remove all listeners, like we've done previously. Containerational button dot onClick dot add listener. And the listener we are going to add here is again by using a lambda expression, like so. Let's call it weapon selected call back. Here we go. Private void weapon selected call back. Perfect. Of course, we need the parentheses here, and we also need a reference or a way to know which button was clicked. So let's pass in the container instance. Here we go. And if we want to know what the name of the button was clicked was or is, we need to pass the weapon data. Here we go. So let's add a way to grab these. Weapon selection container, let's call it container, and weapon data SO, let's call it data, or weapon data actually. Here we go. So in here we are simply going to debug.log weapon name, something like that. Weapon name plus weapon data.name. Perfect. Let's try this out. So let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. No, let's not hit play. Come on, we forgot to add the button. Sorry. Let's open the prefabs, UI, weapon selection container. Let's grab the button from here and drop it here. Here we go. We could have added the require component attribute or referenced the button in another way, but come on, just make your game work first. Start game, let's click on the boink. Cotton candy again, the boink. Okay, this is working really well. Perfect. So now that we've got this, we have a way to check which button was clicked, so we can animate it or elevate it just to give a visual feedback to the player. This is really important. When making games, try to give as much visual feedback as you can. It's going to make the experience way more enjoyable. So in our case, what we're going to do is actually select it, elevate it, okay? Move it up if you wish. So maybe we can actually remove the debug log. Here we go. We are going to loop through all of our containers. So for each, let's call it weapon selection container. Let's call it, I should have named this one another way. So maybe container instance, yeah. So that I can call this one container in all of our containers. And for that, we can grab the children of our containers parent. So containers parent. .get components in children, get components, make sure not to forget the S here, of type weapon selection container, like so. Perfect. We can check if container equals the container instance, then we want to call the select method inside of that container. So container.select. Otherwise, we want to unselect or deselect it. Okay, so container.deselect. Here we go. So let's now add our select and deselect method. Let's just clean this a bit. Open the weapon selection container. Perfect. And by the way, really quickly, what you could have done in here is cache the weapon selection containers when they are created, like right here. Okay, maybe you can drop them inside of a list so that you can reuse them inside of here. But this is not the point. This is the first time I'm showing you that you can use get components in children. So at least you're learning something new. I hope. Okay, let's go on. So public void select. Public void deselect. Here we go. So let's now implement these methods here. Inside of these methods, I highly encourage you to try and experiment, create a new way of selecting, deselecting. You can imagine having an outline maybe for the button that you light up, or you can imagine to scale it up. You can imagine to move it up like we are going to do. There are so many ways. You can add particles. You can polish it in your own way. This game right here, make it yours. All right. So when selecting the button, what we want to do is call the lintwin library, of course, like so, .scale. And we are going to scale it up. Oh, I told you that we were going to move it up. No, we are going to scale it up. A game object, we need to set the target scale. So vector3.1 times, let's say, a certain value. 1.075 or 1.1. You can actually experiment with this or turn it into a variable that you can tweak later on. Okay. Dot 3 for the time. So this is the duration of the animation. And we can add an easing here. So set ease. Let's call the lintwin type dot ease in out sign. I think I used is in out sign. Yeah, something like that. But again, I encourage you to try all of these. And I think we've already talked about easing. So yeah, no need to go over them one more time. Let's now implement our deselect method. So lintwin.scale gameObject to vector3.1 in 0.3 seconds. Perfect. But to prevent having some issues, what we want to do before scaling in both the select and deselect method is stop the current twin. Because we might be scaling up, then the player is clicking, so we need to click to scale down. We should not have two concurrent twins. So lintwin.cancel gameObject, and same thing here. Lintwin.cancel gameObject. Perfect. I think we're actually good to go now, so let's give it a shot. Let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, let's try and select one of these. Boom, yeah, scaling up, and all of the other ones do scale down. This is so cool. Let me try and click a bunch of time. Yeah, it's working really well. Perfect. I love it. Nice. In the next one, let's learn how we can take levels into consideration here. So we want to color our containers depending on the level of the weapon. You can actually take that as a cool, chill exercise. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, I hope you did your homework because we're going to tackle levels for our weapons in the weapon selection container, of course. All right, so let's open our weapon selection manager. When creating the weapon right here, when generating the weapon actually, what I want to do before the configure method, of course, is set up a level for the weapon. So normally we should not be able to set the initial level of the weapon to 4 or 3. So what we're going to do is grab a random level between 0 and 2. Okay, so level equals random.range between 0 and 2. And remember, this is exclusive. So the weapon will either be level 0 or level 1. Okay. We also want to pass the level to our configure method so that we can change the color of the container. So let's open the configure method and add a way to accept the level. So int level. Perfect. And what we want to do in here is simply change the color for now, depending on the level. So let's add a reference to our image, the one we want to color. Let's call it, I don't know, private image, upgrade, maybe container image, something like that, or colorable image. Anyway, you will know better than me. And we can actually turn this one into an array if we want, if we have multiple image, and call this one level dependent images, maybe something like that. Let's keep it as is for now, yeah. And maybe we are actually going to drop it inside of its own header, like I've done when making the course. So color, okay, let's grab this boy, drop it here, and we're good to go. Next, we are also going to have outlines, but for now, we are not focusing on design. So here's what we're going to do. For each image, let's call it image in level dependent images, we're going to set the color of the image. So image.color equals something. And what is this something? Well, we can actually add the logic right here, but this is not where we are going to handle it. We are going to create a palette as a scriptable object. We can create a color holder that will hold that palette that we can switch to another one whenever we want, and that will hold the colors. But for now, let's write color, image color. And we can actually change that color depending on the level. So switch level case 0. So if the level is 0, image color is going to be, I don't know, color.white. Okay. Let's break. Then if the level is 1, image color is going to be color.red, let's say. Break. And if the level is 2, which is not possible in our case, image color equals color. I don't know, blue. Yeah. And let's break. And by default, let's say image color equals color.green. Break. Here we go. And inside of here, we can use the image color here. Image color. Perfect. Again, you can notice that this is really not performant, this is really not beautiful, and this is definitely not the final version of our code. But it should work. So let's go back to Unity, hit play. Even though we've hit play, we can still select the container and pass in the images that we want to color. So let's open the prefab. I think I'm going to color the container here. Boom, like so. Let's start the game. Red, red, and white. Really cool. Let's start again. Maybe we can go back and increase the level in here. Maybe to 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So we might have another color. What was the max color that I've added here? I do not remember. 0, 1, 2. Oh, we don't have. Oh, it would be green. So the default is green. So if it's level 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, it should be green. Let's start. Red. Okay. Let's start again. Blue. Really cool. Let's add a way to quickly iterate here. I'm going to open the weapon selection manager and add a way to configure here. So naughty attributes.button. Again, really useful. So let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. Okay, let's start. Green, really cool. Let's select our weapon selection manager, configure. Yeah, green, blue, white. Yeah, we've got all of the colors that we've added. Really cool. Nice. So this is now working really well. Awesome. If you've completed the exercise before watching the solution, well done. But as I've told you, this is definitely not the best way to manage colors, because we are going to use the rarity dependent images in so many other places, in the shop, in the inventory. We can use them in the character selection, maybe in so many other places. So let's improve this in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to improve our coloring, the one that we've used right here. And the first thing that I propose to you is to create a palette scriptable object. So let's open our scripts, scriptable objects, right click, create a new C# script, palette SO. Here we go. Let's open it. Nice. So again, this should inherit from scriptable object. Perfect. Let's create the asset menu. The file name can be something like palette. Okay, something like that. Menu name will be equals scriptable objects / new palette. And the order can be 0, again, as usual. So let's remove the start and update method because we want to create 2 properties. One for the basic colors, or the level colors, and one for the outline colors. So field, like so, serialized field, public color array of, let's say, level colors. Yep, get private set. Nice. Let's duplicate this and rename it outline level colors. Or maybe we can call it level outline colors. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, level outline colors actually. Here we go. Really nice. So let's now create an object that will hold our colors. Let's go back to Unity, open our data here. Perfect. Right click, create a new scriptable object, new palette. Perfect. Let's call it level palette. All right, so we just need to set up our colors now. Feel free to set the colors that you want, depending on the level of the weapon. I'm going to use the ones that I've used when making the course and get back to you. Here we go. So I just need to set up the outline colors, and they're actually going to be similar, just a little bit darker. So let's copy these like so, copy, paste, and so on. Hey, let's set the value to 50, something like that. Seems correct for some outlines. Maybe you can use 70. Yeah, let's use 70 and then we can change that later on if we don't like it. If it doesn't fit our style really well. Perfect. Here we go. So this is where we are going to store our colors. Now let's add a way to grab these colors from anywhere. So for that, I'm going to create a new game object for our holders. So scripts that hold data. Let's create a new game object here. Oh, what? Did I click? Oh, clear default parent, of course. Create game object. Let's call this one holders. reset its transform, right click, create an empty game object and call it color holder. And we are going to create a script that we're going to attach to this. So this is one way you could have done that. There are so many other ways, but let's tackle this one. Let's create the script somewhere around here, maybe inside of the effect. So create C# script, color holder, perfect. Let's attach the script and open it. Here we go. So this boy will be a singleton. We can already create the singleton. So public static color holder instance. Here we go. So why am I using a singleton here? Because I want to be able to call a method like that. Public static, that's like this, static, come on, get color, and it should return a color based on the level. So basically our weapon selection container will call the color holder.getColor method, pass in the level and get a color in return. Okay, we should be able to do this equals color holder.getColor with the level like so. So we can remove all of these here. Nice. Okay, so let's implement our color holder here. So the getColor method in here should return a color based on our palette, the one that we've created. So let's call instance dot color data or dot palette, something like that, dot level colors. So let's add a reference to our palette first. Elements, serialized field, private. This is a palette SO. Let's call it palette. Here we go. Palette dot level colors at index level. And if you want, in here, you could add another layer of security, let's say, level equals mathf dot clump level between 0 and the palette instance, dot palette dot level colors dot length, just to make sure that your index doesn't overflow. It should not be higher than the amount of colors that we have, okay? Perfect. So we just need to initialize our instance now because it's not initialized yet. So awake. And in here, let's use snippets to initialize our singleton. Really cool. We can already add the same logic for our outline colors. So get color into level. Maybe we can call it get outline color. And inside of here, let's check or grab the level outline colors. Same thing for here. And we should be good. Really nice. So another way you could have done that again is by creating the array of colors right here, serialized field, private color array, colors, and you can then configure them. But the advantage of using a palette here is that you can switch your colors around. So you can imagine having multiple palettes depending on, I don't know, maybe the world you're in or the difficulty of the level. I don't know. You're free to set this up as you wish. So let's grab our palette SO, test this out. Yeah, we are actually able to configure our weapon selection containers now. So let's hit play, boom. Okay, this is already really promising. So let's open our Wave Weapon Selection Manager, configure. Yeah, working really well. That is so cool. And by the way, this is not as bright as we've set it up because our prefab right here, UI Weapon Selection Container, does contain the UI sprite here. This is not a good choice because it's by default grayed out a little bit. What we can do is replace this one by, I don't know, a basic container, maybe. Yeah, this one, basic container. Let's try this. Let's start. Yeah, this is already way better. Okay, nice. We're getting closer and closer to the to the final product here. So let's configure this a little bit. Yeah, the colors are now way more vibrant. Love it. Okay, cool. In the next one, let's learn how we can actually give the weapon to the player, the one that we've selected. So if we select this one, we should start the game and provide the cotton candy gun to the player. And same thing for the boink. Okay? See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to provide weapons to our player. Really nice. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is to remove the boink and the cotton candy gun, okay? So that we can actually add them. Do we need to override things? Nope. So let's remove them. Here we go. Now let's add a parent to our weapons. It's going to be really simple. This is not going to be the final solution, but at least it's going to be a little bit better. So let's right click, create a new game object. Let's call it weapons parent. Okay, really nice. And now what we can do is open our weapon selection manager. All right, let's think about it here. When do we want to provide the weapon to the player? Because we are now able to select the weapon, but we don't want to provide it right away. We want to provide it when the player presses the start button. So after selecting a weapon, okay? So for that, we are going to jump to the game state changed callback and add the case when the game state is the game state. And let's break, not break, or I don't know. So let's break. And this is where we want to provide the weapon to the player. So we can call something like player dot add weapon. It's going to be really simple, but for now, this is not what we're going to do. We are going to create a script responsible for weapons and attach it to the player. That script is going to be the player weapons script, okay? And instead of adding the weapon, we are going to call the try add weapon. Why try? Because we might already have 6 weapons, so the maximum amount of weapons at a certain point, and we should not be able to provide any more weapons. If you want, you can create the add weapon method because we are inside of the weapon selection manager, and normally the player should have 0 weapons, so it should not be that risky. Okay, let's use this logic instead. Let's add a reference to our player weapons script. So I'm going to add serialized field, private, player weapons. Here we go. Let's now create this script. So let's go back to Unity. Open our player folder, right click, create a new C# script, player weapons. Here we go. What we are going to do now is grab this script and attach it to Dave. And we can't because it hasn't compiled. Okay, there are errors here. Let's open our player weapon script and add the public void add weapon method. That way we are not going to have this error right here. All right, here we go. So let's grab the player weapon script and attach it to Dave. Here it is at the bottom right here. So I'm going to move it up, and move it up again. Cool. So now let's open our weapon selection manager again, We want to add the weapon to the player, but we need to know which weapon we want to add. So for that, whenever we select a weapon right here, what we want to do is store the weapon data and set it as the selected weapon. At the top right here with the variables, we can add a reference to it. So our private weapon data, let's call it selected weapon. Here we go. And we can pass it to the player whenever it's selected. So right now it is still null. So what we can do inside of the weapon selected callback is set our selected weapon because we already have the weapon data here. So selected weapon equals weapon data. So cool. So now we should be good to go. Let's just open our add weapon method and add a way to grab the weapon. So weapon data SO weapon. Oh, come on, please. Data SO weapon, or maybe selected weapon, let's call it. Here we go. And in here, we can simply debug.log. We've selected the name of the weapon plus selected weapon.name. Here we go. So let's give this a shot. Let's go back to Unity. Before hitting play, what we want to do is select the weapon selection manager and pass in the player weapon script. Again, you could have used find objects of type, of course. All right, let's start the game, select the boink, press start game, and we've selected the boink. Really cool. But let me show you something. Oh, I won't be able to. 1 second. What I'm going to do is select the wave manager and set the wave duration to 1 second. Because I told you 1 second, come on. Okay, so let's start again. I'm going to remove this, start the game, select the cotton candy gun, start the game. So we've selected the cotton candy gun. Let's open the shop now, start the game. And again, there is the same debug line here. We've selected cotton candy gun. So it seems like we are adding the weapon twice. This should not happen, definitely not. So this does happen because whenever we switch to the game state, we add the weapon to the player. So after adding the weapon to the player, what we should do is set it to null. So selected weapon equals null. And inside of here, we can check if it is null or not. If the selected weapon is not null, or maybe if it's null actually, equals null, we can simply return. We don't want to add it to the player, okay? Okay, so let's try this. Hit play. I think we don't have anything to add here. Let's clear the console, start the game, select the cotton candy gun. Okay, so we've added the gun. Open the shop, start the game, and no other debug here. Really cool. So it seems like we've added it only once. That is really nice. But there is still one thing left here. Remember the colors? We also need to pass the weapon level as an argument here. It's going to be really useful when spawning the weapon prefab. Okay, so at the top here, we can add a private int initial, let's say, weapon level. Here we go. We can pass it to the player here, initial weapon level. And after doing so, we can set it to 0 like we've reset the selected weapon. Really cool. Where do we calculate our level? Right here. So we can write initial weapon level equals level. And this does close the loop for our weapon selection manager. Of course, we still need to implement the level inside of the player weapons, but our weapon selection manager is now complete. Hooray! All right, let's jump to the add weapon method and add the argument right here, int weapon level. We've selected this weapon plus with level plus level. Okay, weapon level, sorry. Come on, weapon level. Here we go. So let's try this out and we can call it a lesson. Okay, so let's go back to Unity now. Let's hit play. We should be good. Yep, we are. Okay, let's start the game. Select the boink. This should be level. I don't remember, sorry. Let's just select the palette. This is level 3. Okay, so the 0, 1, 2. It should display 2 actually. Start the game. Yeah, we've selected the boink with level 2. Really nice. That is so cool. Okay, so this is now working perfectly. We only need to add the weapon. And because we already have the data, we can simply grab the prefab and instantiate it as a child of the weapon's parent. We will still need to add it to its specific position, but for now, let's just instantiate it. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to spawn our weapons and start using them. So cool. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here is open the player weapons script. And really quickly, don't code with me here. I'm just going to show you how we can instantiate the weapon, but this is not the definitive way of doing things here. So let's create the elements header, serialized field, private transform, weapons, parent. Here we go. I'm going to show you how we can instantiate the weapons really quickly, but again, this is not the best way of doing it. Instantiate a selected weapon.prefab. The position will be 0, but the parent will be the weapon's parent. So this right here will help us instantiate the weapon. Let's try this out really quickly. Boom. Oh, by the way, we need to specify the parent first. So let's select Dave and pass in the parent right here. Hit play. All right, let's start the game. Select the cotton candy, start it, and the cotton candy has been spawned. Really cool. Let's try again with the boink. Okay, boom, where is the boink? The boink, oh, come on. Weapon selection manager, configure, here it is, the boink level 1. Boom, start the game, and here is the boink. Okay, so our spawning is now working correctly. The only thing we need to do here is to place the weapons correctly, because right now we only spawn them, and by default they have a okay-ish position. So what I propose to you here is to rename this boy weapon positions, and we are going to create 6 weapon positions manually. So let's create the new one. The first one, create empty. Let's call it weapon position. Let's say 0, 0. We can add a small icon to that weapon position, maybe this one. And let's drop it at 1, 0. Yeah, it's okay-ish. Yeah, I like it. Let's create another one, maybe at the top right, actually. Let's start with the top right. So it can be 2. Yeah, something like that. Let's duplicate it, set it at 0 or maybe 1, And the other one at 0, yep, should be good. Let's create another one at -1, 2. Okay, -1, 1, and -1, 0. Here are our 6 weapon positions. And of course, you can tweak them if you feel there is not enough space between them. Maybe we can set this at -1.5 and so on. But for now, I'm just going to use these positions. And if it's not good, I can scale down the weapons. So let's rename this. This is weapon position index 01. I can time-lapse this actually. Here we go. So we now have our 6 weapon positions. Really cool. So what we can do inside of our player weapons is add an array of game objects or transforms. These can be our weapon positions. And we can check if the child is null. Okay, so if the weapon position do not have any children, it means that we do not have a weapon attached to that weapon position. This is working, but again, if you use transform.getChild at index 0 and so on, later on you might change that. You might change the first child of your weapon position. It can be, I don't know, a text if you want to display a text, and the weapon can turn out to be the second one. You will have an error. So again, make sure to use small scripts, even if it's one line, to configure your objects. So let's open our scripts folder, player, let's call it create, or maybe inside of the weapons thing, yeah, right here it's actually better. Create a new C# script and call it weapon position, flower power. All right, let's now select all of our weapon positions here and attach the weapon position script. Cool. So now our player weapon, oh, by the way, I'm going to remove all of the scripts we don't need really quickly. Player, I'm not going to do the same mistake that I did in the previous one, I hope. Where is the weapon position? Oh, here it is. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, here we go. I think we're okay. Yeah. Now our player weapons script can have an array of weapon position. Let's call it weapon positions. Okay, weapon positions. Perfect. Let's comment this line for now. Cool. And inside of the weapon positions, we are actually going to manage the instantiation, and we are also going to add a reference to the weapon. The weapon position will be responsible for removing the weapon and so on. Okay, so let's start simple and add a way to assign the weapon. Public void assign weapon. Weapon. Here we go. So this is the most basic way to assign the weapon. Later on, we will also take into account the level of the weapon, because we definitely need to upgrade the weapon if we've selected a weapon higher than level 0. Then what we want to do is spawn it, of course. So let's say instantiate weapon as a child of the weapon position. Really cool. We also want to store it to be able to return it to the player if he ever needs it. So public weapon, let's call it weapon, get private set. Here we go. We're actually using a property here to easily get the weapon. We can add a header elements. Here we go. And in here we can write weapon equals this. Really cool. Okay, so now that we've instantiated our weapon, what we need to do is place it at the right position, right? So weapon.transform.local position equals vector3.0. And we need to make sure to use the local position here so that it's 0 inside of the weapon position. Weapon.transform.local rotation equals quaternion.identity to reset its rotation if we've ever changed, or if the default rotation of the prefab is not the identity rotation. And this should be basically it. So let's now go back to the player weapon script and call weapon position. So let's grab the first one, weapon positions at index 0, or maybe we can grab a random one, random.range between 0 and weapon positions.length dot assign weapon selected weapon dot weapon dot prefab, sorry. Here we go. So let's try this out. We're going to go back to Unity. We'll definitely need to add our weapon positions here. So let's select the player weapons here, grab all of the weapon positions and drop them inside of here. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. I think that we can safely hit play and try this out. Okay, start the game, select the boink, start the game. Here we go. So the weapon has been spawned as a child of weapon position 05, sorry. Really cool. Let's try again. Maybe we can have another weapon position now. Okay, start, cotton candy gun, boom, weapon position 04. Really nice. Let's try again, last time. Start the game, the boink, boom, and weapon position 04. Oh, come on. Let's select one of these three here. The first ones, please. Let's try. Boom. Okay, here we go. Weapon position 02. Really cool. So this is now working. We are now able to spawn the weapon in a weapon position. And it's now really easy to manage here. We will be able to remove the weapon. We will be able to give it back to the player if he wants because we have a reference to it, and so on. The only thing left here inside of the weapon position is to manage level and remove the weapon. So in the next one, let's learn how we can do that. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add level management to our weapon positions. Let's go. Okay, so for that, we are going to open our player weapon script because this is where we grab the weapon level from. And we want to pass it to the weapon position here. So let's add a comma after the prefab and pass in the weapon level. Really cool. So we now need to implement our assign weapon or change that. So let's go back to our weapon position script and add a way to grab the weapon level. So int weapon level. Here we go. So now what do we want to do with this? Well, this is going to be useful to configure the weapon stats. We first need to upgrade it and then configure its stats again. So let's simply write weapon.upgrade to the level that we want. Here we go. And of course, we now need to create this upgrade to level. So as a really quick exercise, let's do that. I'm giving you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's go. All right, so let's open our weapon script. Here we go. Like so. Oh yeah, that's actually better now. We can remove the start and update method for now. Really cool. Let's go down here and we want to configure our stats. But first off, we need to upgrade the level because when configuring, we take the level into account. So public void upgrade to int, let's say target level. In here, we are simply going to write level equals target level, really straightforward, and configure our stats. Really cool. So now what happens is that we do grab the weapon from the weapon selection manager. We assign it to the weapon position. Then our weapon position instantiates the prefab, place it at 0, no rotation, and upgrades it to the target level. So the one that we've decided inside of the weapon selection manager. And inside of the weapon here, we actually set up our level and configure the stats so that we can actually use it right away. So let's give that a shot. Again, if that's not clear, please let me know in the comments. I'll try and help ASAP. Okay, so what we need to do now is nothing. try this out, actually. Let's just select the weapon prefab, maybe the cotton candy gun. Its base damage should be 10. Okay. Let's select the character data and let's set the attack percent or increment to 0 so that we only have 10 for now. Okay, let's try this. Let's start the game. So this is cotton candy gun level 1 second, level 3. So level 4, but it's index 3. So we should have a damage of 10. This is the base damage of the weapon times 2. So it should be 20. Our damage should be 20. Let's select the wave manager to increase the wave duration really quickly. Select this weapon. Start the game, hit pause really quickly. Select the cotton candy gun and we have 13. Okay, 13. So I said that we needed to have 20, right? Why do we have 13? Let me do my math really quickly here. So 1 plus, it was level 3. 3 divided by 3 equals 1, 2. 2 times the stat value, which should be 10. Okay, so we are getting an error here. The attack is 10. Character data is 0 here for the attack. Okay. Okay, seems like it was only 1.3 here. Seems like the level was 1. Oh, interesting. Let's debug this really quickly here. What I'm gonna do, it seems like we are not taking the level into account here. Again, if you don't want to watch me debug this, make sure to skip to the end of the lesson. So let's open our upgrade to method and check if we've got the right level here. Debug.log weapon level, okay, plus level. Here we go. Configure stats. We can also check what level we have here, and we can also debug our damage. So let's write damage, boom, like so, plus damage. Here we go. All right. Should be good. So let's go back to Unity. You know what? I'm going to set the prefab default level to 0. Or I should actually hide it. I don't want to see it. So let's open our weapon here. Where is our level? Right here. Let's remove this attribute because we should not be able to set this value from the inspector. Same thing for the damage, but I want to be able to see it in the inspector right now. So let's keep it as is. Okay, let's hit play. Let's start the game. Oh, really cool. We have the same level here. So let's start the game. Weapon level 0. Oh, really interesting. Okay, weapon level 0. This is how you treat me. Okay. So let's open our weapon position here. Weapon level. Weapon level. This is the same one. Let's remove these 2 methods. They are bothering me. Let's remove this. Okay, so let's go back to our player weapons. So it seems like we are passing 0 right here. Okay. Okay. What's wrong here? Let's open or right click here and open the references. It should lead us to the weapon selection manager. Okay, this is where we set up our level. Initial weapon level here. If the state is game. So we are setting the level right here. What's wrong? Generate weapon container. Oh, okay. I see now. I got it. Okay. So right now, what's wrong is that we are setting the weapon level whenever we generate a weapon container. So if the first one is 3, the initial weapon level will be 3, but then we are initializing or spawning the second weapon container, and our initial weapon level will have that value. And same thing for the third. So we should only store this when we select a weapon right here. So it means that we need a reference to the level right here. So int level. And let's pass in here. Really cool. So now let's go back to Unity and we should be good. So let's exit the play mode and try this again. Oh, I love when there is bugs so that I can show you how to debug. I hope you got it. And if you don't like seeing me debug the code, please let me know. I'll cut these parts, but in my opinion, this is really important for you to know that you will have bugs and you will need to learn how to debug. So let's start the game. We have 2 examples. This is because we know we have now fixed the issue. Come on. Start, level 3. Really cool. Let's select our weapon here. 20. Awesome. Oh, I love it. Really nice. So now that we know how to provide the weapons to the player, in the next one, we are going to jump back to the weapon selection manager. And what I want to do is add or display the weapon stats inside of the container right here. We're actually going to make it prettier, I think. Yeah. Should we tackle UI and chill out a bit? Because there is nothing really complicated involved in this. So yeah, maybe we're going to chill out a bit because you've been coding a lot. Congratulations, well done. See you in the next one for some easy lectures. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to set up our weapon selection panel. So it's going to be UI heavy, but it's actually really simple. Come on. And all along the way, I'm going to explain things. I'm going to explain what I do. But of course, feel free to experiment and turn the UI into something new. Maybe add your own touch to it. Okay? Because now this is art. All right, so let's collapse our gameplay managers and develop our weapon selection here. Really cool. The first thing we want to add here is a background. So let's create a new UI panel. Here we go. Let's call it background. Perfect. I'm going to change the color, the texture actually to background. So the one I've created for this course. Let's set the alpha up to 1 and preserve the aspect. Really cool. So now we have a nice, beautiful panel that fits all of our screens here, right? It does feel, right? It does fill our screen here, right? Please. No need to worry here. By the way, if that's the first time we are dealing with a simulator, I honestly don't remember, but it's a really helpful tool here. It allows you to preview what the game will look like on different devices here, okay? So right now you can notice that it doesn't display really well. Our background here doesn't display really well on all devices. So what we're going to do is grab it up and set the bottom anchor to 1080, okay? So now it has disappeared because we need to stretch it on the width and set it to 1080. We are using the width here because our game is in landscape mode, okay? If we were in portrait mode, we would be using the height. So stretch the background along the height. Really cool. So now it should be good on almost every device. Yeah, seems correct. Awesome. So let's now tackle the title container at the top. Let's create our image. So UI image, let's call it title container. Here we go. Let's drop it just after the background and select the basic container image. So again, an image I've provided for free and I made it with my own little hands. We want to anchor it to the top and set it at -100, something like that. This can be 740. I'm using values that I've used in my course because I don't want to spend an eternity like tweaking values. So yeah, follow along and of course, again, experiment. So this should be something like 115 and the color of our container will be purple-ish. Okay, really nice. This one maybe? Yeah, this one is cool. All right, let's go on. I'm going to select the menu text, drop it as a child of the title container, stretch it and add a little bit of padding to the bottom. This is going to be weapon selection. Arial, we're going to use this same font here, but we don't want the outline and we don't want it to be as big as it is. So let's actually duplicate this or create another material here. I think I'm going to create another material. So let's call this one ARDBD normal, let's say. Yep, maybe something like that. So can we select the font here or not? The material, sorry. Here it is. We are now able to select this material because it has the same prefix as the font. If we called it Arial normal, it would not work. If we select the menu text again, try and select the material, we can't because it doesn't have the same prefix, the same font name. So let's use the font name with normal. Okay, let's go back to the menu text and we can now select our normal material. I've created another material because I don't want the text to be dilated and I don't want an outline. Okay, next I'm going to scale down the text. So maybe 20 and 60 here, something like that. Really cool. And the name will be weapon selection text. So maybe title text actually. Yeah, that's more relevant because we will be able to duplicate this and drop it inside of the game over, stage complete, and so on. Nice. Let's now configure the start button. So let's grab it, anchor it to the bottom right. Perfect. We are going to use the button base as the source image. Let's set it to -220. 130, 300, and 130. Here we go. This is the size that I've used in the course. To make the button prettier here, I've also used an outline. So we are going to add it, UI image. Let's call it outline. Here we go. We can drop it just before the text here. Let's select the outline. I think it was button outline, something like that. Button outline 0. Yep, seems like it's the one. So let's stretch it on the container, set the anchors to -3, -3, not this one. Oh, come on, -3, -3, -3. Here we go. Can we change the color? Yep, really cool. So we are going to select the same blue color and darken it a little bit. Something like that. Yeah, should be good. We can also add an overlay. So overlay, here we go. Let's search for the overlay. Here it is. Let's set the color to white, and it's really cool now. By the way, I'm just going to change the color of the outline. I don't like it that much. Yeah, this one is actually better. A little bit darker. Nice. For the text, I'm going to write go like so, and use and change the anchors, maybe 20 and 20 to the left and the right. We can use Helvetica or our Arial rounded, this one, maybe the one with the outline. What we can do is also change the material to select the one without the outline, and the font size should be good. Perfect. So now that our button is correctly configured, what we can do is actually turn it into a prefab because we are going to use it multiple times. So let's grab it and drop it here. What we can do is rename it basic button or button prefab. No callback here. That is pretty good. We still have it there. Nice. I love it. Okay, so now we will be able to duplicate this one and reuse it for our wave transition or shop or stage complete and so on. That is really cool. Let's now tackle our weapon selection containers. Weapon selection container, yeah, so this is the parent. I'm just going to set this one to -50 because it should not touch the weapon selection here. We can zoom in, by the way. Here we go. Let's maybe drag it up, make it less wide. So 1100, here we go. We can remove the paddings, set the spacing to 50, and we should be good. That way it will look nice on all devices. Like this one, we can actually give it a color to better visualize it. So image, here we go. We can set the color to red. Here it is on a small screen, on a bigger one. Yep, this is decent. We can actually bring it down a little bit more, maybe. Yeah, somewhere around here. Let's try the 12 mini. Okay, Google 5, and so on. I invite you to test devices. Yeah, the Z Fold, for instance, is really weird because it's really tall and, you know, So you either make sacrifices here or you can write some lines of code, check if you have a weird aspect ratio and scale it accordingly, like so, maybe. Yeah, it can be possible. If you're interested in this, please let me know and we might tackle this in a further lesson. So let's jump back to our iPhone 12 Pro Max, okay? And if you want, by the way, you can install additional devices. This is really cool, but, well, you can do it. So let's remove the image. We don't need it anymore. Let's remove the canvas renderer. And as an example, let's grab the weapon selection container here. I'm going to duplicate it twice so that we actually can spot them. Let's change its color to better see it. So let's use maybe this red. Okay, really cool. And I think that we are actually going to jump to the next lesson here because I want to explain something kind of important when dealing with UI. As to know, layouts. How you can actually master vertical and horizontal layout groups. So yeah, I think it's best to jump to the next one. So see you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle something really important when dealing with UIs. As to know, layouts. And more specifically, we are going to tackle vertical layout groups here. Okay, so our selection container here, the weapon selection container, should contain 3 sections. One for the icon, one for the name of the weapon, and one for the stats. Okay, so it definitely means that we need a vertical layout group. So what we are going to do first is right-click and create a new UI image. This is going to be our vertical layout. Here we go. Our icon and name texts will be children of the vertical layout. So let's grab it and drop them here. And we can't restructure the prefab instance, of course. So let's cancel this and unpack the prefab. I don't like editing in prefab mode. This is a personal choice, of course, but I advise you to do the same here. All right, so our vertical layout should occupy the whole space, so we definitely need to stretch it. And let's make the container a little bit transparent. Maybe we can hide it actually now. You can actually have vertical layouts without images. So let's remove the image and remove the canvas renderer. Really cool. We are going to add the vertical layout group component. And inside of here, we want to align them with the middle center and control the width and height. Let's now create 3 sections. So one for the icon, another for the name, and another for the stats. So we can actually create an empty game object, call it icon container or icon section, you can name it. Let's duplicate it. Let's call this one name section and another one for the stats section. Really cool. For now, I'm going to add the image, but I'm going to remove it later on, of course. Now I just want to show you that we can color them to better visualize our sections. Yeah, this is actually way easier to visualize like so. So yeah, right now, our 3 sections have the same size. So if we resize our button or vertical layout, let's actually resize the whole container. They will always occupy the same space. They will have the same height. To manage this, what we can do is select our 3 sections and add a layout element component. This will help us set up a preferred height here. So let's tick this, and we can notice that we can increase or decrease it. But right now we are increasing or decreasing the value for our 3 elements here. This is where you should focus here. Let's imagine that our vertical layout has a height of 1000. Okay, this will be really easy to understand. We want the icon section to occupy 30% of the container. So what we will do is write .3, so 30% times 1000. Okay, this is good. We now want the name section to occupy 20% of it. So .2 times 1000. And the rest of it will be 2, 20, 50%. So 500. Okay. So this is how you can easily lay out your elements. Got it? Like so. You see, it's always having the same or keeping the same ratio, which is really important and really useful when you want to set up a specific layout. All right. Now that you know this, let's go on. What we are going to do next is select our sections and remove the image. It's not relevant anymore. We are now going to select the icon section and create a new image like so, which we are going to call mask. And this is going to be helpful when masking our scrolling texture, so the background of our weapon icon. Let's stretch it. Really cool. We can use the basic container, this one, and we are going to use or add a mask component. Here we go. But we don't want to show the mask graphic. That way, when we are going to add our scrolling texture, so let's add a basic one, maybe this one, it's going to be masked. Okay, so let's move it up. You see, it doesn't display outside of the container here. And you can actually select the mask here, show the mask graphic, and notice that it stays inside of it. Cool. So let's rename this one scrolling texture. We're going to add it later, of course. For now, let's just call it scrolling texture and maybe we can center it. Yeah. Preserve the aspect. No, it's going to bother us because we are going to add the icon now. So let's actually disable it. Okay. Now we can duplicate this boy, make it or turn it into a child of the icon section because this is going to be our icon. So let's call it weapon icon. Here we go. Let's select our source image. So let's choose the Boeing maybe. Yep. Where is it? Here it is. We are going to rotate it by 30 degrees and maybe center it instead of stretching it. Let's move it up by 20 pixels and give it a size of 150 by 150. Here we go. We can now remove our other weapon icon. We can grab our weapon name text and drop it as a child of the name section here. Let's change its color to white. We can change the font to Arial without an outline, please. Yeah, this one seems pretty cool. And we're going to stretch it on the container, add a little bit of padding, maybe 10 pixels. Here we go. And we should be good to go. By the way, we are going to select the name section and add an image component because I want to turn it white. Cool. Let's select our weapon name text. And for now, it's actually not going to be white, but the color of the container. Yeah, here we go. We are getting there. We only need to add the stats section here. And it feels like it's too small, so I'm going to increase it to 600. Okay. Yeah, this is already way better, but this one, 200, 300. Let's set this one to 200 maybe. Yeah, so that we have the weapon at the top, maybe 250. Yeah, we can actually scale that. The total doesn't need to be 1000, but the closer you get, the better the layout, okay? And really quickly, let's select our weapon icon and add a little bit of shadow here. Let's move it down so that we can better see it. 0 for the X effect distance. And yeah, this is way better. Cool. Maybe we can actually scale it up. 1.2, 1.2. Yep, this is nice. Let's try it on other devices. Yep. Cool, nice. Yep, I think we're good to go. Really cool. So in the next one, let's tackle the stats section right here. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to set up our stats. Really cool. So we've got our stats section right here. We are going to have multiple stats, and depending on the weapon here, we might have multiple stats. So I think it's a good option to actually store our stats in a scroll view so that the player can scroll down and see all of the stats. We also might have small screens, so it's again a good choice to use a scroll view. All right, so for that I'm going to right click, select UI, scroll view, perfect. Let's stretch it on the container. And I hate seeing the scroll bars if you don't know me. So what we're going to do is remove the scroll bars. Here we go. If you want to keep the vertical scroll bar, feel free to do so. I'm going to remove the image here and set this as transparent. Here we go. Let's select the viewport and make sure that it occupies the whole space. So the right anchor should be 0. And by the way, let's select our scroll view because I forgot something here. We need to uncheck the horizontal checkbox here because our scroll view will only be vertical. Let's remove the scroll bars from here, select our content, and what we can already do is add a content size filter. So content size filter. It will set up our content height for us. So let's select preferred size. Here we go. Now it will actually check how many children it has, what their height is, and configure the height accordingly. Okay. We also want to add a vertical layout group to our content because we want to actually lay out our stat containers, of course. Let's now create our first stat container and we can come back to these settings right here. Like so. Okay, cool. Let's right click, UI, image. Let's call it stat container. Here we go. And right away, we can notice that it is not stretched on the horizontal axis. So we are going to select the content and check the width checkbox to allow the content to control the width of our stat container. Okay. We are going to set up the height manually. Let's set it to 50. Perfect. I'm going to press F in the scene view to better see my thingy here, the scroll view. And we can start setting up our first stat container. So let's add 3 sections. Create empty. This is going to be the icon section. We're going to have the stat name section. And we are also going to have the stat value section. Here we go. And as we've done previously, we are going to set up a horizontal layout group now, not a vertical one. So horizontal layout group. Let's allow it to control the width and the height of our elements and center them. Okay. So let's grab all of these, add an image. We can change the color maybe to something greenish for this one. This one can be bluish and this one pinkish. Purplish actually. I'm going to hide the grid to better spot them. Here we go. So as you know, our 3 sections here will need a layout element component. And instead of checking preferred height, we are going to check preferred width. Here we go. Let's now set up our factors here. So let's set 200 for the icon section. The stat name section should be something like 600. And this one can also be 200. So 200, 200, 400, 600, 1000. Perfect. Cool. So we are now done with this. What we can do now is add an icon to our icon section. So I'm just going to duplicate it, drop it here, remove the layout element, and we already have an image. So I'm just going to anchor it or stretch it on the icon section. Let's rename it icon. Here we go. I'm going to select a random icon. So maybe attack here. Yep, this one. Really cool. Let's change the color, preserve the aspect, and add some padding. So 5, 2, 5, 2. Here we go. Really nice. So let's now set up our texts. What we can do here is either create a new UI Text Mesh Pro or reuse one that we've used previously. Or what we can do is add the Text Mesh Pro component to this. So we can remove the image and we're going to add the Text Mesh Pro UI. Here we go. Perfect. We can simply copy the values that we had previously. So let's select the weapon name text. I'm going to copy this, copy component, paste it here, right here, paste component values. Here we go. But we are going to edit these, of course. So first off, let's write attack. Here we go. Then we want to make it a little bit smaller. So maybe between 18 and 20, something like that, or maybe 25 at max, or let's say 30. Yeah, something like that. You're free to choose whatever size you want here. I'm going to set a vertex color white and align it to the left. Okay, so this is one thing. We can now select our, I think it was the stats section. Nope, the stats container, and turn it transparent. Perfect. I'm also going to change the color of the icon section here, like so, and here we go. This is already looking way better. So let's now do the same thing for the stat value. I'm going to select this Text Mesh Pro, copy component, open in this one, remove the image, remove component, and add the component as new. Here we go. Let's set a value of, I don't know, maybe 50, and align it to the right. Really cool. So we can now add a little bit of padding to our content right here. Let's say 10, 10, 20, 20. Nice. Let's try and duplicate our stat container a bunch of time. Okay. Maybe we can actually hit play to try this out. Okay, let's start the game. Here we go. Of course, we haven't saved the container. Come on, I forgot that. So here is our container. Let's collapse this, select this boy, and I'm going to drag this one, drop it here to replace it. Here we go. Let's now click play. All of our containers have been reset, of course. So let's go on. Okay, object reference not set to an instance of an object. Cool. What's wrong here? Let's select the container. And did we miss something? Oh, the icon here. Of course, we need to set up our weapon icon. So here it is. Sorry, forgot that. Let's apply all of the changes. We can actually keep them because we do clear them at start. All right, so let's go on. Yeah, really nice. The boink candy gun. This is already looking way better than expected. Cool. So in the next one, let's learn how we can actually set these up. So we are going to turn the stat container into a prefab and instantiate as many of these as we want. And not as we want, but as many stats the weapon has. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to tackle the stat containers. Really nice. But just before that, what I want to do is select the weapon name text right here and change the size here because it was weird. We had the boink in big letters, so it was a big size, and the cotton candy gun was not. So you see, it's going to be kind of weird. So instead, what we want to do is set this to, let's say, between 20 and 30 so that they actually have kind of the same size. Let's apply the settings here. Boom. And yep, let's try with the boink. Yeah, this is decent. You can actually decide to increase this a little bit, but when having the cotton candy gun, yeah, it's actually going to be weird. Maybe we can do something like that. Yeah, later on we can check if we have 2 words or more than 2 words, we can go to the line, okay? Please remind me if I forget. Okay, so let's tackle our stat container now. What I'm going to do is turn it into a prefab. So I'm going to grab this boy and drop it here. Oh, we should open the prefab. So let's unpack this prefab first. Unpack, grab this one, drop it here, and we're good to go. By the way, I'm going to remove all of these. Nice. And maybe we can rename this one content stat containers parent. Really cool. Okay, so this boy is now a prefab. Let's give it a width of 300 maybe. Here we go. Cool. And what we're going to do is create a script that will manage this display. You now know that it's way easier to have a script that manages 3-4 things and then have a big manager that manages these small managers, right? I hope this is clear. So let's open our UI folder here, right click, create a C# script, stat container. Here we go. Let's now grab it and attach it. Here we go. Let's open it. This stat container will need to manage the icon, the stat name, and the value. So we will definitely need two libraries using Unity Engine.ui, using TM Pro. Here we go. Let's add the elements header. So I'm going to rush because you know how to do this. Serialized field, private image, stat image, serialized field, private text mesh pro UGUI. This is going to be the stat text and another one for the stat value text. Really cool. So now let's add a way to configure this boy. Public void configure. We will definitely need a sprite icon, string stat name, and string value, or maybe stat value, stat value string. Oh, stat value, yeah, that's actually decent. And later on, we will also have an integer or a color to know if this is a positive stat or a negative stat. So if it's green or red, okay? So right now, let's simply write stat.image.sprite equals icon, stat text.text equals stat name, and stat value text equals stat value. Here we go. Nice. So we now have a way to configure our stat container. Let's go back to Unity and reference the elements that we've set up. Okay, one sec. Here we go. Let's grab the icon, the name, and the value. And these are not sections anymore. These are texts now. So text and text. Really cool. So now what we're going to do is configure these whenever we instantiate our weapon selection container. Okay, so let's open the weapon selection container. Where is it? I think it's still in the script here, weapon selection manager, but we should have the container right here. Boom, really nice. And the first thing we will need is a reference to the stat container parent, stat container's parent, yep. So maybe we can add it right here, maybe stats, yep. Serialized field, private transform, oh come on, transform, stat containers parent. We will also definitely need a reference to the stat container prefab. So stat container prefab, here we go. And when configuring our thingy here, the container, what we can do is pass in a reference to the weapon data, okay? Because we will need it to spawn or to instantiate the containers here. So let's add a reference to it. Weapon data SO, let's call it weapon data, okay? Of course, we are going to have an error in the weapon selection manager, but it doesn't matter for now. Let's add a reference to our data. So stats, maybe we can drop it somewhere around here, private weapon data SO weapon data. And I'm storing it, or I'm going to cache it because we need to use it in another function. This is one way. Or after configuring with the sprite name, level, and so on, what we can do is call the configure stat containers. Yep, something like that. So right now I'm going to do this, but this is not the final way we're going to use, okay? This is not the definitive code here. In the next lesson, we are actually going to create a stat container manager that will be responsible for spawning or instantiating these stat containers wherever we want, because we will definitely have them in multiple places. In the weapon selection container, in the stat display panel, in the shop item container or item shop container, something like that, in the inventory. So there are many places. And if we use this logic, it means that we will need to use the same logic for all of our containers. And this is definitely a bad design choice because it will create so many duplicates. Okay, so let's pass in our weapon data. Here we go. What we can do is actually, let's remove it from here and create this method. Private void this. Let's use our weapon data. Here we go. And in here, we can actually spawn as many stat containers as we have stats in our weapon data. So what do we want to do in here? We want to create a stat container for each of our weapon stats. And if you're thinking a little bit about it, you can already notice an issue here because our weapon data SO does contain the base stats. And in our case, we are actually, where is our boy here? We're actually using a level here to level up the weapon. So this is already wrong. We are going to use the base stats instead of using the calculated stats that we have here inside of the weapon script. Again, this is why this is a really good option to have a weapon stats calculator or something like that, like I've told you in a previous lesson. But don't worry, we're going to add that later. Okay, so let's go back here and configure our stat containers. So for each key value pair of stat float, let's call it KVP in weapon data.base stats. What we're going to do is create a new stat container. So instantiate stat container prefab under the stat containers parent. Here we go. This will return a stat container. We can cache that stat container. Let's call it instance, container instance, actually. Container instance. This is better. We can call the configure method to configure that container. So container instance.configure. We will need an icon. Come on. So we need to have a way to grab the icon depending on the stat. So again, it means that we will need a container or a static class that is responsible for returning the icon depending on the stat. Let's add it later. For now, we can simply add an icon at the top here. So private sprite, let's call it stat icon. We could have used null as an icon just for testing purposes, but yeah, stat icon, here we go. The stat name will be kvp.key.toString, let's say, okay? Or we can actually format this because the key is a stat. If we use the toString extension, we will have the issue we had previously, remember? Like when we had no spaces between the words of our stat. So we can use the enums.format_stat_name kvp.key. Here is one. And we also need the stat value, so kvp.value. Here we go. Again, it needs to be a string. We can format that later, but for now, let's just use the extension method. And we should be good to go. Yep, should be nice. Later on, we are actually going to pass in the color of the stat because we might have negative values here, okay? We should be nice. Yeah, let's go on. Okay, we have an error here because we need to pass in the weapon data, of course. So let's pass in the weapon data. Cool. And our weapon data already contains the sprite and the name, so we could refactor this. Let's do that later on. So let's go back to Unity. Let's make sure everything is configured properly. So the stat container is okay. Our weapon selection container, let's select it. I think we need to specify stuff in here. Yep, definitely. So we are going to open it and specify the stat section viewport content here. Yep, this is the parent of our content. We can remove these or add a way to remove these dynamically by code. Let's do this. This is the parent. We need the prefab, so stat container. We need a random icon. Let's use, I don't know, maybe attack speed. Yeah, here we go. And we can now hit play, I guess. Please work, please. Let's start the game. Really cool. Awesome. So it's now displaying 10.2.5.1.5.4. Of course, we are using the same icon for now because we don't have the icon manager yet. But we can already display all of the stats of our weapon, the base stats at least. You see the issue here? These two do not have the same level, but they have the same stats. This is wrong. So in the next one, what we are going to do is add the weapon stats calculator. This will already make our values more relevant here. Then we can add the stat icon container or manager or something. So yeah, we are getting there. Well done. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add a way to grab our stat icon because remember, in the previous one, we were using the attack speed icon for all of our stats right here. Okay, so let's tackle this right away. Cool. The first thing I want to do here is to create a resource manager. So let's right click, maybe inside of the managers folder, right click, create a new C# script, and call it resources manager. Here we go. I'm going to leave a link to this documentation in as a resource here, but basically what you need to know is that if you create a resources folder, you can access all of the content of that folder using the resources.load method. Okay, I don't know if we say resources or resources, but yeah, one sec.
Resource. Resource.
Resource. Okay, resource. Okay, so with a Z, perfect. Let's go on. So let's open this script, and we are not going to attach this script to any game object. Why? Because this is going to be a static class. Okay, so let's turn this one into a static class. So let's remove the mono behavior implementation, remove this. And what we're going to do is add a path to our stat icons folder. So constant string stat icon data path, let's say stat icons data path will be equals to something like resources slash data slash stat icons. So let's simply write data slash stat icons. Why? Because when looking or loading the resources, it's actually already looking for a resources folder. So inside of the resources folder, we are going to create the data folder and then the stat icons folder. Okay. So let's now add a way to grab the stat icon. So public static sprite, it should return a sprite. So get stat icon, and we are going to pass a stat as an argument. So stat. Here we go. Right now, there are multiple ways we could do this. You could have your icons with your actual stat name. So you would need to make sure that there is no typo in your icon names. This is a way of doing things, but I don't like it because this is prone to errors. One way I've decided to do it is by, again, using scriptable objects. So we are basically going to create a scriptable object that holds all of our icons. We can then grab these inside of the resources manager. Okay, so let's create it really quickly. We can go back to Unity. I'm going to open the scriptable objects folder, right click, create a new C# script, and call it stat icon data. So stat icon data, SO, of course. We can already open it and turn it into a scriptable object. So scriptable object, like so, create asset menu. File name will be stat icons. Menu name will be scriptable objects / stat icons or stat icon data, and the order will be 0. Okay, here we go. So we can remove these two methods from here. And to store our stat icons, what we're going to do is create a structure. So system.serializable public struct stat icon. And our stat icon will contain a stat with an icon. Here we go. We could have used dictionaries in here, but I want variation and I want to be able to switch or change them from the inspector. Right now, if we use a dictionary, we won't be able to access them. So inside of here, I can add a field, serialized field, public stat icon array, and call it stat icons. Here we go. This is going to be a property. So get private set. That way we can grab it from the resources manager. Okay. And just before that, I'm just going to return null here. Let's return null so that we can set up our stat icon data. So let's go back to Unity. Open our data. Yeah, data folder. No, not data. We need to drop this into our resources. So let's create a new folder. Like though, let's call it resources. Here we go. Let's right click, create a new folder. Let's call it data, because we've set up our stat icons data path to data / stat icons. So let's go back to Unity and open the data folder and create a new stat icons scriptable object. Really cool. And in here, we can set up our thingies. So let's set up the attack first. We already have the stat. So let's just grab the icon. Here we go. Oh, this is attack speed. Come on. So let's set up the attack. Here we go. Let's set up the second one. This is going to be the attack speed. So let's write attack speed. And we will do the same thing for all of our icons and all of our stats, actually. And it will make for a really good place to store all of our stat icons. So let me time-lapse this. Okay, seems that it is good now. Perfect. All of our stats have been set up. Yep. So let's now go on. We can open our resources manager again. And inside of here, what we're going to do is grab or load these resources here. So let's write stat icon data so. Let's call it stat icon data, or maybe simply data equals resources dot load of type stat icon data and at path stat icon data path. Okay, and this is now our stat icons data. But it means that every time we need to grab an icon, we are going to load the resources. This is definitely not the best thing to do here because loading from the resources is not the most performant thing to do. So instead, what we're going to do is cache all of our icon data once when we start the game or the first time we grab a stat icon. And for that, we're going to write private static stat icon array. Let's call it stat icons. Here we go. And we can check if our stat icons equals null, then we are going to store it. So let's grab this from here and stat icons equals data dot stat icons. Perfect. This will ensure that we don't load the stat icons twice. Okay. Then what we're going to do is loop through all of our stat icons and check for the stat. So for each, let's call it stat icon in stat icons. What we're going to do is check if stat equals stat icons, stat icon, yeah, dot stat. Then we want to return stat icon dot icon. Here we go. As simple as it gets. Otherwise, we can return null, but before returning null, we should debug something. So debug.log error, no icon found for stat icon, or maybe just stat actually, yeah, like so. And by the way, this is a really good practice that you should actually use. When you should return something and you're returning null, make sure to add a debug.log error so that when you have that error, you know where it comes from. Okay, so we now have a way to grab our stat icon. This is really nice. What we are going to do is jump back to our weapon selection container. Yeah, right here. Oh, no breakpoint, please. Thank you. And configure our container with that icon. So we can write resources dot get stat icon. Oh, why can't I call it? Oh, resources manager, sorry. So resources manager dot get stat icon with the stat weapon data, kvp.stat, sorry, kvp.key instead. The key is actually our stat. Really cool. So this is a mess. I don't like it. So what I'm going to do is write sprite stat icon equals this. So let's grab it, drop it here. Or we can actually call it icon. Yep. We can now pass it here, icon. We also need the stat name, string stat name equals this. Yeah, we need to make our code a little bit prettier from time to time. Stat name. And finally, string stat value will be equals to this.
Boom. Stat value. Perfect.
What's wrong here? Nothing. So let's try this out. All right, let's check if we need to specify something here. Weapon selection container. Yep, these ones are not set up correctly. But what about these ones? Boom. Everything is set up correctly here, so we can hit play. I guess. I hope. I think. Let's go on, please. Please work. Boom. Really cool. Attack speed, critical chance, critical percent, and range. Nice. I love it. Oh, come on. This was definitely a tough ride, but we got there. You've learned so much. You've learned about the resources, scriptable objects, so many things. I really hope you're enjoying this course as much as I'm having pain recording the sessions. I'm gonna turn crazy. Anyway, in the next one, we will do 3 things. The first one will be to actually offset the creation of the stat containers. And we will also add some logic to resize all of the texts for them to have the same size. Because right now, this one has a size of, let's check it out, 28. This one has a size of 30. This one is 24. This is really not professional here. So yeah, let's fix that. And next, what I want to do is also change the color of our text depending on the color of the container. So this one, for instance, should be pinkish or purplish. This one should be orange. And same thing for this one, okay? So in the next one, let's tackle these 3 points. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to offset or delegate the creation of our stat containers. And more specifically, we are going to create a stat container manager. Because again, right now we are creating the containers in our weapon selection container, but we are going to create them or instantiate them in so many other places. So it's a good practice to do so. All right. So let's open our scripts folder. We can open the managers folder, let's say, because this class is going to be, it's not going to be static, but it's going to be a singleton. So we can consider it as a manager or maybe inside of the UI actually. Okay. So let's right click, create a new C# script and call it stat container manager, or maybe stat containers manager. No, I should have called it stat container manager. I'm going to change that. Let's open it. Boom. Let's hit Ctrl R twice and rename it like so. Go back to Unity. It's going to compile and we can add it to a game object. So let's open the managers game object, right click, create a new empty game object, stat container manager. Let's drop it here and open it. Perfect. So the first thing this boy will need is a reference to the stat container, of course, the prefab. So CLIS field, private. Stat container prefab, let's say, or maybe just stat container. Let's add a header just to make our code more beautiful. Here we go. Then we will need an instance. So public static stat container manager instance. If we have an instance, of course, we need to initialize that instance. So awake, initialize the instance. Here we go. Perfect. And now that the boilerplate code is set up, let's tackle the real thing. So we are just going to remove the start and update method and check our weapon selection container because this is the one spawning the containers right now. What we can do is grab these lines of code, okay? Cut them and open our, where is our boy stat container manager? Inside of here, we're going to create a new private void generate containers. Our generate containers method here will actually need 2 things. So a dictionary of stats, the one that we are usually using. So dictionary of stat float. Okay. Let's call it key value pairs or key value pairs or maybe stat dictionary. And it will also need a parent where to spawn these. So transform parent. Here we go. Let's actually paste the lines right here. We can comment them for now because they will have errors. And because our method is private right now, we won't be able to call it. What I'm going to show you here is that you can create a static method inside of this class and make the static method call the private method here. This will make our code a little bit more beautiful because we will be able to call right here stat container manager dot generate stat containers by passing in our weapon data dot base stats. Later on, we will use the weapon stats calculator, of course, and the parent here, the parent that we've set up right here. So stat containers parent. Perfect. And by the way, we don't need the container prefab anymore here because this boy will manage them. Let's now create this static method. By the way, really quickly, what you could have done is also call the instance.generate stat containers and turn this one into a public method. But I wanted to show you multiple ways of doing the same thing. Come on, you're here to learn. So let's remove the instance here. Okay, let's copy this name class, go back to our stat container and create a new public static void. Yeah, of course, generate stat containers with the dictionary and the transform. Here we go. Like so. Boom, here we go. And we can call instance.generate containers with these two thingies. So stat dictionary and parent. Perfect. So this is now way prettier, right? This is basically what is used by lintwin. When you call lintwin.scale, you're calling a method inside of the lintwin library, and it is static. When you call debug.log, let me show you a debug here. Log error. If we click, we can notice that it is a static method, okay? And yeah, this is basically the case for all of the methods that you call inside of static classes. Cool. So let's go on and open our stat container manager. We can uncomment these lines. Perfect. And we can actually implement the values here. So let's grab the stat dictionary instead of the weapon data.base stats. Cool. The prefab here will be the stat container and the parent will be parent. As simple as it gets. And just like that, we've offset all of the creation of our stat containers into its own class so that we can reuse it multiple times. Let's go back to Unity now. Let's reference our stat container. So let's lock it, prefabs, UI, stat container. And I think that we're good to go. So let's unlock the inspector. Bim, bam, boom, stat containers, parent, stat icon. We can remove the stat icon actually. We are not using it anymore. It was just for testing purposes. So let's remove it from here. No error. No. And while we're here, we can also change the color of our name text here. So name text.color equals image color to hit two birds with one stone. Why would you hit two birds with one stone? Let the birds live, come on. Let's hit play. Let's maximize this one a little bit. Start game, and this is working. Really cool. Really working as before. We've got the text also that has changed in color. So this is really cool. And we've now offset the creation of our stat containers. Nice. So actually in the next one, let's learn how we can normalize the font sizes here. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to resize all of our stat texts just to make it look more professional and more polished. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is open our stat container manager, because this is the one that is responsible for spawning the stat containers, right? And right after instantiating them, what we want to do is resize them. So let's call the resize texts method with the parent of the text. So parent, here we go. Private void resize texts with the transform parent. This is the first step. Next, what we want to do is to look for the smallest font or the smallest text, the one that has the smallest font size. Okay, so we need to look through all of them. This is compulsory. So let's first set up a minimum size. Float minimum font size will be 5,000. It needs to be really high, like we've done when detecting the closest enemy. Remember, we set up a really high value, then loop through all of the elements and search for the smallest one. So for I from 0 to parent.child count. Child count. Here we go. What we want to do is first grab this stat container. And by the way, again, this is one way of doing things. And another way would have been to store all of the container instances inside of a list. So let's say list of stat containers, right? Let's call it stat containers list. Stat containers equals new list of this. Then you can add every container instance. So let's add it. Container instance whenever you create it. And what you can do after that is pass in the list to the resize texts method. That way you guarantee that you're passing stat containers and that children's right here do have a stat container script. this is actually a way better way of doing things. So yeah, let's use this one. At least you now know 2 ways of doing it. Really cool. So let's change the type of our argument right here. This is a stat containers list. Perfect. So let's use it here. Let's use count instead of length or child count. Here we go. Let's store the stat container. So stat container, let's call it stat container equals stat containers at index I. And we now need to grab the font size of the stat name of the stat container. So stat container dot get font size, let's say. We can store this. Float font size equals this. Let's add a way to grab the font size now. So let's open our stat container class, public float get font size. And inside of here, we simply want to return the font size of the stat text. So return stat text dot font size. Really cool. Let's now go back to our stat container manager. Here we go. And we want to compare this font size with the minimum font size. So if the font size is less than the minimum, it means that this one or this stat container has the smallest font size. So minimum font size equals font size, just to set up our new minimum. So no need to have the curly brackets here, like so, perfect. And after the loop is complete, we are sure that, let's add a comment actually. At this point, we have the min font size setup. So we just need to set this font size for all of the stat name texts. Okay. So let's create another loop. Ray, come on. For I from 0 to stat containers dot count. What we want to do is call the stat containers at index I dot, let's say, set font size to set the font size. Set font size. And in here, we are going to pass in the minimum. So let's remove these. Okay. And create this method that will configure the stat text. So let's open our stat container, public void, set font size, float font size. Perfect. And in here, both our stat text and stat value text will have the same font. Again, you can decide to have different font size for for these two. Sorry, it's a choice. Again, it's a design choice. You can decide to do so. So stat text dot font size equals font size. Oh, come on, font size. And then we can change the value. So stat value text dot font size equals font size. Really cool. I think we are good to go. So let's try this out. And normally we should have an error, but not an error, but it should not work. Let's try it. Let's start the game. And it's not working. Let's check it out. So this one has a font size of 28. And this one has 25. This one has 30. So what happens here? Well, we've just created our elements, and these are UI elements. Usually when dealing with the UI in Unity, you want to wait for a little bit before manipulating the values or stuff dynamically, okay? So we are not going to call our resize texts method right away. Instead, we are going to wait for, let's say, just a little bit because we are displaying them, so we need to change them right away, right? Another way you could have hidden this is by resizing the texts first and then changing the stat name or the stat and the stat value actually. Okay, so let's do this. We are going to call lean_tween dot delay call, and let's say after 2 frames, so time dot delta time times 2, we can call this method, so lambda expression, and we are good to go. Let's just add a closing parenthesis. Nice. Let's now jump back to Unity and check it out. Okay, hurry up, please. Thank you. Let's try this. Boom. And of course, I've made a small mistake. Instead, what we want to do is set the maximum size here. So let's open our container, and this should be font max size. So font size max, yeah, this one. You can actually set up the font size max and font size minimum, but this one should be enough. Okay, let's try this out again. All right, let's go on. Boom. And here we go. This is now way better. So if we select this one, we can notice that it is 24.8. What about this one? 24.8, 24.8, and so on. And it's even way more pleasant to the eye now. You see? Like you can notice the same font size for all of the elements and everything is aligned correctly. I honestly really took some time when making the course so that I can achieve this result. So I really hope you're enjoying this. As a really quick exercise, what you can do is change the formatting for the value. And I'm going to do this right away, okay? So pause the video, do it, and then continue the video. Okay. So let's open our stat container manager. And in here, when passing the value, we are going to pass stat value .toString formatted F2. Okay? Yep, should be good. So let's try this out really quickly. And again, it's a design choice. So if you don't want, don't do it. Come on. So let's start the game. Yeah, this is definitely better in my opinion. Cool. Ah, love it. So we need to apply the same settings for all of our other panels now. The same layouts, kinda. Okay? But in the next one, we still need to add the weapon stat calculator. Okay? See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, to wrap up our weapon selection panel and so many other things, actually, we are going to create our weapon stats calculator. Okay, so let's open our scripts folder, weapons, right-click, create a new C# script, weapon stats calculator. Here we go. And this one will actually be static, so no need to add it to any game object. All right, let's open it. Here we go. So let's turn it into a static class. Let's remove mono behavior, remove start, and update. Cool. So inside of here, first off, we want to return a dictionary of stat float, like we are used to do with the base stats and so on. So public static dictionary of stat float. Let's call it get stats. Here we go. And inside of here, we will definitely need two things. So the first thing is the base weapon stats to do the calculation. So let's grab the weapon data instead. Weapon data. And we also need the level, int level. That way we can do the calculation that we've done inside of the weapon script right here. Remember, when configuring the stats here. So we are basically going to do the same thing. So let's grab this one, copy it, paste it inside of the weapon stats calculator. I'm actually going to dock it on the right. Here we go. Maybe can I... I'm not sure that you will be able to see everything here. So yeah, instead I'm not going to dock it actually. Let's drop it here. So let's set up our multiplier first. Cool. And what we want to do in here is loop through all of our weapon data.base stats and increment them. Okay. So let's create a dictionary here. Dictionary of stat float. Let's call it calculated stats. Equals new dictionary of stat float. Then for each KVP, so key value pair of stat float inside, let's call it KVP, inside of our weapon data.base stats, what we want to do is add a new calculated stats. So calculated stats.add a new key value pair. So kvp.stat. So this is the key. And for the value, we are going to use kvp.value times multiplier, as simple as it gets. This is basically what we've done inside of the weapon class, remember? Except for the attack delay that we divided the attack speed here, but we actually multiply the attack speed, multiply the attack, multiply the critical chance, and so on. Got it? The only difference here is that we must not edit the range if this is not a range weapon. So let's go back here. So we are going to add a condition here. If our weapon data.prefab.getType equals type of range weapon, is that what we've written right here? Let me just check. I'm actually going to grab this one and drop it here. Yeah, that's actually the same one. So really cool. So if the prefab is a range weapon, bim bam boom. Oh, no. So this is part of the condition we want to use. Not this. because if we do it, we are only going to edit the range weapon values. This is not what we want. We want to skip this if this is not a range weapon and if the stat we are checking is range. So if this is not a range weapon and kvp dot key equals range, where is range? Here we go. So if we are checking the range and this is a melee weapon, jump, skip. We want to skip this part. We don't want to increase it or edit it. Okay, so let's remove these and we can return our dictionary. So calculated stats. Here we go. We can now jump back to our weapon script right here. And instead of doing the calculation, we can grab our dictionary. So dictionary of stat float, let's call it calculated stats equals weapon stats calculator. We need to pass in, oh, by the way, dot get stats. We need to pass in the weapon data. Here it is. And we also need to pass in the level. Perfect. So now we can grab everything that we need from this dictionary. So let's remove this. Let's remove this. The damage will be equals to our calculated stats. Mathf.round the calculated stats with the key stat.attack. Here we go. Same thing for the other ones. We can actually keep this debug line so that we can check if it's working properly. But I'm going to grab this. Actually, what I can do is grab this, drop it here, here, finally here, and boom, boom, boom. We're already changing the weapon, so range will be this without the condition here. Okay, so let's add a closing bracket. Copy it, remove this, remove this, remove this, and this. Are we good to go? We can remove the parentheses here. Here we go. Let's make it a little bit more prettier. Perfect. Maybe a little bit better. Here we go. And I'm going to debug after calculating everything, of course. Okay, really cool. Oh, our code is now way more beautiful. I love it. Perfect. So let's try this for the configured stats, but we also need to edit our weapon selection container, right? Where do we generate the thingies here? Right here, we pass in the base stats. We need to pass in the calculated stats, not the base ones. We pass in the weapon data. Instead, what we can do is pass in a dictionary that we're going to grab. So a dictionary of stat float calculated stats equals weapon stat calculator dot get stats with the weapon data and the level. Perfect. We can pass this boy right here. So it means that we are going to grab a dictionary inside of here. These are the calculated stats, and we can pass them inside of the generate containers method. Really cool. So let's give this a shot. Okay. Boom. Are we good? I don't think we need to specify anything here. So let's try this. All right, let's give it a shot. Boom, nothing. Okay, so we definitely have something wrong here. Okay, what's wrong? In the next one, let's debug this. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to debug this bug or exterminate this bug. Okay, so let's open our Visual Studio here, our script. Again, if you don't want to watch me debug, please jump to the end of the video. You're going to find the solution. So now what we're going to do is check if we are actually setting this up. So let's debug something inside of here. Debug.log, calculated stats.count. Let's check how many keys we have or how many values we have. Dic contains this plus values. Okay, let's try this out. Exit. What I'm going to do is actually use the editor options because I'm not using lean to win for now. And it's going to make editing faster or trying faster. Okay, let's hit play. Boom. Disk, oh, it contains 0 for both of these and 1 for this one. Okay, seems like we're only adding the range. And something tells me that the issue is linked to our condition here. this one. So let's add curly brackets again. Okay, so if this is not a range weapon and the stat is range, we add it. Oh, we are only adding the range. Come on. Why did I do this? So basically, we always want to add the calculated stat. But if this is a melee weapon and this is a range, we don't want to multiply it. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's actually really simple. So if this is the melee and this is range, we don't want to multiply it. Otherwise, we want to multiply it. So else we multiply it, okay? But inside of here, we don't want to multiply the value, so the base range of the melee weapon. Yeah, this is exactly what we need here. So let's jump back to Unity. Let's hit play. Boom, start the game. Yeah, this is way better. Oh, come on, I was afraid that it was not working. Cool. So for those of you who have not watched me exterminate this bug, the issue was that we were checking or adding the value, the calculated stats, only for the melee weapon and range stat. Now we've added another condition. If this is the melee weapon and range stat, we don't multiply it. You don't multiply by the multiplier, no matter the level. Otherwise, we multiply the value or the stat. Okay, so let's configure the containers, not these ones, but the weapon. Okay, just to check. Yeah, now we can check this out. So this is attack 10. So this is level 0, right? This is level 3. If we have a look at our colors, level palette, this is level 0, this is level 3. So we've calculated that it was 20 previously, which is really cool. Boom, everything is multiplied by 2. So nice. And if we have a look at the boink right here, this is level 3, 0, 1, 2, so level 3. And the range has not been changed, which is really cool. Awesome. I'm really quickly going to add the level along with the name so that we can better see it. Okay, so let's open our weapon selection container. I'm going to remove this. And when setting the name of the weapon here, I want to add plus some space level. Let's say level plus level plus 1 so that we don't start from 0 plus, let's close the parentheses. And again, if you don't like this syntax, you can add a $sign here and use this right here through the curly brackets. Boom. Here we go. It should be nice. So let's remove this, the plus, and we are good to go. Perfect. We can actually remove this space. Yep, we should be good. So let's give it a shot. Let's hit play. Menu game, okay, yeah, level 4, level 2, level 2. Really nice. Okay, cool. So, what should we do in the next one? In the next lesson, we are going to check if there is something to refactor, something to enhance, and if there are some commits. Of course there are. So, see you in the next one. Hey guys, in this lesson, we are going to refactor our code a little bit. I think we also need to add the outline for our weapon selection container. And last but not least, we are going to commit our changes. So let's first commit our changes. What did we add in the previous one? We've set up the weapon selection panel. Here we go. Let's wait for it to commit. Perfect. When it's done, we can come back to our project. And what we're going to do is add an outline to our containers here. So I'm going to show you 2 ways of doing so, okay? Let's tackle the first one. First off, what we can do is select the weapon selection container. We're actually going to select the prefab and open it. Here we go. Let's press F. Let's reduce this. Perfect. What we can do is add an outline component, and it's already selected. Really cool. Let's change its color really quickly just for testing purposes because we are going to manage this from our code. Remember, we had a palette inside of our data right here with the outline colors. So this is what we're going to use. Let's select the weapon selection container again. Here we go. And what we can do is increase the effect distance. So let's set it to 5, 5. Perfect. So now we can already notice a really cool outline in our game window and scene window. Perfect. So this is okay. This is not the best effect in the world, but it works. Okay. You can change the color from here. And it also adds a little bit of, I don't know, perspective to the button. Yeah, kind of cool. So this is one way we could add it, and then we can configure it from the weapon selection container. We can add a reference to the outline component and change the color depending on the level palette right here, basically like we've done for the text and the container color. And the other way you could have added the outline, let's just remove this one for now, okay? I'm going to add a new image, so UI image, let's call it outline, cool. Let's select the outline sprite, which is right here. This is not the same as this one, but this one can do the trick. Let's try it out. We are going to anchor or stretch it on the container. Okay, here we go. Let's increase the pixels per unit, like so, something like that. I'm actually going to focus on the scene here because this is where we do change things. 1.5 seems correct. And for the anchors here, we are going to set -2, -2, -2, and -2. Perfect. Let's change the color of the container and we're good to go. So now the only issue is that it goes over our weapon here. So what we should do is grab the outline and drop it as the first child. Here we go. This is already way better. But you can notice something here. The container, the text container actually, is going again over our outline. So what we can do is select the vertical layout and add some padding, maybe 3 pixels, not enough, 4, yeah, kind of, 4.5, oh, we can't. So 5 pixels should be nice. Perfect. So yeah, these are 2 ways we can add the outline. I'm gonna use this one, but maybe not with this container. Let me just try on different sizes here. So this seems correct. Let's change or switch to the simulator. Okay, let's increase the scale. Here we go. Yep, seems good. So let's change the device here. Correct. All right. Yep, this one seems correct actually. So let's keep this one. Cool. Now let's add a way to change the color of our outline. So we are going to open our weapon selection container and add a reference to the outline. So serialized field, private, let's call it image outline. And inside of here, what we want to do is call the outline.color equals color holder.get color or get outline color and pass in the level like we've done for the image color. Okay, let's try this out. Let's hit play. Here we go. So let's start. Oh, no reference to the outline, of course. I always forget to do that. Come on. Let's hit play again. Okay, let's start the game. Here we go. Now the outline has been changed. I'm going to start again because everything is purple right now. I want different colors. Oh, come on. Let's try again. Boom. Here we go. That is way better. We can exit the prefab mode here, and yeah, we can spot the outlines way better. And if you think that the outline is too thick right now, what you can do is actually use another image here. You could use the other outline. You can write outline. You should have it right here. And let's set the pixels per unit to 1 because it basically has the same rounded corners or border radius. Okay? So yeah, these are 2 ways you could add outlines to your buttons or UI elements. Perfect. And here you can notice that even though we've set the logic for our texts, their size have not been updated. Why? Because as I've told you, when using the editor settings here, the play mode settings, lintwin doesn't update. So our texts won't update and all of the logic that's using lintwin will not work properly. Let's start again, and now you can notice that it's working. Cool. So let's now work a little bit and go over our code. Maybe we can actually remove stuff here. By the way, the wave transition panel has not been set up yet. This is why we have things over others. But hopefully we are going to fix that later on. So let's first open this first debug line. So if stat equals move speed, yeah, we can remove this. Perfect. We don't need it anymore. And now to return the value, we can actually return this. Here we go. Let's grab it, drop it here. Perfect. And if you want to make it smaller, like so, without the return keyword, perfect. What else can we do? We can remove this here. Debug.log error, the key has not been found. We don't need the after nor the before. Perfect. We can remove these curly brackets here. Perfect. Let's remove these. Advanced upgrade in the wave, stat value. Yeah, we can remove these actually. Okay, let's go on. Let's remove the update method for now. I don't think we are going to use it. And in the start method, let's just use this. Here we go. It's way better actually. If you don't like this syntax, please don't use it. But sometimes I like to use it. Sometimes I prefer not using it. Depends on my mood. Let's play again and see if you still have some debug lines. Of course we have. Oh, come on, I should have, yeah. That's okay. Okay, so let's start the game. Select a weapon, here we go. Here we've got a debug line, so let's remove this. Cool, rig.velocity, okay, let's keep it as is. What else do we have here? Starting wave 0. We can remove this. We know that we are starting the wave correctly now. Okay, do we have any other debug line? Transform.clear. Here, instead of calling the clear method on the transform, I think it's actually better to call the defeat method in the enemy script. Can we access the enemy script right here or not? Boom, 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 wave manager. Okay, so it has waves, game object prefab. Okay, so let's open our enemy script just really quickly. Enemy. Where is it? Here it is. I think the method was pass away, right? Oh, and it's private. So let's turn it into a public method so that we can call it from outside of it. I'm going to open the wave manager again. Okay. And inside of the defeat all enemies method, what I want to do is grab all of the enemies as children of, where do I spawn the enemies here? Where is the instantiate? Oh, as transform. So the enemies, children of this transform, and call the pass away method. So for each, let's call it enemy in transform.get components in children, get components with an S, of course, of type enemy. Let's call enemy.passaway. Here we go. This will make our game a little bit more polished because we will be able to play the enemy pass away particles. Okay. Let's try this. Okay, let's hit play. Will we have errors? Let's actually open the enemy on passed away. Okay, so the particles will play. We'll destroy the game object, but the particles will be played. We will have this call right here. Where do we use this? So right click, find all references. Okay, in here, inside of the drop manager. So we will drop candies when destroying the enemies. Is that okay? Again, it's a choice. What we can do is keep it as is, or we can also select our enemy and add another method to prevent calling the onPassed away action here. What we can do is create a new public void pass away, let's say after wave, something like that. And we can grab these, boom, call them here. And in here, we can call the pass away after wave method so that we don't have duplicate lines, okay? So this is one way we can do it. If you want to release candy whenever we destroy enemies, you can do so. So let's just start, okay, boom. Oh, let's increase the wave duration really quickly. All right, so let's select wave manager. Wave duration will be maybe 10 seconds. Let's start the game. Cotton candy, okay. Let's wait for a little bit. 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's go. Okay, as you can see, all of the enemies have released candies, which is really nice. I love it. So again, yeah, this is a way you could have done it. But if you don't like this method, what you can do again is call the pass away after wave method. That way, enemies won't drop any candy or chest or cash or anything. So let's quickly give it a shot. Let's start. Okay, the boink. Here we go. Let's hit some enemies. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Nice. 1 second, 0. Here we go. Let's hide the UI again. And yeah, as you can see, only the enemies that we've defeated have released candies. All of the other ones have not. Okay. So yeah, these are two ways you can use. Choose the one that you like most. Okay. So weapon level here. Let's remove this. Let's remove the damage here. Here we go. What else, Nespresso? Let's save the weapon script. Okay, let's go back to Unity. Maybe we do have more debug lines to remove. Let's check it out. Real damage here. Okay, we can remove this, of course. What else? Are we good here? I think we are. I'm just gonna play one last time and then we can commit our changes and jump to the next section. So let's hit play. All right, let's start. Go on. Boom. Okay, no debug line for now, which is really nice. Okay, 1, 0, boom. And yep, seems like it's working correctly. Cool. So let's commit our changes, and in the next one, we can start working on objects, which is going to be really cool. So in here, quick refactor, really quick actually. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to add objects, and objects are actually going to be really simple because they are basically like weapons, but in a simpler way, because we won't actually spawn objects in the real world, in the game. They will only consist of data. So basically, same behavior as weapons, no spawning, only data. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create a scriptable object to hold our data. Of course, come on. So let's open our scripts folder, and what we're going to do is open the scriptable objects folder right here. Right click, create a new C# script, and call it object data SO. Here we go. Let's open it like that. What we're going to do is grab this stat icon data SO, drop it on the right just to grab the create asset menu attribute. Here we go. We can also grab this inheritance, remove the start and update method, and we should be good to go. Perfect. So let's now close this stat icon data. Cool. Let's rename this object data, scriptable objects, new object, let's say, something like that. Cool. And let's start adding all of our properties. The first thing we will need is, of course, a name. So field, serialized field, public, string, name, get, private set. This is the name of our object. Next, what we want is an icon, of course, to display it in the inventory and so on. Whenever we collect a chest, we should be able to display the icon of the object we've collected in the wave transition panel. Okay, so let's call it icon. Here we go. Then what do we need? A price, like we've set up for the weapon, for the shop. Okay, so price, here we go. We can actually do something like this. Or let's rearrange our variables here later on. We will also have a recycle price later on, but for now, let's not add it. We are not going to use it yet. Weapons have levels, but objects should not have levels in my opinion right now. But what we can do is add a rarity property just to color our objects in the inventory. So field, serialized field, public int rarity. Okay, get private set. Our rarity here can be an integer between 0 and 3. So let's add a range property. Range 0, 3, like so. Perfect. But if we keep it as is, I don't think it's going to work properly. Let's try it out, because this is a property and the range attribute works on fields. So let's create a new object, right click. First off, I'm going to create a new folder to better organize my data. So weapons, let's grab the boink, cotton candy gun. Here we go. Let's create another one for characters. This one can be Dave, actually. Dave. Here we go. Characters. Let's keep the level palette right here, but create another one for our objects. Nice. Right click, create a new scriptable object. New object. Let's call this one heart. And it's basically going to increase the max health by, let's say, 5 or something like that. Okay, so let's first set up the name, heart. The icon here will be heart. Nope, max, yeah, this one. It's actually better. Max health, the price, let's say 100, and the rarity can be 1, okay? So as you can see, I can increase the rarity up to 205, 250, 600, 900, and so on. This is because our range property is not working here. To make it work, we need to add the field keyword like we've done for the serialized field. So let's now save, go back to Unity, and it will work. It's not should now. Okay, really nice. Here we go. So we now have our name, icon, price, and rarity. We now need to add a way to set up our stats. So if we use the method we've used for the weapon, remember we had a dictionary of stat float, we had their variables right here, and so on. So we could add the same logic, maybe the one inside of the character thingy actually. So let's open our character data SO, here we go, because this one has all of the character stats. So this is one way of doing things, because it will allow us to set up a value for all of our stats. So we can basically copy this, open the object data SO, paste this maybe somewhere around here. For the horizontal line to display, we need to use the naughty attributes, of course. Here we go. Let's now jump back to Unity. Select our objects, heart, here we go. We can set a max health of 5, so plus 5, and we can imagine that our heart will diminish the, let's say, I don't know, maybe the attack speed by 1, something like that, by 1%. Yeah. So this is one way of doing things, and it's actually going to work pretty well. But here is another way. Because we are just going to change 2 stats here, in my opinion, no need to display all of these. Okay, so what we can do is create a stat data and then set up our dictionary based on the stat datas. Let me show you really quickly, but don't follow along yet, okay? So let's create a struct here. System.serializable public struct, let's call it stat data. Here we go. Our stat data will have a public stat and a public float value. So basically the same signature, if I can say so, as our dictionary here. Then our object can have an array of these stats. So let's write serialized field, private stat data. Let's call it stat datas. Okay, here we go. Let's now go back to Unity. And this way is kind of good because we can simply specify the stats that we want to edit. So we want to edit the max health, add 5. And we also want to edit the attack speed. So where is attack speed? -1. Here we go. These 2 ways are working properly. But now we need a way to return these stat data as a dictionary. So what we can do instead of returning a dictionary full of all of our stats is create a dictionary. So let's call it dictionary of stat float. Let's call it stats equals new dictionary of stats float, then loop through all of our stat data. So for each stat data, let's call it data in stat datas. What we can do is add our value. So stats.add, the key data.stat, and the float. So data.value. Here we go. As simple as it gets. And we can finally return stats. Let's comment all of this. Here we go. Perfect. And this is basically the same behavior. Okay. So you decide here. You either add all of your stats and use the logic that you've used in the character data SO, or you can use this way by specifying the stats that you want to return. Both methods are valid here. Okay. So let's keep this one just for variety's sake. Let's remove all of this here. Perfect. We can remove all of our stats now. Here we go. And yep, really cool. And if you don't want to keep the stat data here, you can move it to another script, of course. So in the next one, let's create our first object and learn how we can give it to the player so that he can use it. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to make use of our first heart object right here. Let's go. All right. So remember how we've used the weapons previously? We've added a player weapon script. And right now we are going to do the same thing. We are going to add a player object script that will manage our objects. So let's open our scripts folder, player, right click, create a new C# script and call it player objects. Perfect. Let's attach it to our player, boom, and maybe move it up somewhere around here. Here we go. And open it. Nice. So the first thing we will need here is a list of objects, and we will make it a property so that we can grab the objects from somewhere else, from the player stats manager like we've done for the weapons, if I remember well. No, we did not. But this is where we are going to use it, okay? Because we definitely need to take the object stats into account here when calculating our final stats. So let's open our player object script. You know what? I'm going to remove some scripts from here. So character data, enemy, game manager, player controller, player weapons, resource manager. Yeah, let's remove these, and so on. Cool. Okay, so let's add our list of objects. And as I've told you, we want to make it a property. So field, serialized field, public list of object data SO. Let's call it objects.
Get private set. Perfect.
Let's jump back to Unity so that we can add our first object here. Let's clear the console. Okay, objects plus, let's select our only object, the heart. Cool. And yeah, first off, I'm going to hit play just to check how much health I have here. So let's press start. Let's select a weapon, 105. Okay. So basically, right now, the heart is not working. So here's what we're going to do. Right now, we've added the object, so the heart, from the inspector. Later on in the game, this is not how it's going to work, of course. But let's test things in here, inside of the start method. We are going to loop through all of the objects that we've added. So for each, let's say object data SO, let's call it obj, or maybe data object or object data. In objects, what we want to do is pass it to the player stats manager. So let's add a quick attribute here, require component type of player stats manager. Here we go. We can add a reference to it. So player stats manager, let's make it private, even though it's already private if you don't explicitly write it. And in here, in the start method, we are first going to store it. So player stats manager equals get component of type player stats manager. We can actually store it inside of the awake method, like so. That's actually cleaner. Perfect. And we can write player stats manager dot add object and pass in the object data. So object data. Here we go. So we now need to add this add object method to our player stats manager. So let's add it. Let's go here, public. Maybe we can add it just before this one. Public void add object data SO. And of course, we need to give it a name. So object data. Perfect. So this is one way of doing it. But I don't like it really much. Why? Because in here we are passing an object data SO, and basically our player stats manager only manages stats. It's kind of okay. We can grab the object data.base stats. It will return the stats of our object, these ones. Yeah, this is working. But I honestly prefer passing in data, so the stats, instead of passing in the whole object data in here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to change that and pass in the base stats here, like so. Perfect. And then we can change that to dictionary of stat float object stats. And this is way better in my opinion. Even though we pass in a dictionary, I think it's cleaner because we've got stats. So let's just pass in stats. But again, you're free to decide whatever you want here. All right. So how can we add the object stats to our total stats? I think we can turn that into a nice exercise because you know how to do it, right? So try and add it really quickly. Small hints here. And when you're done, check the solution. Okay, so the first thing we need here is a dictionary of object datas, like we've done for the addends here. So let's call it object addends. Addends, here we go. We definitely need to initialize it like we've done for the addends. So let's add some curly brackets in here. Object addends dot add kvp dot key with the value 0. Perfect. So now our object addends have all of the stats in the dictionary with a value of 0. Cool. And inside of here, we want to call object addends at key object stats with the key, but in here it seems like we need to loop through all of the elements of our dictionary. So let's grab this line, boom, drop it here, key value pair in object stats. We want to add the kvp dot key plus equals kvp dot value. So we increment our object addends at key, so the stat, with the new value. Okay, so basically it was 0 at start, and we increase it with 5 for the max health because we only have the heart right now, right? So here's what we're going to do. Perfect. And after that, what we need to do is update our player stats. As easy as it gets. Okay? So let's give this a quick shot. I'm going to go back to Unity. We should not add anything here. We already have the heart. So let's hit play. And here we go. First error. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. So let's click on here. Okay, what's the issue here? Player stats equals player data dot base stats. Oh, line 18? Really weird. What's wrong here? Let's check if we've got our character data. Where is our player stats manager? Okay, so it seems like it's empty right now. Let's add it. Oh, because we've renamed it. I don't know, maybe. So let's hit play. Here we go. Now it's set up correctly. So let's, oh, this is because it was not added to the player stats initially. Oh, I thought we added it to Dave. Come on. Why didn't we do that? Anyway, you know what? We're going to add it here and remove it from here. Does any one of the other scripts need the player stats manager or not? Wave transition, of course, this one needs it. So let's specify it. Anyone else? Anyone else? Nope. 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 Yep, seems good. Seems correct. Let's hit play. Okay, let's start the game. Select, let's say, deboink. Go. And we can notice that it is not working. Still 105. Even though we should have 105. So 100 right here. Where does that 5 come from, by the way? I think it's from the max health. So the base max health. Okay. So it seems like our objects are not working. Let's select the heart. All right. What we're going to do is debug this. Again, if you don't want to watch me debug, just jump to the end of the lesson. So let's open this really quickly. Player stats manager. In here, I'm going to check if we do add the value first. Like so. Let's debug.log. Let's write something like added, let's say the value. So kvp.value to stat kvp.key. Yeah, something like that. This will help us check if we are actually adding the max health or not. So let's hit play. Added 5 to stat max health, added -1 to stat attack speed. Okay, so it seems like it is working here. What's wrong? All right, all right, all right. Boom, boom, 105. Okay, 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 okay. So we are updating the stats. We add the object at start, right? So at start, we add the object. We update everything. So we are checking for anyone that has a high player stat dependency. And our player health does have it. So let's open the player health. Where is it? Here we go. So we call the thingies. Do we have something in the start method? Nothing here. Okay, perfect. So we call the update stats method and we update it with our new health. Player stats manager.get stat value. Okay. Oh, here we go. You just need to follow the road and you'll find your path. Okay, so basically here when getting the stat value, we are not taking into account our object addends. I'm sure you've done that and I forgot. Come on. And I've showed you the hint just previously. So inside of here, let's add the object addends at key stat. Here we go. Let's now jump back to Unity. Let's hit play. And if we try this out, we should find 110. Oh, finally. Really nice. So now let's really test let's test something else here. We want to reduce the move speed, let's say, by minus 100. I don't want the player to be able to move, just for testing purposes. We can imagine that one of the characters can be a turret and won't move, maybe. Yeah, he's moving really slowly. So it's working really well now. Cool. So this is it for this lesson. In the next one, I think we are going to add the chest logic because it will allow us to display objects in the wave transition panel before selecting our upgrades. And yep, we will be able to try this out. So add objects to our list here dynamically. Okay. So yeah, we are actually going to create 2 or 3 more objects. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to manage chests and objects, and it's going to be really nice. Okay, so let's first create 2 more objects. Let's create a, let's say, I don't know, maybe fire like I've done in the course. I'm really not original, but at least it's working. Let's call this one fire. Let's use the fire icon. Okay, please hurry up. Come on, Unity. Don't do that to me. Here we go. Price 100. Let's set the rarity to 0, maybe. And it should increase the attack, but remove or decrease the max health. We can actually remove this one. Yep. Cool. Let's create another one. Let's call it bike. And this one will increase the move speed, but let's first call it bike. Bike. Here we go. So this one will increase the move speed by, let's say, 3. And diminish the armor maybe by -2. Yep. We can actually add a shield to increase the armor. So let's duplicate one of these. Let's call this one shield. Here we go. Shield. Boom. Shield. Where are you, shield? Oh, I think it's armor. Yep, the icon was called armor. Here we go. Let's set the rarity to 2 maybe, because it will increase the armor by 10, blah, and increase the max health by 5, yeah. But diminish the critical chance or attack speed actually, because you're heavier with more armor by 5, yeah, something like that. Okay. So what we're going to do now that we have these 4 objects is remove the object from the player objects here, because we know that it is working. Come on, we've done some tests here. And open our Wave Transition Manager. Why the Wave Transition Manager? Because this boy needs to know when we've collected a chest, okay? So that he can display the chest panel, something like that, hide the upgrade containers, and when we've collected the object or recycled it, we should display the upgrade containers. This is how it should work. First show the chest object, then the upgrade containers. Got it? Again, you can decide to do it the other way around. You can display the upgrade containers, then tell the player, hey, by the way, you've got some chests, you've collected stuff. It's a design choice. You can decide to do it either way. So here's what we're going to do. First off, I'm going to add the awake method. Awake. Here we go. Because we want to subscribe to the chest.onCollected event or action. Let's call it chests collected callback. Here we go. Of course, we need the onDestroy method. Drop this one here and unsubscribe. Let's now create this method really quickly. Here we go. I'm going to grab it and drop it somewhere at the bottom, maybe after all of these stats here, like so. Drop it here. And whenever we collect a chest, what we want to do is increase a certain variable. So I'm going to call it chests collected ++. Here we go. Let's create this variable at the top here. Maybe I can add a settings header. serialized field, not serializable, sorry, private integer chests collected. Here we go. So we now know how many chests we've collected. What we can do is debug this really quickly. Let's say we now have chests collected, chests. Let's try this out. So let's hit play because we should not specify anything. I think everything is set up correctly, I hope. So let's try and collect a chest. But first off, I think that we need to upgrade the wave duration here. So let's set it to 50 and select a really good cotton candy gun. Okay. Please give me a chest, please. Please give me some chests. Oh, what I could have done is increase the chest drop rate. Yeah. Maybe increase the luck. What about, where is our drop manager? Chest drop rate? Boom. 100%. Okay, drop chests now, please. Okay, so we now have 7 chests. Okay, let's try this. Boom, let's collect more. We have 27. Anyway, okay, so this is working. We are now able to detect how many chests we have, okay? So now that we know how to do this, let's go back to our Wave Transition Manager. And instead of configuring the upgrade containers, what we're going to do in here is call a try open chest method. Okay? Because if we've got chests, we want to display the chest object and not the upgrade containers right away. So let's call the try open chest method. Private void try open chest. Here we go. And inside of here, we want to check if the chests collected, oh, come on, I can't type. Chest collected, come on, is greater than 0. What we want to do is show the object inside of the chest. So show object, private void, show object. Otherwise, it means that we haven't collected any chest. So we are simply going to configure the upgrade containers, as simple as it gets. Okay? So inside of here, let's simply debug.log showing chest, something like that. So let's now go back to Unity. We are simply going to try this really quickly because you know that it is working and you're now good enough. Okay? So let's start the game, boom, boom. Let's increase the chest drop rate. Okay, just maybe 1 or 2. Here we go. Let's collect them. Maybe we can jump to the next wave transition. Here we go, showing chest. Cool. So we should now be showing the chest. So we definitely need to hide our containers here. The upgrade button containers, show the chest content, and so on. So in the next one, let's learn how we can do that. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add our chest container, okay? And this will allow us to collect the object we've found inside of the chest, of course. So let's quickly add it. Let's hide the weapon selection panel and grab the wave transition. Here we go. So basically right now the wave transition is weird. So we are going to switch to the game window. That way it's not weird anymore. Perfect. And we are going to fix the layout later on, of course, like we've done for the weapon selection. But what I want to do in here is duplicate one of the weapon selection containers. Okay, let's grab it, drop it inside of here. Perfect. And this one will actually, let's set up the anchor to the center. The width and height. Okay, maybe we can maybe we can disable the upgrade containers, by the way. Yeah, here we go. Let's increase this in size, something like that. And this is going to be our chest object container. Perfect. But the only difference between this one and the weapon selection container is that we are going to have 2 buttons at the bottom here. One to take the object and another one to recycle it. Okay, so let's add these. I'm going to reset or unpack the prefab so that I don't mess with the weapon selection container actually. Okay. Let's select our vertical layout, and what we're going to do is add another section here. So let's right click, create an empty game object and call it buttons section. Perfect. Let's add a layout element, and this one will have a preferred height of, let's say 200, not enough, maybe 300. Yeah, something like that. We can actually diminish the stats section to 500. Here we go. Really nice. So really quickly, I'm going to add a horizontal layout group to manage the width and height of our buttons, middle, center. I'm rushing because you know how to do this. Come on. So button, we will have 2 buttons. Let's add some spacing, maybe 10, some padding. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, not that good. Maybe 200 here. Yeah, that's already way better. Cool. So this will be the take button, and this will be the recycle button. Here we go. Both of these can have the button container. So basic container or basic button. I don't remember how I called it. I think it was button something. So yeah, here it is, button. Let's turn one of these ones blue and the other one can be red. No, not red, maybe green. Yeah, something like that. Let's change the texts inside of here. Boom, Arial, white. Let's remove the outline and auto size these. Perfect. Let's add some padding, maybe 20, 20, 20, 20. Really good. This one can be take and the other one recycle. And here we go. Later on, we will improve this when working on the wave transition panel, but for now, I just want to have something that's working actually. And then I can improve the design later on. Okay, so we now have a take button and a recycle button. Really nice. Let's remove our weapon selection container from here. Boom, remove. Cool. What we are going to do instead is create our own new script. So let's open the UI here, right click, create a new C# script, and call it chest object container. Here we go. Let's select our chest object container now and add the chest object container script. Cool. We can now open it. And what we can also do is open the weapon selection container and dock it on the right. Perfect. Because it's actually going to have almost the same logic. We have an icon, we have a name, we have a stat containers, we have 2 buttons, we have some level dependent image and an outline. Okay. So for the design, it's actually going to be the same things. We are not going to have the select and deselect methods. We can configure the stats containers and yeah, basically return the buttons, the take button and the recycle button. So let's add all of this beautiful world really quickly. Let's add the libraries first, the elements, boom, boom, boom. We can actually grab all of this and then take what we want and remove what we don't want. Perfect. We can now close the weapon selection container, So we've got an icon, we've got a name text, we've got a stat containers parent. Inside of here, we will have a take button and another button will be the recycle button. Perfect. What we also need is a recycle price, but come on, let's tackle this later on, okay? All right, so we are not going to need a weapon data SO, but instead we are going to need an object data scriptable object. No need for the level here because we can grab the rarity from the weapon data. And actually it's not weapon data, it's object data, of course. So let's remove the level, let's remove the name, let's remove the sprite. Okay, we could have refactored our weapon selection container. And I think that's what we're going to do in the next one, or maybe in this one. Yeah, at the end of this lesson, we are going to refactor that boy. So inside of here, we can write object data.sprite, .icon, I think it was. Icon, yeah, here we go. Inside of here, we can write the name of our object without the level here. We don't need it. We need the rarity for coloring here. So let's grab this one, paste it here. Weapon data, of course not. Calculated stats will actually be the same as the base stats. So object data dot base stats. We don't need the calculated stats right here. Cool. We can rename this stats. Here we go, stat containers parent. And we should be good to go for the basic things here. So let's go on. We're going to go back to Unity and set up all of these beautiful words again. Let's select our chest object container. Okay, and let's add the elements one by one. So here is the weapon icon, and it's actually now an object icon. Here we go. Let's add the name text. Where is it? Weapon name text. Oh, come on. This is the object name text. We could have used a generic name, maybe item. That's actually what we are going to use for the inventory. Let's set up our parent for our stats, the take button, which is right here, the recycle button. The level dependent images will be this one. And I think that's it because we have the text that we're going to change. And the outline is this one. Cool. So now our chest object container is configured properly. In the next one, we're going to learn how we can instantiate this boy and display all of the data of the object we've collected. And by the way, we still don't know what we've collected. We've only collected a chest so far. So as a quick exercise, what I invite you to do is add a method to select a random object or pick a random one that you're going to grab from the resource manager. So you will need to add objects in the resources and yeah, display it. Just display it. No need to add the take or recycle logic. Okay? Just display it. Just display it. Anyway, so right now, as I've told you, we are going to refactor our weapon selection container. So let's open it. We can remove the name and sprite from here, like so. We can keep the level and weapon data, but I think it's more logical to put in the weapon data first. Here we go. So let's grab weapon data dot sprite. Here we go. What else do we need? Where do we grab the name from? Weapon data dot name. The level is okay. Perfect. Everything seems to be good so far, but we do configure this method from somewhere, right? So let's find all of the references. Okay, and in here we are going to have an error. Perfect. So let's pass in the weapon data along with the level. Nice. If we go back to Unity, we should be good. So what I'm going to do now is try this out just to make sure that we don't have any error. So let's hit play. Okay, let's start the game. Deboink level 3, deboink level 1. Yeah, everything seems to be working perfectly. Really nice. So yeah, in the next one, let's go on with our objects and do the exercise, please. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to set up our chest object container and display it. Okay. So the first thing we need to do here is to turn this boy into a prefab so that we can instantiate it whenever we need it, okay? And by the way, you could also keep this one and configure it every time you want to display a new object, okay? But yeah, there are many ways, again, of doing things. Let's open our UI folder here, grab this one and drop it here. Perfect, we can remove it from here. What we are going to do is create a parent that we are going to instantiate our chest object container in. So let's right click, create a new empty game object. Let's call it chest container parent, maybe something like that. Yep. We are going to stretch it on the container. Cool. And let's go on. So let's open our Wave Transition Manager. We will add two references. The first one will be a reference to the container, so the chest container, and another one for the parent. So let's add a new header for our chest related stuff. Okay. Serialize field, private chest object container, chest object container, something like that. Or maybe chest container prefab. Yeah, let's call it chest container prefab. Chest container prefab. And another one. Oh, come on. Serialize field, private transform. Let's call it chest container parent. Here we go. And we're already good to go. Perfect. So now let's implement our show object method. Let's remove the debug line. And what we want to do just before showing the object is decrement our chests collected variable. That way, we are not going to display chests more than we've collected, okay? Then you need to grab a random object. So there are two ways here. We could have added an array of object data at the top here, but we might use the objects in other places again. And if you want to use this method, feel free to do so. But what I'm going to do is add it to the resource manager. So let's open our managers. Where is the resource manager? I think it's not visible. Yep. So scripts, managers, resources manager. Here we go. So what we're going to do here is duplicate this path and call it objects data path, something like that. So objects data or object data's path. Yes, that icon data's path. Anyway, object data's path. So it's going to be data objects. Here we go. Let's add a way to grab these. So I'm going to create the method just after this one, maybe. Public static. It should return an array of object data. So object data SO objects. Here we go. So let's add a way to get them and set them. So get and set. Here we go. By the way, it should be private set. Oh, let's remove the semicolon from here. Private set. And to get them, we're going to grab them from the resources. So let's write resources.load. And we should return this resources.load. Boom. This should be object data's path. And because we need to return an array, we are going to use the load all method. Here we go. And remember, for the stats, we've used almost the same method, but in here we've checked if it was already loaded or not to prevent loading it twice. So we can definitely apply the same logic here. Private static object data SO. Let's call it object datas. Here we go. And inside of here, we want to check if it's null. So let's add or make our code a little bit more prettier. Okay, here we go. If the object datas equals null, then object datas equals this. Okay. And then we can simply return object datas. Perfect. So let's now jump back to Unity because we need to set up our objects folder. Okay, let's go on. Kawaii Survivor, data, objects, yep. Oh, everything is already here. Really cool. Objects, yep. We've got the same name here, stat icons. It was stat icons for the other one. Oh, inside of the resources, sorry, resources, data. Okay, so it was data/object stat icon. Okay. So we definitely need to change this. So let's go back to our resources folder and we've set up data/objects. Let's write slash again because this is a folder that will contain all of our objects, right? The stat icons was a scriptable object. It was not a folder. So inside of here data, we're going to create a new folder and call it objects. Or what we could have done is grab the objects and dropped it here. Actually, that's what we are going to do actually. Boom. This is way easier like so. So let's check if this is working. We're going to open the Wave Transition Manager. And inside of here, we can grab the objects data. So object datas SO object datas equals resources manager dot objects. So let's debug this. Debug.log. We've found object datas.length object. Okay. Or maybe we could have written object data.length objects loaded. Yeah. Oh, come on. You're a grown up. Let's jump back to the Wave Transition Manager. We can set these up just for now, even though we are not going to use them right away. So let's lock the inspector, prefabs, UI, chest object container, and hit play. For quick iteration, we can set the wave manager's wave duration to 1 second. Okay, let's try this out. Boom. So nothing has been, oh, we haven't collected any chest, of course. So let's actually keep it 10. Okay, and we are going to increase the chest drop rate, by the way. So let's select the drop manager, like so. Go. Okay, let's collect 1 chest. Here we go. We've got 2 chests. Really cool. I think we've defeated 2 enemies. 3 chests. Okay. So we've found 4 objects. Really nice. How many objects do we have? Data, objects, 4. Cool. So this is working perfectly. Now that we have our object data, we're going to grab one randomly. So object data SO, let's call it random object equals object datas at index random.range between 0 and object data.length. Here we go. This is our random object. No need to debug stuff here. Come on, we know that this is working. So let's instantiate the chest container and configure it. So let's write chest object container. Chest object container instance equals instantiate the chest container prefab under the chest container parent. Really cool. Maybe we can actually call it container instance so that the name is not that long. Container instance dot configure. And in here we can pass in the object data. So let's pass in the random object. You can actually rename this random object data or object data as you wish. And the last thing we need to make sure that we've done is to disable our upgrade containers, right? Because right now they are disabled manually. So we need to add a reference to our upgrade button containers parent and disable it whenever we show a chest. Then we can re-enable it when configuring the upgrade containers, okay? So I'm going to quickly do that. Upgrade containers. Let's duplicate this boy. Transform upgrade containers parent. Really nice. Let's disable the game object right here. That game object, or maybe we can pass in the game object instead of the transform here for the upgrade containers parent. Like so. Really cool. Dot set active false. And we want to enable it when configuring the upgrade containers. So set active true. Cool. Is that good? Is that okay? If not, please comment section. You know how it goes. All right, let's try this out. Wave transition manager. Let's specify our upgrade containers parent. It's this one. Let's enable it just to test if it's working correctly. Hit play. All right, let's start. Let's increase the drop rate, by the way. Boom. Cotton candy gun. Diminish the drop rate. Grab the chest. We've got one chest. Okay, let's go on. Here we go. And yeah, fire. Oh, by the way, the name here is chest object, so it's not working correctly, but we're getting there. Don't worry. Take recycle. Really nice. The upgrade button containers have been hidden, like we can see here, and the icon have been set up. The stats, really cool. And you can now notice again the power of offsetting or delegating the stats creation here. Because the stat container manager is creating the stats, we can use them wherever you want, in the inventory and so on. Okay? So let's quickly fix this here, the name of the object. Let's open the chest object container, and we can notice that we're using name. So this name is the name of the object. It's not the name of our object. So let's write object data dot name. Here we go. Now this is our name here. Let's try this out. Let's hit play. Increase the drop rate as usual. Boom, boom, and oh, come on. What the heck? Let's select this one and go. Okay, we're going to try and attack these. Boom, here is a chest. Okay, we've got one. Run, run, run for your life. Okay, let's go on, come on. Yeah, really cool. Shield, now it's working perfectly. Nice, and we also have the color that has changed, if you've noticed. Really cool. So in the next one, let's add or implement the take and recycle method. Not the recycle one, because we haven't implemented our currency manager yet. But let's implement the take method, and it will simply need to add the object to the player objects script here inside of the list. So it's a good exercise. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to allow the player to grab the object. Let's do that. And I hope you've done your exercise again. Please, come on, do your exercise, do your homework from time to time. Come on. I trust you. This is for your good. If you do your exercises, you're going to increase your skills a lot, like drastically. Okay? So let's jump back to our player wave transition manager. Here we go. So inside of here, we've configured the chest object container, right? So what we can do is grab the container instance.take button .onClick.add listener. This is one way of doing things, but if you want, you can use the way that, or the method that we've used right here in the weapon selection manager. We've basically just grabbed the button, added the listener. Oh, it's actually the same one. But what you can do is pass in the method right here and configure the button inside of the container. There are two ways. I think I've already told you that, so no need to repeat myself here. So take.onClick.add listener. We want to call let's say, take button callback and pass in the object data that we want to take. So this one, boom, like so. And because we can't call a method with an argument right here, we need to turn it into a lambda expression. So let's create this one, private void, object data so, object to take, let's say. All right, perfect. And inside of here, we simply want to call the player objects. But we are going to add a reference to the player objects, of course. Dot add object or take object, object to take. Here we go. Really simple. And of course, after taking the objects, we need to check if there are other objects we need to collect. So if chests collected is still greater than 0, and we can simply call this method. We can call the try open chest, and it's going to check if we have more chests to open and open them. Really cool. Try open chest. Perfect. So let's add a reference to our player objects. Now elements, maybe we can add player stuff. Yeah, a new header for that. Serialize field, private player objects, player objects. Perfect. So let's add a reference to the player objects. But first off, let's add the add object method. So let's open our player object script, public void add object, object data, object to add or object data here. And inside of here, what we want to do is add the object to the list. So objects.add object data. Here we go. And after that, we can call the player stats manager and add the object. So let's grab this line, drop it here, and pass in this object actually. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, .base stats. It's actually already set up. Really nice. So let's try this out. I'm going to open the Unity here. The Unity, come on. I'm going to open Unity. So Dave has no objects for now. Perfect. This is what we want. We are going to check if the object has been added. And to thingies, what can we do to test this out really easily? We can have all of the objects add 5 to the max health or not, or pray to get a heart or a shield. No, let's try this. So max health here plus 5. Let's remove this one. So let's delete it. The bike should also, where are my objects? Come on, objects. The bike should also add some max health here. So max health, let's say 10, perfect. Because the max health is easily debuggable here. You could actually also set up the move speed, but if we switch to debug mode, we can notice our health, and yeah, it's actually pretty nice. So let's hit play. Let's start the game. Candy gun. Oh, we need to set up our drop rate. So drop manager, chest drop chance 100. Here we go. Let's grab some chests. Perfect. Let's set it back to 0. Wait for a little bit. And we've got the shield. So first off, let's select Dave. Dave is here. The health is right now 105. If we take the shield, boom, nothing happens because we forgot to do something. Let's open our transition manager, object to take. Okay, is it null? Random object data. Okay, seems like it's null. Really weird. Let's try something. Debug.log. Oh, our player objects has not been assigned. Come on, I always forget to do this. Here we go. Sorry for the train. So let's hit play. Okay, start the game. Drop manager 100 or 140. I don't care. Yeah, let's go on. Let's take 2 chests, set it back to 0, and try and play again. Here we go. Here's the bike. Okay, let's select Dave here. Player health is 105. We should have 115. Boom. Okay, it hasn't been updated yet. Should we refresh the window here? Normal, okay, debug. No, it hasn't been added. Okay, let's try this one. Take the heart, open the shop, start the game, 105. Okay, so it did not work. Why? Inside of here, let's again debug this. So many debug sessions, really cool. So in here, what I'm gonna write is, no, I'm sure we pass in the object. So let's check this out. Player stats manager.add object, object data, okay. What do we do in here? Object addends, update player stats. Oh, we haven't added this, by the way. Yeah, seems like we haven't added this because the debug here did not display. We did not debug debug.log added blah blah blah. So it means that the add object method was called, but the dictionary was empty. Okay? All right, I see. What we can do is debug the dictionary length. So debug.log, something like that. Dictionary count plus object stats that count. Here we go. Boom. What we can do right here is check if this is null or not. Debug.log. Object data.base stats.count. Yeah, or yeah, I think we're good to go. So adding object from player object, let's say. Okay, let's try this out really quickly. Let's hit play. Let's start, boom, select the cotton candy gun, increase the drop rate here, boom, 200, perfect. So we've got one chest. Okay, let's open that chest. So move speed max health. Okay, so let's take it. Added 5 to stat max health. What? Added -1 to stat attack speed. Added. So it's now working or what? Let's select Dave. 110. Why wasn't it working? Really weird. Really weird. Do we have? Because we've selected the bike, so max health 10. Okay, object data. Here we go. Let's try again. This is weird. I don't know why this is working now. It was not working previously. So let's try this out. Okay, boom. Let's select the boink. Let's increase the drop rate. Here we go. So I'm going to select a bunch of chests. Is it just me or Dave is really fast? I don't know. So we have, okay. Let's clear the console, take the fire here. Oh, attack working, max health working. Well, what? Okay, seems to be working properly now. Maybe I forgot to save. I don't know. When I'm gonna edit the video, it's gonna be clear. The issue will be clear actually. So yeah. Okay, so we still have one thing left here. When collecting, we should make sure that we delete the container or clear the parent, right? So let's do that really quickly. Let's open the Wave Transition Manager. In the try open chest method, we can call chest parent.clear so that we can so that we actually destroy any chest container that is active. Okay, so that's one thing. I think we should be good now. So let's give it a quick shot. All right, let's start. Boom, boom, drop, boom, increase. I just need one chest actually. Oh, we have 4. Come on. Anyway, chest drop chance 0. We have 5 chests. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really nice. Open the shop. Here we go. 130. So we've added health 5 times, I think. Added health. Where is the health here? Yeah, 5 times. Really cool. So now this is working perfectly. Awesome. And did you notice the particles here when all of the enemies have been destroyed? It's better than previously, right? And please, if you don't like these debug sessions, let me know in the comment section. If you don't like them, I'm going to cut them when editing the video, okay? But the point here is that I have bugs because I either forget something or I go away from the direction I took in the actual making of the game. You can spot the differences if you check out the last lesson. There is the source code attached as a resource, and yeah, download it, have a look at it, and you'll understand. So yeah, in the next one, let's add the currency manager so that we can finally recycle our objects. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to create the currency manager. So let's jump back to our wave transition manager first, because there is something I want to check here. I'm actually going to open the game manager so that you can understand. So let's open our scripts, managers, game manager. Right now, in the wave completed callback method, we check if the player has leveled up to trigger the wave transition. Otherwise, we switch to the shop, okay? But there is another condition here. If we've collected a chest, even though we haven't leveled up, we should trigger the wave transition because we want to open that chest, of course. So in here, we can add another condition, or wave transition manager dot instance dot has collected a chest. We want to trigger this, okay? So let's turn our wave transition manager into a singleton. Let's open this boy, okay, really quickly because you know how to do this. Public static wave transition manager instance. Yeah, let's use the snippet from here. Really cool. And add the has collected chest method, maybe at the bottom here. Public bool has collected chest. Return chests collected is greater than 0. This is how we detect if we've collected a chest or not. So now let's go back here, and we are actually good to go now in the game manager. Really nice. So let's add our recycle object method, or implement it actually, because I think we've already added it, right? Did we? Nope, not yet. So let's add it. Private void recycle button callback. Okay, so we definitely need a reference to the object we've taken or the random object we've generated so that we can grab the recycle price and add it to our currency, the candy. Okay, so let's add a reference to the object data SO or object to recycle. Here we go. We can add a listener to the recycle button on our container instance. So let's duplicate this. Call the recycle button, and we want to call the recycle button callback. Really nice. So let's drop this here. It's not beautiful. Maybe we can, move this instead. Yeah, that's actually a little bit better. Okay, so inside of here, we want to recycle the object. So we are going to call our currency manager, the one we are going to create, dot instance dot add currency of the object to recycle dot recycle price. Here we go. So there are two things we need to do here. Set up our recycle price and set up our currency manager. But just after that, what we want to do is, again, try and open the chest because we might have recycled the first object and we want to take the second object if we have multiple chests, okay? So let's add the recycle price. We're going to open the object data. And just after this one, we can write recycle price. Really cool. This is one issue that we've fixed. And we now need to create our currency manager's instance and add the add currency method. So let's grab this boy, open the managers folder, right click, create a C# script, currency manager, and wait for it to compile. It's not going to compile because there are errors. So let's open it and turn it into a singleton. So public static currency manager instance. Let's add the awake method, turn it into a singleton. Here we go. Perfect. And add the add currency public void add currency method, int amount. Really cool. So now we should not have any more errors. Nice. Again, now I'm rushing because you know about singletons, you know how to create a method, you know how to create a property, you basically know everything here. So the goal here is to show you the architecture instead of how to actually create the methods, okay? If you want me to slow down a little bit, please leave a comment in the comment section and I'm going to try and slow it down. Or if there is something you did not understand correctly, again, let me know. Thanks. All right, so we now have the add currency method. Inside of here, we want to upgrade or increase our currency. So we need a way to store that currency. Let's add it. So at the top here, let's create a property for that. So field, serialize field, public int currency, get private set. Here we go. And when recycling our object, we want to write currency plus equals amount. As simple as it gets. So let's give this a shot. We are going to set a recycle price for all of our objects, actually. So resources, data, objects. Let's grab all of these. Can we set up a recycle price, let's say, of 75? So 75% of the original price. Yep, I think we are good to go. We are going to create our currency manager right here. So currency manager. Let's add the currency manager script. The currency is right now 0. So let's just make sure that I did not forget anything here. So the wave transition is going to call the currency manager instance and add a currency whenever we recycle. We should be good. Okay, so let's increase the drop manager's rate. Boom. This one, no, level 3. Thank you. Let's then decrease it right now. Okay, so we're collecting 2 chests. Let's wait for a little bit. Okay, so we've got the bike. We should be able to recycle for 75. Right now, we are not displaying the recycle price, but later on we will. Don't worry. Let's select our currency manager. Click the recycle button. 75. Really cool. Recycle again. 150. Awesome. So this is working really well. I love it. So we still need to increase the currency whenever we collect a candy. But now that this is working correctly, a little bit at least, we are going to finalize or polish our wave transition panel because it's honestly not respectable right now. Come on, it's just so ugly. And we also need our player stats right here on the left to display all of our current stats whenever we update them, right? So in the next one, let's do some UI. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to tackle the UI for our wave transition panel. So it's going to be quite simple because it's actually similar to the weapon selection panel. So here's what we're going to do. Proceed step by step again, and feel free to experiment and use your own style. Make it yours, okay? So I'm basically going to do what I've done when preparing the course. If you want to follow along, feel free to do so. If not, do not. Jump to the next sections as you wish. All right, so let's duplicate the background. Here we go, like so. This is our background. Really cool. Let's duplicate the title container, drop it here, maybe just after the background. Let's remove the parentheses. Awesome. We can remove the wave transition text because we now have a title container. Really cool. Let's write level up, something like that. Nice. The only difference here is that our title container will not be centered, okay? We are going to move it to the right because we are going to have the player stats container right here, displaying the player stats. Somewhere around here seems correct. Let's now add a placeholder for our player stats container here because we are going to tackle this in a further lesson. So let's right-click, UI, panel, let's say, just after the... not the background, but just after the title container. So let's move this one. Perfect. Let's call it player stats container. Let's actually add the placeholder suffix here. Really cool. We can remove the background sprite and change the color to something, I don't know, maybe orangish. Yep, something like that. So that it doesn't hurt our eyes. Let's anchor it to the left of the screen and use a position of, I don't know, maybe 300, and the width can be 600. Here we go. So now it's stuck on the left of the screen. Nice. By the way, to have the same setting, you could have moved this boy right here, set up your width, so 500 maybe, and then press Alt or Option, and here we go. Press this one. That way it's stuck to the left of the screen. Cool. Let's now create a container for our buttons. So we already have a local one, if I can say so. I'm just going to create another one, create an empty parent here. Let's call it container. Okay, let's set the anchors to stretch on our screen. And we are going to change these, of course. So let's move this one to the right, something like that, 670. 230, okay. 140 for the right side and 90 for the bottom here. Okay, we should be good to go because right here we are not going to have a button actually. Remember, I told you that whenever we select an upgrade, we are going to switch to the next step, which is the shop. Okay, so our container has been set up. Something like that should be good. We are just going to set up our upgrade buttons container here. So let's reset the anchors, but we want to stretch it on the container. Here we go. That's already way better. Let's actually select this one, maybe something like that. We can actually try this out on different devices and see how it looks like. You can add an image component to have a better view of how it looks like. Okay, seems correct. Yep. What about a small phone? You can actually set this up on a small phone. So let's increase the width maybe. Okay, really cool. Yep, seems correct to me. Seems good. Nice. All right, let's go on. Perfect. Switching back to the game view. Perfect. Like so. We can remove the image and the canvas renderer. Okay, remove component. And let's round these up. So 560, 206, 64, and 90. Perfect. What we are going to do now is set this up. So maybe diminish the padding here. Like so, perfect. And we should be good for the upgrade buttons container. Really nice. So let's now tackle our upgrade container button because right now I don't like the design. Yep, I don't like it at all. So what we are going to do is grab the weapon selection container, drop it here. This one is already way prettier. So this is the one we are going to use. Okay. So let's unpack the prefab. Prefab unpack. Let's call it upgrade container button. Okay, so we are just going to remove the weapon selection container. Let's remove this boy. Let's remove one of these. Perfect. That way it occupies a little bit more space here. And what we're going to do is grab this component here. So copy component and paste it here. Like so. Oh, come on. So past component as new. Here we go. So here's the component, but right now it's referencing objects from the other upgrade container button, which is really bad. So let's set these up. We are going to set up the icon. So let's go down again. We can actually lock this inspector so that we don't mess with it. Let's select the weapon icon, rename it icon. Here we go. The upgrade name text will be this one. So upgrade name text. And this one can be, we're not going to use a scroll view here. Actually, we want another text to display the upgrade value. So we can duplicate this one, drop it as a child of the stats section. Perfect. What else? It's really weird now. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we should actually stretch this boy. And it's not working as expected here. Why? Should I rename? Oh, come on. I need to unlock the inspector. Yeah, sometimes I forget. So let's actually stretch this boy. Awesome. This can be our upgrade value text. Yep, really cool. Let's select our button again. This one, lock it. Here we go. We can actually have a floating window. Yeah, I think it's actually better. Let's have a floating window with the properties. Here we go. We can do this, or maybe have a floating window only for the upgrade container button. Yeah, maybe that's actually better. Yeah, cleaner in my opinion. Let's dock it somewhere around here after the game, maybe. Cool. Are we set up? Here's the value. No, we need to specify our value text. So the icon is okay, the name text is okay, the value text is okay, but the container is not yet. So let's grab this boy, drop it here. Cool. We're simply going to add another reference to the outline here because we don't have it yet. So let's open our script. Here we go. Let's duplicate this one maybe. Let's call it outline. Here we go. And we can add, or maybe this one will not have a specific color. Yep, the upgrade right now is not. Yeah, actually, let's forget this. We can add levels or rarity to the upgrades later on. For now, we don't have them yet. Okay. All right. So let's remove this one. Let's remove this one. Duplicate this one twice just to have a better view. We can change the color or keep it as is. You're free to decide here. Maybe we can set these as pinkish or yellowish because we don't have this color. Yep, I don't think we have it. So let's copy this color and paste it right here. Here we go. It's not really visible, so maybe we should increase the contrast here a little bit. What about this one? Yeah. Yep. Anyway, I'm going to use this one, but feel free to change it, okay? But for the upgrade value right here, I'm going to change the color to white. Perfect. And maybe we should increase the size here because it's going to be something like critical plus 5%, let's say. So yeah, we should definitely increase the size. And maybe we can also add an outline. Meh, I don't like it that much. Yeah, let's only change the color here to something like that. Perfect. This is really nice. Okay, this is the color we are going to use right now. We are going to use the same color for our outline. So let's paste it here. How does it look like? Oh, it reminds me of cookies here. Anyway, let's change the icon really quickly just to have a better view of our thingy here. Let's set the rotation to 0 and we are now good to go. Awesome. So this is going to be our prefab. We are going to turn it into a prefab. So UI, upgrade container button, this one. Let's grab it, drop it here, and replace it anyway. Nice. Do we need to reference these somewhere in the Wave Transition Manager? Of course we need. So let's remove this from here, close tab. Let's lock the inspector for our Wave Transition Manager. Duplicate this one twice. Remove these because we want the prefab to be duplicated. We can grab all of these, drop them here, and remove all of the previous ones, like so. So we are going to give it a quick shot to check if it's working properly, and then we are going to go on. So let's hit play. Okay, so start the game. This one, please, I think I should level up. So either level up or collect 8 chests. So let's try. Oh, we've leveled up. Really nice. Really cool. Yeah, awesome. So there is no icon right now, but the name of the stat and the percent is working. Cool. We're going to change that later on, of course. For now, we are just dealing with the UI. But why is this one not working properly? Let's open our Wave Transition Manager and check what's wrong. Oh, we are passing a null icon here. So instead, we should grab the icon from the, where did we put these? I don't remember. We've got a script that does return an icon, right? Is it the resource manager? I think it is. So yeah, let's grab it. Sprite, stat, or maybe upgrade sprite equals resources manager dot get stat icon of stat. Oh, here we go. This is already going to be way better. So let's pass it in here. Let's go back to Unity and try this out. Let's hit play. Okay, so let's try and level up really quickly, and we will also need to change the value of our upgrade text. Remember, it was just displaying the percent. Yeah, now this is working. Really cool. We are also going to increase the size of our name here. So let's select our prefab, select the name, so upgrade name. Let's unlock this boy. Increase this one to something higher. It will be something like max health. Okay. You could use the same logic here and change the font size or the max size depending on the smaller one. But for now, we are just going to keep it as is. Okay. So 50 should be good. Let's select the prefab and apply our overrides. So apply all. Cool. We are also going to change our script to display the stat name along with the percent. Because right now we are only displaying the percent, right? So random stat string equals format stat name. Okay, so we've got the stat name, button string, out button string, get action to perform. Okay, so we should definitely grab the the name of our stat along with the button string. Okay. So button string equals, we can write something like enums dot format stat name with the stat name, so stat like so, plus button string, but we need a space between them. So let's add another plus. with a space, or maybe a backspace. So let's write /n like so. Cool. So here we are using the previous value. So it was plus blah, blah, blah. We are simply going to add the stat name and we should be good. So let's try this out. All right, let's select a weapon. Boom. Let's go on. Hurry up, please. Thank you. I need to level up. Yeah, here we go. Really cool. Move speed, armor, critical chance. So the text is a little bit too big in my opinion for now. What size can be nice here? What about 60? Yep, maybe 50 actually, like we've used for the name of our upgrade. Should be nice. Okay, let's use 50. So let's set this one to 50 and apply the overrides. Really cool. Nice. And of course, if you think that the upgrade container is too tall, you can decide to diminish its size. So maybe something like that can be nice. You decide actually. Okay. I think this is a pretty good size. Yeah. I think we are good to go. Okay. So 280 and 170, something like that. Nice. Okay. In the next one, let's set up our chest container. We are also going to set up our currency container at the top right here and the player stats manager. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to go on with our wave transition UI and we should be able to complete it during this lesson, hopefully. Okay, so let's go on. Our chest container parent will be a child of the container here so that it does display on the same container right here. And do we already have it, by the way? Prefabs, UI, chest container object. Is it beautiful enough? It is, but we are still going to edit the buttons right here. Okay, let's keep that for later on. So you know what? Let's actually tackle these. Okay. So let's actually, everything seems to be correct. We only need to edit our buttons here. So let's press F to focus them. Really cool. I'm going to add an outline here to make it a little bit more pretty. So let's write outline. Let's drop this boy just before the text. Search for the outline here. I think it was this one. Yep. So let's stretch it. Really cool. -2, -2, -2, -2. Here we go. Let's change the color of the outline to something a bit darker. Maybe something like that. Yep, I like it. Let's keep it as is. Cool. And for the recycle button, what we're going to do is actually use a candy and the recycle price. So the amount of candy we will get. I'm simply going to duplicate this boy, drop it here and anchor it. -2, -2, -2, -2. Use a dark purple-ish color. Same thing for the recycle button here. We can use something a little bit different. This one. This is actually the color that we are going to use for the candy container. Okay, really cool. Let's keep the text, but we are going to wrap the text in a horizontal layout group. So let's create a new container. So create empty. Let's call it horizontal layout. Here we go. Let's stretch it on the container. Let's use a horizontal layout group, drop the text inside of this. And of course we can't because this is a prefab. So let's unpack the prefab, not here, but right here. Grab the text, drop it here. And what we're going to do is also allow the horizontal layout group to control the width and the height of our elements. Center them, add some padding and some spacing because we are also going to add an icon. So let's grab it from here maybe. Yep, let's duplicate it, drop it here. It's going to be the first one, not rotated. And we can use the candy like so. So one of these two, this one is 256 and this one is 128. So maybe we should use this one. Okay. And our text icon right here can have a maximum size a little bit more. So 152. Yeah, we still need to add some padding here. So this is going to be our candy icon. Let's select the horizontal layout group. The padding seems to be a little bit too small. So 2020. Okay, already really cool. So we can keep this as is. I'm just going to remove the shadow here. It doesn't make sense to have shadow. And can we add some layout elements? Okay, so let's, I can't open both of them. So preferred width 500 and same thing for the text here, preferred width 500 so that they occupy the same width. Cool. And for our icon, what we can do to make it smaller is actually change the size. Oh, the scale was 1.2. That's why it was bigger. Okay, I see. So yeah, it's already way better. What you could also do is align the text to the left, but right now it doesn't make any sense. So yep, I think we are good to go. Nice. So what we can do is duplicate this recycle button and turn it into a container here. So I'm just going to duplicate it, set it as a child of the wave transition. Really cool. Anchor it to the top left and set its position and width. So let's set it to -125, maybe something like 80, -80 actually, for it to be a little bit down. This one can be 170. And let's diminish the height. Maybe 70 should be enough here. Come on. Or maybe it's not. Maybe 150. This seems correct, but seems like we need to diminish the padding on the horizontal layout. So 10, 10, 10, 10. Yeah, this is already way better. Really cool. What if we remove the spacing? Yep. So let's actually keep these settings for the recycle button here. Copy component, select the horizontal layout, and paste the component. Oh, come on. Paste the component values. Yeah, this is okay. Cool. And again, you're free to change these however you want. Come on. So let's select our recycle button here. This is our currency container. Okay. And we don't want to have a button on this one because it should not be clickable unless we add animations later on, which we are actually going to add. So let's rename this one. Let's also rename this one. Okay, we need to turn our chest container into a prefab again, but do we need to specify the button? Recycle button is still this boy. Really cool. We need the recycle price here now, right? Because we've added the text. So let's add the recycle price really quickly. Recycle button. Do we have a price text? Nope. So I'm going to duplicate this and rename this. Let's use text mesh pro UGUI recycle text, or recycle price text actually. All right. No need for it to be a property. So we're going to remove this field keyword. We're going to remove this and turn the first letter into a lowercase. Nice. Let's now change its value. So maybe just right after the name. So write recycle price text.text equals object data dot recycle price dot toString. Okay. Awesome. And just like that, we've completed our chest object container. So let's jump back to Unity. We are going to turn this one into a prefab, but first let's reference our recycle text. Boom, let's grab it from here. Yep, let's rename it actually. So recycle price text. Perfect. Is it this one? Yep, it is. So let's turn this one into a prefab now. Let's open the prefabs folder, not here, UI. Grab this boy, drop it on top of the chest object container. If you're not sure, you can actually remove the chest object container, the previous one, or create an obsolete folder just for precaution here. Obsolete, here we go. You can grab this boy, rename it maybe OBS for obsolete. UI here, let's grab the chest object container. Perfect. We can remove it from here now. And we still need to add it to the wave transition manager because right now we are using the obsolete one. So chest object container. Perfect. I think we are set up. So let's increase the drop manager's chest drop chance and hit play. So let's start. Really cool. Cotton candy gun. Here we go. Give me a chest, please. Thank you. I've got 3, 4, 5, 7, nice, 8, 9, 12, 13 chests. Really nice. So right now we've got the bike. Let's select our Dave right here just to check if it's still working correctly. So let's take it. Yeah, the bike has been added. The heart. Okay, let's try and recycle now. So let's grab our currency manager. Currency. Boom, 75, 150. Really cool. It's working correctly. Awesome. And of course, right now we are still in debug mode, so we'll need to uncheck the debug checkbox from here, but let's not rush into things. All right, we're almost there. In the next one, we are going to tackle our player stats container right here and the currency manager, hopefully. So this one should update. Okay, see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the UI for our player stats display right here on the left. Okay, so let's go on. Wait, I've just noticed something. We are writing the name of the stat here and writing it again here. Come on, what am I doing here? So wave transition manager, sorry for that. Let's change this and keep this as it was actually. Okay, really nice. I don't know. I don't know where my brain was at that time. Okay, anyway, let's grab our player stats container placeholder. So we are going to remove the placeholder from here. And what we're going to do is also use the square, maybe 30 or 50. Yeah, this one. So the rounded one. And use it for our container. So you can decide to use another image, one that only has a border radius right here on the right side, sorry, but not on the left side. Or you can use this one that we're going to use right now. Later on, we will definitely improve this. Don't worry. Okay, so let's diminish this, select our player stats container, and right click and create a new empty child. Let's call it container. I like containers. I like trains. Okay, so let's anchor this on the container. And what we're going to do is use the same sprite. So image square. Okay, so square 50, but use this purple color. Cool. Again, I'm using colors here that you might change, definitely. And then what we're going to do is create a vertical layout group. So let's diminish this one. Okay, let's grab this one and drop it here. Perfect. So right click, create a new empty game object and call it vertical layout, because we will have our text, the title of the panel, and all of the stats right down there. So let's stretch our vertical layout and add a vertical layout group. Okay, so let's control the width and the height of our elements. We can align them with the center, but it's not going to matter because we're going to occupy the whole space. We will have two sections inside of here. So the title section and the container, the stats section. Here we go. So let's add a layout element to both of these. Check the preferred height. Set this one to 800 because the title section will only be 200, or maybe actually 100, 900. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think it's decent. Maybe 850. Oh, come on. You can tweak these. You now know how to create perfect layouts. After that, we can simply duplicate the title container, drop it in the title section, change the color to white, and the title text will be the same purplish color. Here we go. Let's write player stats, or simply stats, actually. Yeah, stats is enough. And what we're going to do is rename this boy and stretch it on the container. Boom, boom. Here we go. Let's add some padding. Let's add 2020, 2020, 2020. Here we go. Maybe we can actually only use 10 for the top and bottom. Yeah, something like that. I want a little bit more to the top, and maybe we should actually increase this boy. So 150. Yep, ish. 100. Yeah. Okay, let's keep it as is again, and then we can tweak this later. Our stats section here will contain a vertical layout, similarly to what we've used inside of our upgrade containers and so on. So what we can do is actually duplicate our, we don't have stats here. So let's grab the weapon selection container. So let's grab it, drop it in the wave transition panel, because we only want the stats section scroll view here. Let's duplicate it, drop it as a child of the wave transition, and remove the container. We're going to grab this one and turn it into a child of the stats section. Then we can stretch it on the container so that it occupies the whole space, and let's call it scroll view. We can actually call it stats scroll view. Here we go. So the settings seem correct here. Same thing for the viewport, and the content is good. We might change that later on, but let's keep it as is for now. Let's drop some stat containers in here. Okay, here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so they seem a little bit too small right now. Okay, and we might not want that much padding on the left and the right. Same thing for the top and the bottom. Yeah, no, we need some padding to the top and the bottom actually. Maybe the bottom, only 20 pixels at the bottom. What else? The height is not that big, so maybe we should use 70. Yep. 70 is already pretty good. 70. Yeah, that's already way better. Maybe 80. And maybe we can change that later on. We are going to make the whole game later on, right? Anyway, let's use 70 for now. And regarding these, we are not going to instantiate them. I'm actually going to show you another way you could do it. So let's create a little bit more of these. Okay, so we have a bunch of these now. I don't know where we can see how many we've selected. Is there a way to check that? I don't know. Oh, 21. Here it is. 21 objects selected. Okay. But later on, what we are going to do is check how many stats we have and disable all of the ones we don't need, like so. Okay. It's going to be really cool. And you'll actually learn multiple ways of doing the same things so that you have the choice. So in the next one, let's write the code to update this. And before the next one, let's actually increase the size here because it's too small. Come on. Let's set it to, I don't know, maybe, yep, 50. 50 is good. Nice. So let's use the same value for all of these. 50. Okay, let's delete all of these. Duplicate this one a bunch of time. And we are now good to go. See you in the next one. For real now. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the coding part for our player stats container. So this boy, okay? So let's jump right into it. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create a player stats display script. So let's open the scripts folder, UI, right-click, create a new C# script, and call it player stats display. Here we go. What we are going to do is attach this script to the player stats display, which is right here. Okay, let's check if this is the right one. It is. So let's rename it player stats display. Here we go. And why did I attach it to the object in itself and not to a manager? This is because we are going to have two of these. One inside of here in the wave transition panel and another one in the inventory, in the shop panel, sorry. Okay, so you could create a manager that's going to update these as we go, checking for the game state. If the game state has been switched to the wave transition panel, it should update this one. If it has switched to the shop, it should update the other one, and so on. But I actually want to turn this one into a prefab here. This is why I've attached it to the object in itself. So let's open the prefabs folder, UI, drag this boy and drop it here. Really nice. Let's now open the script. So what do we need inside of here? We simply want to update our stat containers. So we definitely need a way to access them. Well, let's access them via the parent. So header, elements, serialize field, private transform. Maybe call it player stat containers parent. Here we go. And we will need to update this one when should we update this boy? I'll let you think a little bit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Of course, when we update our player stats. So it should definitely implement the iPlayerStat dependency interface. So let's implement the interface like so. Let's grab this method, drop it right here. Here we go. We can actually remove the start and update method, but whenever our stats gets updated, we are going to update the player stats display. But we need to keep in mind that whenever the wave transition panel is inactive, this will not get called unless, if we check our player stats manager, by the way, right here. So there is no sort mode, but we also need to take into account objects that are not active right now. So for that, we're going to add another argument to our method. And you can notice that there are two properties or arguments that we can set up. So the find objects inactive and the find objects sort mode. So this one is going to be the second one actually. Okay, let's do something like this. Let's add a comma just before it and find objects inactive dot include. We also want to include the inactive objects so that we can still update our player stats display when it's off. Got it? Please, if you don't get this, let me know because this is really important here. Okay, so let's go on. What we want to do in here is loop through all of our stats and enable or change the value of our stat container right here, okay? And when we are done doing this, we need to disable the remaining ones. So let's open our player stat manager and we can notice that we have a get stat value method. So this is the one we are going to use. All right, let's go back to our player stats display and create the loop. So for each stat in enums dot not enum, sorry, enum dot get type, and of course we need the system library. Here we go. Get values, not get type of our enums. So stat. Here we go. So now we should loop through all of our stats. We first want to enable the container. So let's add a reference to it. Stat container equals player stat containers parent dot get child at index a certain index. So let's write index. And of course we need that index here. So let's create a variable int index equals 0 so that we can increment it at the end of our loop. So index plus plus, perfect. Right now this is a transform dot. So dot get component of type stat container. Come on, like so. And we need to make sure that our objects right here, our children, so the children of the player stats parent, let's actually reference it. It should be somewhere around here. So this is the content that contains the stat containers. Have a stat container component. If not, we are going to have an error. Okay. All right. After that, we need to make sure that it is active. So stat container. Not like this, but stat container that game object that stat active true. It's just a precaution. It should be active, but just in case we turn it on. Then we are simply going to configure it like we've done in our weapon selection container. So we need to search for an icon. I think it was right here actually. Yeah, with the icon and so on. Or maybe not right here, but boom, 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 boom. We've got so many objects here. Oh, come on. Let's check the configure method here, find all references inside of here. Perfect. I think it was, yeah, right here. We first grab the icon, we grab the stat string and so on. So this is basically what we're going to do, okay? And as an exercise, I invite you to try and do that on your own. All right, so player stats manager, nope. Player stats display, yep. Sprite, stat icon equals resource manager, dot get stat icon with our stat. Perfect, we've got the stat icon. Let's actually write the stat container dot configure method so that we know what we need. Stat icon, we need the stat name, so it's going to be stat but formatted. So enums dot format stat name stat, and we also need the value here. And the value will be brought from our player stats manager. So let's write stat value. Here we go. String stat value equals player stats manager. So we already have it right here. Let's grab it. Boom. That get stat value with our stat. Perfect. So this does return a float, right? And it can be positive or negative. If you want to display it as is, you can simply write toString and format it as an F2 string. Okay. This is one way of doing it. What you could do is also change its color based on its sign. Got it? So if it's positive, you can turn it green. If it's negative, you can turn it red. Right now, let's keep it really simple. Try this and change the color later on. So let's try this first, and then we can actually disable all of the other containers. Boom, we should be good here. We've got the content. We are simply going to hit play, and normally we should be okay. So let's try that. Let's start the game, select a weapon. Here we go. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that we can better see it. Cool. We need to upgrade our level, by the way. We need to level up. Really nice. I love it. You see, now all of our stats have been added. So the font size is not there yet, and we can change that later, of course, in another life. But yeah, we've got the stat, we've got the value here, and we still have these ones that we need to disable. So let's now disable these. Let's go back to our script, and after the loop, we are going to create another loop. So for, and this one it's a for loop because we want to start from I equals index. So the last one that we've checked, and it's actually not the last one, but the one after the last one, until we are less than the player stats container parent dot child count I++. And what we're going to do is simply disable the child. So player stats container parent dot get child dot index I dot game object dot set active false. Okay, really simple. Let's try this out. Let's hit play. All right, boom, this one. Let's try and level up again. Here we go. And all of the other ones have been disabled. So we should have 12 stats, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Really cool. All right, so now that this is done, what we can do in the next one is change the color of our stat depending on its sign. So if it's positive, green, if it's negative, red. But really quickly, let me just try something here. I'm going to select the health recovery speed because this is the longest one. So let's select it. Yep, this one. So the name. And what is the smallest size we can use so that it fits in one line? 20? Nope. 25. 25 seems correct. So why don't we change all of the text here to have a size of 25? It's a choice. I think this is the way we are going to use because as a teacher, I need to show you the easy way and a more complicated way that is more automatic. But this is working perfectly, actually. We can set all of the stat names to 25 and it's going to work. So for that, I'm going to copy this, boom, like so. Search for all of the stat name texts, select all of these, and change their size to 25. Here we go. So now all of the stat texts have been changed. Let's try this out really quickly. I'm going to time-lapse this so that you don't have to look at it. And this is already way better. And we can actually apply the same logic to the text here, the value texts. Let me do that really quickly and come back to you. Here we go. This is way better. Let's switch to the simulator. Okay, so it seems like we can't spot our icons here. So what we can do is simply select the stats scroll view or the stats section. No, let's actually select the content because this has the vertical layout group and add a little bit of padding to the left. Here is one fix that you can use. But again, yeah, there is an issue with all of the phones. Some have these thing, some other devices don't. But there is a nice option you can check in the project settings. We can actually check that later. You can select player right here, resolution and presentation. And here you can enable or disable the rendering outside of the safe area. So enable this option to utilize all available screen space and allow rendering to display cutout notch area. If you disable it, it will actually not render outside of the safe area. It will only display inside of it. So if you have a notch right here, it should not display on top of this, but this area here will be black, I think. I haven't tested on iPhone, but please, if one of you can test it on iPhone, let me know. So let's start. No, we won't be able to check it out here. So yeah, in the next one, let's go on with our wave transition panel and improve the texts. Improve the candy here, so the currency text, and we should be good. We can call it a day, come on. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to colorize our value text here, so the stat value text, in green if it's positive, and it's in red if it's negative. Okay, so let's do this right away. So inside of our player stats display script, what we do right here is configure the stat container. And we also want to add another layer of logic to our stat container to accept the sign of the value. Okay? And what we're going to do inside of here is open the configure method. Right, perfect. We are going to check our stat value. So we have it right here. And right now we are using it as is. But what we want to do is actually pass in the float, so the stat value as a float, so that we can do some math on it. So let's go back to our script here and pass in our stat value float. So this one, let's turn it into a float. Here we go. We can remove this like so. Cool. And let's keep it as is. So we now need to open our configure method, turn the argument into a float, and we are going to have an error, of course. For now, let's use the toString extension. Here we go. But we are also going to have an error in our weapon containers. So weapon selection container, because we configure the stats containers right here with generate containers. Okay, here we go, right now, right here. In the stat container manager, we pass in a string to the configure method because this is how we've done previously. So instead, let's turn this one into a float and remove the toString extension. Really nice. We can now open the configure method. Cool. So inside of here, we are first going to grab the absolute value of our stat value. So float abs stat value, let's say, equals mathf.abs of the stat value. So stat value. Perfect. So first off, our text will simply contain the absolute stat value as a string. We can actually turn this one into an integer or use again the F2 formatting. Cool. But we need to know about the sign of our value so that we can write stat value text.color equals green or red. So depending on the sign, so let's say sign is greater than 0. If that's the case, color.green, otherwise color.red. Perfect. So let's now set up our sign here. Float sign will be mathf.sign of our stat value. Here we go. But we can add another layer of logic here. If the stat value is 0, we can actually use the white color. So for that, let's check. If stat value equals 0, then sign equals 0. Because if this one is 0 right now, it will set the sign to +1. Even though it's 0, it's considered as positive. Okay? So now we can use this boy. We can't manage 3 colors using this syntax here. So what we are going to do is set up a color. Let's call it stat value text color equals color.white by default. Okay? And if the sign is greater than 0, stat value color text, the value text color equals color.green. Else if sign is less than 0, stat value text color equals color.red. Perfect. We can now use the stat value text color inside of here. So if the sign is 0, we are not going to enter here. We are not going to enter here. We are simply going to use the white color. If it is positive, we are going to use the green and otherwise the red. Cool. So let's go back to Unity and try this out. And we are already going to notice something that we don't want here. So let's hit play. What I'm going to do is switch back to the game window because I really enjoy it more than the simulator view. Start the game and here we go. Already something that I don't like seeing. All of the stats here are green because they are positive. Okay, let's forget about that for now. Let's go and try this out. All right, the panel should now display, really cool. And inside of here, this is already way better. So the coloring works well when we are dealing with the stats right here, but I really don't like seeing the colors in our level up panel, okay? So instead, we are going to check if we want to color the stats or not. If we want to color the stats well, we are going to use the same syntax. Otherwise, we are not going to color them like so. Okay, so let's add again another layer of logic here. So let's jump back to our configure method, this one, and add a boolean. Let's call it should color, or maybe use color equals true. Or equals false. By default, we don't want to use the color, okay? So if it's false, what we're going to do is check if use color. Let's call colorize stat value text, and we should pass in the stat value, like so. Let's create this method. Private void, boom, float stat value. So we are going to use all of this beautiful world if we want to colorize it. Otherwise, let's just display the basic string. So let's grab this line, drop it here. We need to set the color to white too. So let's set the stat value text dot color equals color dot white. Perfect. And we're not going to use the absolute value, but the stat value. Really cool. So this is good. Now we need to tell when we want to use the color and when we don't. So by default, we are not going to use the color, but we want to use it for our player stats display here. So let's add the argument true. And just like that, we can control when to display colors and when we don't want to. Okay, let's try this out. Let's start the game. Okay, everything is white. Beautiful. I love it. So let's try and display the wave transition panel. Here is a chest. Cool. Let's go on. Here we go. Oh, the bonk is really powerful. I love it. And it's working really well. These ones are colored and these ones are not. Really nice. This is exactly the expected behavior. And again, if you want to color these, do not use the logic I've used here, but you use the previous one. Okay? So now that this is good, in the next one, let's tackle this boy right here, the currency at the top right. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are finally going to wrap up our wave transition panel. Come on, it's tiring. I assure you it's really exhausting, but we are creating an amazing game here, and I can't wait to see what you're going to come up with. All right, so let's open our currency manager. Where is it? Here it is. Perfect. So let's open it. Inside of here, what we are going to do is add a way to update our texts. So private void update texts. When do we want to update our texts right now? Whenever we update the currency, of course. So update texts. Cool. And inside of here, you have multiple ways, again, of doing things. You could add a reference to all of your candy or currency texts, but I really don't like it. You could create a tag for your currency texts. We can use this, or you can create a script. You can attach that script to all of your currency texts whenever you create one. And inside of here, we are going to search for all of the game objects that have that component or that script. Okay? And again, in my opinion, this is the best way of doing things because after that, you can decide to do anything. You can add an animate method to your text to animate it whenever you change the amount of coins or the currency count. You can change the color, you can scale it up, you can, anything you can imagine, you can do it. Okay? So let's create our currency text. Let's go back to Unity, open the scripts folder, UI, right click, create, C# script, currency text. Here we go. Let's attach this script to our currency text, which is right here, like so. Yep, this one. Cool. So let's grab the currency text, attach it to the object like so. And right now let's create a method. Yeah, let's actually create a method to change the text. So using TM Pro, here we go. Let's remove these, public void update text. Let's add a reference to the text, or we can simply add the require component attribute type of text mesh pro UGUI. Here we go. A header for the elements, private text mesh pro UGUI. Let's call it text, as simple as it gets. Inside of here, if text equals null, text equals get component of type text mesh pro UGUI. And after that, text, the text equals the string, or maybe text string, or string text, or currency text, or anything you want to write here. So let's write currency string, string, currency, string. Or you can pass in the currency as a float and configure it, but okay, let's keep it as is. Let's not overcomplicate things. So inside of here, we are going to look through all of the game objects and search for our thingies. So currency text array, currency text equals find objects of type, find objects by type, by the way. I think it has been changed. Previously, in previous Unity versions, it was find objects of type, but that's okay. By type currency text, and let's add the find objects inactive.include and sort mod.none. Here we go. So at this point, we have an array of all of the currency texts we need. Really cool. Now let's loop through all of them. So for each currency text, text in currency texts, text dot update text with the currency. So currency .toString. Really cool. So this is basically what we need to do here. And we are also going to use this logic for our premium currency later on. Okay, so let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play and everything should be working as expected here. Let's start the game. Let's select this one. It's a bit more powerful. And of course, we haven't dealt with the game panel yet, but we will definitely add a currency right here too. All right, boom, boom. So now it hasn't been updated. At start, we should definitely update our texts. But let's actually recycle an object here. Boom, 75, 150, 250, 220. I'm getting crazy. I'm so tired, but this is working perfectly. I'm so proud of you. If you've got any question, please feel free to leave them in the comment section. I will try and answer ASAP. But I think that this does wrap up our level up panel, or the wave transition panel actually. We just need to remove these from here. So let's quickly debug from Dave. Let's disable this, try this out, but maybe we should finally increase the wave manager's durations. So 20 seconds. If you don't want to watch it, I'm going to time lapse this. All right, let's try it out. So let's, oh, we have 50 chests. Okay, I'm going to time lapse this. Here we go. So I don't know how many times we've leveled up, but let's select the attack, max health, attack again, and we are displaying the shop. Really nice. We've leveled up 3 times. This is really cool. Okay, this is working as expected. I love it. So in the next one, I guess we should tackle the shop. I don't know, maybe. Let's see. See you in the next one. And just before I forget, let's update our currency text at start right here. So update texts. And we're also going to commit our changes because we haven't committed our changes yet. So let's do that really quickly. Let's open this. And in here we can write wave transition panel transition, please. Transition panel completed. Really nice. And I'll see you around. Welcome back, guys. In this section, we are going to tackle the shop UI. Finally, we are getting there. Okay, in the previous one, we've completed the wave transition UI. We can actually have a look at it. And yep, we are going to start the shop now. So start. Okay, let's actually check the wave manager. Yeah, let's set a wave duration of 10 seconds first. Okay, let's hit play. Okay, let's start. Let's try and level up or collect a chest really quickly. We've got a chest. Really cool. So let's go on. Boom. 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, level up. Let's take this one. And we can also notice that our stats are getting updated here. This is so cool. Nice. So let's tackle the shop. Okay, let's first display the UI. Here we go. I'm going to select the shop panel. Maybe we can disable the wave transition one, enable the shop, and let's go. Okay, so the first thing we need is a background. So let's duplicate the one from the wave transition panel. Here we go. Let's put it as the first child. Let's remove this. This is the background. Really cool. Then we are going to have the title container. So let's drop it here. Here we go. Let's rename this one and write shop. Here we go. This one can be centered actually. So let's center it. And it's actually a little bit too long in my opinion right now. So what we can do is actually make it smaller. So maybe 300 pixels should be enough. Then here maybe a little bit more. 120. Yeah, seems correct. Okay, let's go on. I'm going to take the easy route here and also duplicate the currency container we had in the previous panel. So let's drop it here, maybe after the title container. Okay, so let's just move it to the other side, I guess. It's not its actual position here. So I'll drop it here and 125. All right, really cool. And by the way, because the text here already has the currency text component, it will update automatically when we launch the game. I think that in the previous one, we've actually updated the texts at start. So we can already try this, but for now, let's not. Okay, let's go on with our UI. One thing at a time. Let's remove the shop text. Perfect. We can remove this start button because we are going to use the one from the weapon selection panel. So let's duplicate it, drop it inside of the shop, and here we go. It's already way better. Nice. I love it. Cool. We are getting there. So this is the start game button. Here we go, game manager.start game. Let's actually quickly try this out to make sure that this is updating and our button is working. So let's hit play. Let's set up a wave duration of, I don't know, maybe 5 seconds because it will display the shop. Okay, here we go. No need to select a weapon. Later on, we can actually check if the player has selected a weapon or not. But yeah, for now, it's okay. Okay, so the text has been updated and we can start the game again. Really cool. So let's go on. Let's now create a basic container at the middle here at the center for our weapons for the actual shop. Okay, so let's right click on the shop and create a new UI image. Let's call it container. All right, maybe we can call it shop container, something like that. All right, we are going to use the square 50 or the basic container image, this one. Cool. What we can do is stretch it on the container, but prevent it from occupying the whole space here. We're actually going to add some padding, maybe 300 pixels, 200 at the top, 300 and 200, something like that. We can actually diminish the value here so that it's not that close from the button. And we are also going to add the reroll container here, the one with the reroll buttons. Okay. So let's change the color of this boy. Let's use a purplish color, something like that maybe. Oh, this is too. I think this is too bright. So let's darken it a little bit, something like that. Here we go. We can actually save this color in our swatch by just clicking the little button here, the little square, okay? And by the way, you can actually switch between your swatches and also change the display here. So either a grid or a list. I have a bunch of swatches. You can create a new library, and this is really useful when you want to keep a consistent color palette. Okay, cool. Inside of the shop container right here, we are going to have a scroll view to display our weapons or objects. So we are first going to display the weapons, then the objects, but this will come later on. So let's right click, create a new UI, scroll view. Here we go. We can actually stretch it on the container and hide it. So let's remove the source image, hide it like so, remove the scroll bars. I don't like seeing them. Come on. This scroll view will be horizontal, so let's uncheck the vertical checkbox here. We can remove the missing scroll bars. Really cool. Let's also stretch the viewport, something like that. Same thing for the content, but the content will have a content size fitter and set the preferred size for the horizontal fit like we've done previously, but we've used the vertical fit. And we are also going to have a horizontal layout group. Really cool. That way, when we have our containers, let's actually grab a container from Kawaii Survivor, Prefabs, UI, a weapon selection container. I think this is a good one to use here. What we're going to do here is check the height and align them with the middle left. Here we go. Let's add a width to our button here, maybe 300. Perfect. And it seems like it's not aligned correctly because our container here should occupy the whole space. So let's remove the anchors here, the paddings, really nice. And of course, we're going to edit these values. Don't worry about that. But right now, I just want to have a view of the button. So let's say we want to add 50 pixels on the left, 50 pixels on the right here, and maybe, yeah, something like that is actually decent. And 50 pixels for the spacing. Is that correct? Cool. Of course, you can experiment and find values that you like here. I'm just going to use the one that I've used when making the course, but feel free to experiment and make it yours. Okay? So this should be good for our content. We just need to edit our shop item container here to add the lock button and the price of our item. Okay, so an item, by the way, is either a weapon or an object. So let's do that really quickly. I'm going to unpack the prefab here and rename it shop item container. Here we go. So we've got the outline and the vertical layout. We just want to add a section here. So let's duplicate this one. Or maybe we should duplicate... Do we have a container that already has a button? The chest container has. But yeah, whatever. I'm just going to duplicate this section here and call it purchase section. Maybe purchase button section, actually. Like so. Really cool. So this one will have a preferred height of 200, let's say, and we can actually add our button to check if it's correct. So let's remove the scroll view from here. And we can grab a button from, let's say, right here, because we already have the candy and the price. So let's duplicate our currency container, like so. Really cool. This one will be stretched on the container. We can add some padding, so maybe 2020, 2020. Yeah. I don't like it, actually. I think I'm going to add a little bit more. So let's diminish its size. Yes, something like that. Like that seems correct. And maybe the pixels per unit multiplier can be 2. Yeah, same thing for the outline here. So 2. Is it too small? Boom, boom, boom. Maybe we're going to make it a little bit bigger. So let's select our section here. Not the section, sorry, but the container, and diminish the padding on the top and bottom. Maybe you can set this one at 60 and 60. Yeah, this is already way better. The only difference here is that we don't want the outline. Okay, so let's remove it because this is not a button. And the current container should have a basic container, or maybe a square 50 for the container, to prevent having a shadow. Because by default, the basic container has a slight shadow right here, and I don't want it. So let's rename this purchase price container. Okay, this is not a button, so it should not be clickable. We are going to make it darker this way. Yep, really cool. And add a little bit more padding to the bottom, maybe 15 or 20. Nice, really cool. Now I love it. All right, so now that this is done, let's try and put some stat containers in the scroll view. So stat container, let's duplicate it a bunch of times just to make sure that it doesn't overflow on our container and that everything looks perfect. So let's switch to the simulator. Let's increase the scale. Okay, seems correct, but this now is a little bit too squashed. It's definitely not what we expect here. So let's fix that. Let's try and increase the scale of our thingy, the candy here first. So let's select the candy or the horizontal layout and remove the paddings from the top. Maybe we can have 2 pixels and 2 pixels. This is already a little bit better, okay? Then what we can do is diminish its size. So let's select it. Maybe we can add 70 and 70. Yep, this is decent. And should be good, actually, yeah. So let's try on the iPhone. Okay, it's a little bit too small, so maybe set the top padding to 5 and the bottom to 15. Yep, this is correct. All right, what about this one? Yep, cool, nice, perfect. I think I've tested the same phone twice, but that's okay. Okay, this already looks way better. Okay, so the game window here is actually 1920 by 1080. This is why we have this layout, but on a real phone, we can notice that it's correct. And again, of course, you can install additional devices if you want to check if it's looking good on other devices, but should be nice. Okay. So we now have our basic shop item container. What we're going to do is turn it into a prefab, but first off, we want to remove the weapon selection container. Here we go. Let's now drag it and drop it inside of here. Perfect. We can remove the other ones. Let's remove the last one and duplicate this boy a bunch of time. Nice. I'm going to switch back to the game window because, yeah, this is actually way better. Nice. You can decide to diminish the size of the go button and increase the size of the container if you want. It will look something like this. Wait, let me show you. So this is already a little bit more enjoyable. Maybe you can turn this one into a square button. So the start game can be something like this. You decide, okay? I like this layout here. So this is the one I'm going to keep. All right, let's now add the lock button because we forgot to add it. Let's add it really quickly. Right click, UI, button. Here we go. This is going to be our lock button. Perfect. What we can do is anchor it to the top right of the container. Make it square, so 50 by 50 maybe. Okay, let's actually focus it. Here we go. This is way better. And I'm going to move it to -30, something like that. Maybe a little bit more. So -40. Yeah, this is decent. Cool. So let's actually remove the text from here. And the button will have a lock sprite right away, like so. So we need to preserve the aspect of the image, of course. And you know what? I'm actually going to use the unlocked lock by default. So lock, unlocked. Here we go. And whenever we click this button, we are going to switch the source image to the lock icon. And then we can have some logic in here. And to complete this lesson, we are going to add the reroll container at the bottom, along with the 2 buttons to open the sliding panels. It's coming, guys. So let's add this boy. What we can do is actually add it as a child of the shop. So new empty game object. Let's call it reroll container. Let's anchor this boy to the bottom, and we can move it by 90 pixels, let's say. All right, the width can be 600, something like that. And it will definitely have a horizontal layout group because it will help us lay out our buttons and the small dice icon at the middle. Let's add these. So you know what? We are going to duplicate the currency container because it already has a good layout. Duplicate it twice and add an icon in the middle. So a simple image like so, really nice. So this is going to be our dice icon. Here we go. Let's call it dice. We also need to preserve the aspect of our dice, of course. And our first container will be watch video button. Here we go. Let's change the color to something red. Yep, really nice. I also want to remove the, not the outline, but the horizontal layout because this one will simply have an icon at the middle. So let's duplicate the dice, drop it here, stretch it, and where is the video icon here? Here it is. Really cool. This one is a little bit too small, so I'm going to add some padding, maybe 10, 10, 10, 10. Here we go. Let's change this to watch video icon. Cool. What we can also do is increase the size of this boy. So let's allow the container to control the width of our buttons and the height. That's the opposite. So the height and the width. Really cool. What we also want to do is add an overlay to the button. So let's call it overlay. I'm going to select the overlay here. Like so, set the color to white, and it's already looking way better. So let's duplicate this overlay, drop it here. This is gonna be maybe reroll button, purchase reroll, let's say. Purchase reroll button. We definitely need to add a button component because it doesn't have it right now. Same thing for the watch video button. Oh, come on. Ah, I hate it. Here we go. That's way better. So this is going to be the overlay. We are going to center this boy like so, and we are good to go. So let's check how it looks like in the game window, and it's looking really nice. Let's actually change the color of this button here, the purchase reroll button. I want to use something brighter. So maybe this one. Yay, that's looking good. And finally, we are going to add our 2 buttons. So one on the left, one on the right to open the player stats panel and the inventory. Here we go. So let's right click UI button. Here we go. This is going to be the open stats or maybe player stats button. This one will have a circle as a button. So circle, 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 this one. Is it the one that I've used when making the course? I don't think so. I think I've used the round button. Yeah, this one. Way better. So let's preserve the aspect. Let's change the size to 100 by 100 and anchor it to the left of the screen. Maybe we can move it towards here. So again, it depends if you've used the safe area or not here. Okay. So yeah, let's keep it as is for now. Perfect. What we're going to do is remove the text because we only want to use an arrow. So maybe we can duplicate the dice from here, drop it here as a child of the player stats button. Let's stretch it on the container. Change this one to arrow. Which arrow should we choose? This one actually. So let's rotate it by 90 degrees. Okay, let's change the color of the container to something a little bit brighter. Yeah, this is correct. This one can be rotated, yeah, the other way around, actually, to open the panel. So 10, 10, 10, 10. Yep, correct. And I don't think that I like this arrow. Do I have another one with a not so sharp tip here? Boom, boom, boom. I'm really quickly gonna try this out. Oh, this one is actually better. Yeah, I like this one. This is the outline, but it fits well. So should we use it? Let's call it arrow outline. What if we use both arrow, this one and this one? Okay. No, this is too complex here. No, I don't like it. But what we're going to do is use -1, not -1. So 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, not this one. But we can maybe increase this one. So 9, 9, 9, 9. Here we go. Yeah, there is this effect here. Actually, I think it would be smarter to use one that is already rounded instead of doing all of this. So let's see if we've got something here. I'm going to time-lapse this. I don't. So I'm going to use the basic arrow here. Let's call it arrow. Perfect. I'm now going to duplicate this boy and move it to the other side. So -128. Here we go. Let's hit F, not play. I'm used to say let's hit play. So this is the inventory button. Inventory button. Perfect. We are going to rotate the arrow. Boom. And we are now good to go. Really cool. So this lesson has been a little bit too long because, come on, this is actually simple. You know how to do this. And in the next one, let's tackle the real stuff. We are going to create the shop manager to manage these elements here. Just a really quick thing before we start, the shop container here, I don't think we haven't updated our shop item container with the lock button. So let's apply all of the changes. Really cool. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this section, I'm going to ask you to stay focused, okay? Take your time. This section will contain a bunch of information. So we are basically going to use stuff that you already know that we've tackled through this course, but the architecture here is really important, okay? So first off, we have a shop. We will need a manager for that shop. So let's create a shop manager. Shop manager. The goal of this lesson will simply be to spawn these containers. We're actually going to proceed step by step. So let's add the shop container, shop manager, sorry, not prefabs, but scripts, managers, or we can actually drop all of the elements linked to the shop in a separate folder. So shop. Here we go. Let's create the C# script, shop manager. Nice. And let's add this shop manager to our game object. Cool, let's open it. So the first thing we need here is a reference to the container of our buttons. So to the buttons container. This is the shop container content right here. Okay, this is where we should spawn them. So let's add a reference to it. Elements, serialize field, private transform. Oh, come on, always writing transfer function. Containers parent. Here we go. Then we need to add a reference to what we want to spawn. So private. Right now we are simply going to spawn game objects. Later on we will add the shop item container script and so on, but for now let's keep it simple. So game object shop item container prefab. Container prefab. Cool. All right, now we know what we want to spawn and we know where to spawn it. So when should we spawn? Whenever the game state switches to the shop state, right? So let's implement the iGameState listener interface. Really cool. I'm going to grab this one again and drop it here. Perfect. And whenever the game state is shop, so if game state equals gamestate.shop, what we want to do is configure our shop. So private void configure. Here we go. In this configure method, we are going to remove all of the previous containers because as you can see, we already have some, but there is a catch here. The player will be able to lock some containers. So later on, we will definitely need to check if the container is locked or not. If it's locked, we should not remove it. If it is not, let's remove it. But for now, let's clear all of these. So containers parent.clear. Here we go. And we can then decide how many shop container or shop item containers we want to spawn. So int containers to add, let's say we want 6 containers here. And of course, you can add this variable at the top to be able to tweak it later on. So now the only thing left is to spawn these containers. Spawn. Okay, let's do so. So for I from 0 to containers to add, we simply want to spawn it. So instantiate the game object prefab, shop item container prefab under the containers parent. Really cool. So let's go back to Unity. Let's actually remove 3 of them just to keep 2. I want to check if we actually remove them and spawn 6 of them. So let's add the content as the parent and lock this boy, select. Oh, we can't select it, but I think we can click on here. Nope. Prefab, select asset. Here we go. Now we can grab this one and drop it here and hit play. What we can do is set the wave transition, the wave duration to 0 seconds so that we switch to the shop state right away. So let's go. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yep, our 6 containers. This is really nice. Now that we know how to spawn these items, in the next one, we are going to add another layer of complexity because we want to spawn weapons and objects. So in the next one, let's learn how we can do that. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to learn how we can actually spawn objects along with weapons. Because right now, if I hit play, we've learned how to spawn basic shop item containers, and we definitely need to spawn both weapons and objects. So let's quickly check where we've left it. So 0 in here. Let's go. Perfect. So we've got 6 containers. Okay, really nice. So let's now improve this logic. All right. So inside of here, we've got 6 containers that we need to spawn. What we can do is set up a new integer to determine how many weapon containers we need to spawn. So weapon containers count will be equals to a random value between, random.range, like so, between 2 and the amount of containers we need to add, okay? So right now it is 6, but later on there will be some locked containers, so it might be 0. And this is why we need to also make sure that this is the minimum between 2 and containers to add. So what we can do is write mathf.min between 2 and containers to add. And this already returns an integer, so that's really nice. Okay, so now that we know how many weapon containers we need to add, let's determine the amount of object containers we need to add. So int object containers count, or maybe object container count, actually. It's not containers. Come on, a little bit of grammar here. This one will be equals to the containers we need to add minus the amount of weapon containers we already want to add, okay? So if the containers to add is 0, this will be 0, this will be 0 minus 0, which is 0. So we will not add any container if we've locked all of the previous ones. Otherwise, let's tackle the case when it's 6. So imagine that the random value here is between 2 and 6, let's say 3. We will grab 6 minus 3 equals 3. So we will spawn 3 weapon containers and 3 object containers. And again, of course, you can change this logic if you find it a little bit weird, but this is what I came up with. I think having 6 containers in the shop is way enough. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start from 0 until we reach the weapon container count, and we are going to spawn a shop item container prefab, but we want to rename this boy. So let's say game object weapon container instance will be equals to this. All right. Then for debug purposes, what we're going to do is rename this boy. So weapon container instance.name equals weapon container. I just want to be able to spot them in the inspector. Okay. Then let's create another loop for the object containers. So from 0 to object container count. Same thing. It's going to be object container instance. Let's use it here. And we're going to change the name to object container. Perfect. So let's now go back to Unity and check if the logic is working as expected. All right, let's set the wave duration to 0, hit play. Let's start, boom, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got 6 containers, but let's have a closer look. So 3 of them are weapon containers and 3 of them are object containers. Really nice. Our logic is working correctly. So let's hit play again just to check if we can have a different amount of weapon and object containers. So let's start, go here, 3 and 3. Okay, let's try again. Come on. Let's start. Okay, boom, go. 4. Nice. So we now have 4 weapon containers and 2 object containers. So we can deduce that this is working and we don't have any error. Awesome. So in the next one, let's add a way to configure these containers right here. We are definitely going to make use of the resource manager, and because we already have the object datas here, we are going to add a way to grab the weapon datas, right? Because we need them to configure our containers. So see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add another layer of logic because we want to be able to edit or configure our containers, because right now we only spawn them. Okay, so for that, we're going to create a new type of container, which is going to be the shop item container. Here we go. When it's done compiling, we are going to add this script to our container. So where is it? Somewhere around here. Here is the prefab. Let's select it. Really cool. Boom. I'm going to add the shop item container script. Has it been added to all of these? Yep, really nice. So let's open it. Cool. And this script right here will have quite the same logic that we've used for our weapon selection container and for the upgrade, not the upgrade container, but where is the other one? I don't remember where it was. So we've got the weapon selection container, and we also have the one in the upgrade. Yeah, that's actually this one, but it doesn't have that much logic here. Okay, so let's actually open our shop item container, which is right here, and grab the weapon selection container, dock it to the right, let's say, because as I've told you, we are going to grab a lot of elements from here. So let's first grab our libraries. Really nice. We're also going to grab the icon, the name text, the stat containers parent. The button will be our purchase button, the level dependent images, everything from here, configure stats container, of course, but we won't grab the select and deselect method. Okay, really cool. The button right here will be our purchase button, so we can actually change this to a purchase button. Here we go. Let's remove this script from here. We won't use it anymore. Perfect. We also want a way to change the price text. Remember, our button does have a price here at the bottom. So we definitely need a reference to it. So for that, I'm definitely going to duplicate the name text and call it purchase text, or maybe price text, actually. That's way better. And this should already be enough to configure our shop item container with a weapon. But we also need to take into account objects. You could have created another container for the objects, but come on, they are actually quite similar in behavior. So you could definitely use an abstract class for that. But I've decided to drop everything in the same script here because there is not much to do. Okay, so let's grab this logic here, drop it here, change that to object data SO, and we won't need the level here. All right, so this will be changed to object data. Here we go. I think I called it icon in the object data. I should have used the same name, but that's okay. The level here is the object data dot rarity. Here we go. Let's also grab it, drop it here, and we don't want to use it to be displayed in the name. Cool. We can also use the rarity right here. And finally, let's not calculate the stats because we basically just need the object data dot stats, base stats. Here we go. Really nice. And while we are here, we can also configure this one or rename this one. Let's call it just stats. Here we go. All right, so this is enough for now, and then we are going to update the button and the behavior of our button along with the lock icon, but let's just spawn these and configure them. So let's open our shop manager. Here we go. Instead of a game object reference here, we want a shop item container reference. Really cool. Let's also use it here. So shop item container, copy, paste. Perfect. So no need to change the name of our container now. It was just for debug purposes. Inside of here, instead, we want to grab a random weapon data SO because this is what we need to configure it. Okay, we have two configure methods, one for the object data and one for the weapon data. So let's first tackle the object one because we already have the object data, right? Cool. Let's grab a random object. So object data SO, random object equals resource manager dot objects at index random dot range between 0 and resource manager dot objects dot length. This is kind of working. Of course, this is not an array. Come on. This is working, but I really don't like this syntax here. Instead, what we're going to do is open the resource manager and add a way to return a random object. Okay. So public static object data SO get random object. Here we go. And in here, we are going to return objects at index random dot range between 0 and objects dot length. Perfect. So now we can simply call get a random object from here. So get random object. And this is already way prettier. I love it. What about you? Okay, this is nice. So let's now call object container instance dot configure with our random object. Awesome. Let's now try our objects and then we can configure the weapon here. So I'm going to clear this, open the shop item container. So let's select the prefab, double click it. Oh, double click it. Thank you. Let's set a height of 500. Perfect. And we need to set up our elements right here. So let's pass in the icon, which is right here. We can rename it item icon actually. This can be item name text because this is not only for weapons here. Okay, cool. Let's go on. Name text is right here. Price text is right here, if I remember well. Really cool. This is the contents that container's parent. The purchase button will be the whole button here, so the shop item container. Our level dependent images will be these ones. So we only have one because we're already changing the color of the text. And same thing again, we need the outline. Perfect. So let's now hit play after exiting the prefab mode. Or do we? No. We need to specify things here. We haven't specified the shop item container in our shop manager. Type mismatch. So let's grab this one, drop it here, and then hit play. All right, let's try this out. Boom, boom. So the weapons are not configured, but the objects are. Really nice. We only have an issue with the attacks, the stats here, because it seems like we are not removing or clearing the parent yet. Okay, so let's clear the parent of our stats manager, and then we can proceed. We also need to configure the price of the object, and the size of the object is quite a little bit too big, in my opinion. Yep, let's change that. All right, so let's open our shop item container and remove all of the stat containers. Really nice. And just as a precaution, what we're going to do is also clear them right here. So stat containers parent.clear. Perfect. We also want to change the price text. This one, boom. Price text equals object data.price. Perfect. To string actually. Boom, to string. Here we go. We should be good. Let's also apply the same logic for our weapon, even though we haven't configured it yet. So let's drop it here. And the price will be changed, by the way. Purchase price here. I definitely should have used the same variable names here, but that's okay. And in here, the purchase price will depend on the level. So we definitely need to calculate that. Do we have a way to calculate the purchase price? Nope. So in here, public static. Oh, come on. Static int get purchase price of the weapon data. So weapon data int level. Here we go. In here, we are simply going to return weapon data dot purchase price times, let's say, level +1. Yeah, something like that. Or will it be too expensive? Yeah, let's actually use the multiplier again. So boom, and in here we want to multiply our purchase price by the multiplier, and we should definitely return an integer. Like so. Let's cast that. Boom. Here we go. So now that we are good here, what we can do is go back to our shop item container, calculate the price right here. So we need to use the weapon stats calculator, pass in the weapon data with the level. Here we go. So we now have the good price, get purchase price, of course. This does return an integer, so we need to cast it into a string. Nice. And we should be good. So before jumping to the next one, I just want to configure the shop item container because the icon was a little bit too big, if you remember well. So one by one, let's actually use the fire to have a better view. Okay, yep, definitely. And it doesn't need to be rotated here. Make it smaller, maybe 100 by 100. Or what we can do is use the anchors. Yep, so let's diminish this. Increase this. This is decent, but the weapon won't be rotated. That's the issue here. If I use, let's say, the boink, yeah, it definitely won't be rotated. So you know what? I'm actually going to rotate them. And if I use the fire, yeah, this is decent. Cool. And if you don't want to rotate the object's icons, you can set up the rotation in the script right here. So you can configure the rotation for the weapon data here. Because we already have the icon. And if you don't want to rotate it, like so, you just don't change it. As simple as it gets. Okay? So in the next one, let's tackle our weapons here. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the configuration or initialization for our weapon shop item containers. So first off, I just want to have a look at if our object containers have been configured well. So let's go, boom, and yeah, this is definitely way better than previously. 100, 100, 100, and so on. Nice. Okay, so let's now tackle our weapon containers here. For that, we will need to add a way to grab the weapon data from the resource manager. So we are basically going to grab these lines of code, duplicate them, and switch them for our weapon data. So weapon data SO, boom, boom. Let's drop this here and here. Cool. So this should return weapon datas. We are going to use the weapon datas right here, here, here. This should be weapon data's path, and this should return weapons. Awesome. Boom, boom, boom. Everything seems to be good. Get random weapon. And in here, we're going to grab a random weapon from the weapons array. So we simply need to specify our weapons data path. So let's duplicate this boy, rename it weapons data path, data, weapons. Really nice. It was really quick, actually. Cool. So now we simply need to drop our weapon data in this folder like we've done for the objects. So let's go back to Unity. What I'm going to do is open the data weapons. Really nice. So I'm just going to grab this one and drop it in the resources folder. Let's open the resource. Let's grab the weapons folder, drop it inside of the data. Now we have the objects and weapons right here. Cool. So before hitting play here, what we are going to do is actually use these. So let's jump back to the shop manager. And in here, we want to apply the same logic that we've used right here. So weapon data SO, random weapon equals resources manager dot get random weapon. Really nice. And then weapon container instance dot configure with the random weapon. And we also need to set up a level here. So for now, let's just use random.range between 0 and 2, let's say. Okay, so it will actually pick a random number from between 0 and 1. All right, so our weapon will either be level 1 or level 2. Really cool. Let's try this out. So let's hit play. Okay, let's go on. Boom, boom. Here we go. Really nice. I love it. Attack 10, 2, 5, 4, 100 for the price. We can actually set up different prices here. Let's open our folder here. Objects, bike can be, let's say, 125. Fire can be 99, let's say, but I like round numbers. So art can be 110. and shield can be 50. All right. Same thing for the weapons. Cotton candy gun at 120 and the boink at, let's say, I don't know, 90. Okay. Let's also change the stats. So maybe 15 and a lower attack speed, a higher, slightly higher chance of doing a critical hit twice, and the range is 4. Nice. Maybe we should diminish the range. 3. Okay. So let's start. All right. Let's select this boy. Boom. And here we go. Yeah, this is so cool. 9160 because it has taken into account the level of the weapon here. And we can notice that the level is not being displayed in the objects, which is what we want. Cool. And yeah, basically it's working really nice. I love it. We just need to set up the text or the text font for our texts here and we'll be good. Okay. In the next one, let's implement the lock feature to our shop item container. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the logic for our lock button, which is right here. So let's do that. Okay, so first off, we need a reference to this button here, and we will also need a reference to the image so that we can switch between this unlock image and the actual lock image, which is right here. Awesome. Okay, so let's go on. We are going to open the shop item manager and add a new header for our lock elements. Okay, so the first thing we will need is our button. Let's call it lock button. Here we go. We will also need a reference to the lock image, but it's actually linked to the button. So you could either add a specific reference to the image or grab the image from the lock button. Depends if you've separated your button from the image, but I'm actually going to grab it from here. Okay. Then we definitely need a reference to the sprites we are going to use. So sprite. I'm going to use the locked sprite and the unlocked sprite. And quick tip here, that's the first time I've done this in the course. You can actually specify multiple variables if they have the same class or component with a comma, separated by a comma. So you can add another one here, go back to Unity, and you can spot them right here. How cool is that? Nice. While we are here, let's actually set up the lock button, the locked sprite, which is right here, and the unlocked sprite. Boom, 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 unlock. Here. Really nice. So let's remove the has sprite because we don't need it. All right. And let's also add a boolean to determine if the button is locked or not. So this will be a property. Public bool is locked. Get private set. Here we go. Because we are going to use this boy inside of our shop container to determine how many containers we need to add. Let's go back to our shop item container and set up the logic for our lock button. Let's first create a lock button callback. So public void lock button callback. This is the method we are going to attach to our lock button. So when making the course, what I've done is set up the reference for the lock button right here, and I've used it to add the listener in the configure method, something like lock button.onClick.add listener, and in here you can call the lock button callback, like so. Really cool. So this is one way you could have done it, but what I'm going to do here is change a little bit and use the image. Let's call it lock image, because I want to add the lock button callback directly to the lock button from the inspector, just to show you that you can do it either way. So let's select our lock button, which is right here, add a plus to add a callback. Let's select our shop item container, lock button callback. Really nice. So let's now jump back to our script. And whenever we click on the lock button callback, what we want to do is switch the state of the isLocked boolean. So isLocked will be equals to the opposite value of isLocked. We're simply switching it. If it's true, it's going to be false. If it's false, it's going to be true. Okay. Then we definitely need to update the visuals. So update lock visuals. Private void update lock visuals. Inside of here, we are going to grab the lock image and change its sprite. So if it is locked, we are going to use the locked sprite. Otherwise, unlocked sprite. Nice. And just in one line, we've set up the sprite of the lock image. How cool is that? So let's now jump back to Unity. Do we need to set up stuff here? Of course, the lock image. So let's drag it and drop it. We can now hit play to try this out. Let's jump back to our scene. Okay, let's maximize this one a little bit more. Boom, and try and lock. Yeah, really nice. You can notice that the lock image has been changed here. Let me try again. Boom, 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 boom. Awesome. So in the next one, let's add the logic to manage this and to spawn the containers by taking into account the locked one. And we're also going to add a reroll here. Okay, see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to add the reroll logic along with our lock logic. So let's jump right into it. Okay, so let's open our shop manager. First off, we need to reroll. So let's add a reroll method. Of course, public void reroll. Like so. And just as a quick question here, how do you think we are going to reroll? Huh? Just think about it. It's really simple. 1, 2, 3. Of course, we simply want to call the configure method because for now, rerolling is free. So let's just call the configure method. Now we are going to plug this method to our reroll button and try this out. So let's select our reroll button, which is right here. Okay, let's add a callback. Shop manager right here. Boom, boom, and reroll. You see me rolling. That's so old. Anyway, start game, go. Okay, let's try and reroll. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, working as expected. Awesome. So we have 3 objects. Now we have 4 objects with 2 weapons. Okay, 3 weapons, 3 objects. 2 objects, 4 weapons, 4 objects, and so on. Really cool. Okay, so now that we know how to reroll, our lock logic is not implemented yet. So we can't lock the weapons we want, okay? Nor the objects we need to keep, actually. So let's implement that logic now. To determine the amount of containers we need to add, we need to know how many containers, so weapon or object containers, we want to keep, okay? Because we definitely need to have 6 containers at the end of the day, okay? So let's add a little bit more logic here. First off, we don't want to clear the containers parent, so let's remove this because otherwise we would delete everything. And let's store the containers we don't want to keep in a specific list. So let's call it a list of game object, to destroy equals new list of game object. We are going to store all of the containers we want to destroy inside of that list. Then we can destroy them, as simple as it gets. Because if you loop through the containers parent, which is right here, you might miss some, because imagine that the first one, you're at index 0 and you want to destroy the first one. So index 0 will be destroyed and the next child will be index 0. So you will skip one when checking the index 1. You will actually check the other one. I don't know if it's clear, but yeah, if you got the point, well done. So let's go on. To destroy, let's first loop through all of our containers. So for I from 0 to containers parent dot child count, let's grab our shop item container. So shop item container, let's call it container equals containers parent dot get child dot index I dot get component of type shop item container. Perfect. And we want to check if this one is locked. So if the container is locked, if it's not locked actually, we want to destroy it. So to destroy.add container.gameObject. Cool. And just like that, we now know which containers we want to destroy. Awesome. So let's destroy them. While, and be really careful with while loops here. So while to destroy.count is greater than 0, what do we want to do? We first want to unparent the container, just to remove it from the container's parent, okay? So let's store it inside of its own transform. So transform t equals to destroy at index 0.transform, as simple as it gets, t.setParent null. That way it's unparented from the containers to add, and we can finally destroy it. So destroy t.gameObject. Cool. After that, we want to remove it from the list because it might be a null object still in the list. So to destroy dot remove at 0. Really cool. And now all of the containers that were not locked have been destroyed. We now need to check how many containers we still have and use that value to calculate the containers to add. So inside of here, instead of 6, we're going to write 6 minus containers parent dot child count. So if we still have 2 containers, the ones that have been locked, we should add 6 minus 2, which equals 4. We should add 4 containers, and so on. Okay? So let's try this out. I think I can hit play. Yep. Is it safe? Let's start the game. Go. Okay, let's try and lock the cotton candy level 2 and also this one. So let's reroll. Boom. We still have these 2. They are still locked and all of the other ones have been updated. So let's lock the heart and reroll. Really nice. We've got the heart right here. Let's also lock the cotton candy level 2. And now we should be updating these 2. Boom, 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 and so on. Okay? Awesome. Really cool. In the next one, what we are going to do is update or improve our reroll logic here, because right now there is no price attached. We can't actually purchase this boy, and it's always interactable. So we are going to take into account the amount of candy we have, okay? And then we can actually purchase weapons and add them to the player, of course. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to update our reroll button with the price of the reroll first, the reroll price, and then we should be able to set it as interactable or non-interactable, like so, whenever we don't have enough cash. Okay? So let's go on. Let's open our shop manager script, and we are going to add a reference to the button because we need it to set it as interactable or not. So let's create a new header for our reroll thingies, serialized field, private button, and of course we need to add the Unity engine.ui library. Let's call it reroll button. We also need a price for our reroll logic. So serialized field, private int, reroll price, and serialized field, private text mesh pro, UGUI. And of course, we need to add the text mesh pro library. Let's call this one reroll price text. Cool. Let's now add a way to update our reroll elements here. So we are going to create a separate method for that. Private void update reroll. Visuals maybe, yeah. It's actually a good name here. I like it. What do you think about it? Cool, nice. So reroll price text, the text equals reroll price dot toString. That's the first thing. We configure the reroll price text. Then we need to configure the interactability of that button. So reroll button dot interactable equals, and because this is a boolean, we can check if we have enough cash. So currency manager dot instance dot has enough currency with the reroll price. So let's now add this method. Let's copy it, open the currency manager, and what we could have done is simply check if the currency was greater than the price, greater or equal. Let me just show you really quickly. You could have written equals currency manager dot instance dot currency is greater or equal than the reroll price, like so. This is working as expected, but I like to have a way to determine if I have enough cash to purchase something, because we are also going to use it for our weapon containers and the object containers here. So the shop item container in general. So let's Control Z everything here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go. Has enough currency. Let's open our currency manager. Public bool has enough currency. Int price. And in here, we want to check if the we want to return currency is greater or equal to the price. If the currency is greater or equals to the price we can purchase, it will return true, otherwise false. And make sure to set up equals here, otherwise it will only return true if the currency is greater than the price. Okay, I already fell in the trap, so I'm just letting you know. Okay, so shop manager, this one seems to be correct. So now, when do we want to update the reroll visuals? I'm giving you 5 seconds. There are actually 2 situations where we want to update our visuals here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What a weird ring here. Okay, anyway. So the first way, or the first situation where we want to update the visuals is right here, whenever we switch to the shop. So when we open the shop, we are going to configure our elements and update the reroll visuals. Okay. Next, we can imagine that the player is going to reroll. So if we call the reroll method right here, it means that our button was interactable, right? So we definitely need to remove or reduce the amount of currency. So currency manager.instance.use coins, let's say, with the reroll price. We need to use the coins. So let's add this method here. Boom. Public void use coins. We need to set up the price we want to use, or the price of the object we've just purchased. And inside of here, what we are going to do is either diminish the amount from the currency, then update the text, or you can simply call add currency with minus the price. You will add the negative amount instead of adding. Okay? You will add minus price, so it will subtract the price from the currency and update and do everything. And we can actually turn this one into an expression-bodied statement, like so, and we are good to go. Awesome. So let's now tackle the second situation. Let's say you've re-rolled, okay? So you've used some coins. If you've used some coins, you have less coins. It means that you might not have enough coins to again re-roll. So whenever our currency has changed or has been updated, if you've purchased a weapon, if you've purchased an object, we definitely need to reroll. So for that, let's use actions. It's actually a good thing to implement for this situation. So let's add the system library in here and create a new action. So actions, public static, come on, not stat. Action on updated, let's say, something like that. And whenever our currency has been updated, we want to call this method. So I think it's a good choice to add it to the add currency method. So in here, on updated, invoke. Cool. And as you can see, we will also call it when using coins, because we call the add currency method. All right. I think we are good to go. Go. So now let's jump back to the shop manager and subscribe to that action. So awake currency manager dot onUpdated plus equals currency updated callback. Let's add the on destroy, duplicate, move, and unsubscribe. Perfect. Let's now create this method somewhere around here. Private void currency updated callback, awesome. And whenever we update our currency, we definitely want to update the reroll visuals. And this should close our reroll loop here. So for testing purposes, what we're going to do is open the currency manager because we don't have any coins at start. We just want to add some coins. So let's add a method to do that. Public, maybe private actually, void, add 500 currency, add currency 500. And we will turn this one into a button. Oh, not yet attributes.button. Here we go. So that we can actually trigger this method from the inspector. Okay, let's jump back to Unity. We've got an error here. Boom. Oh, I forgot a semicolon. Sorry. Thank you. So let's try this out. I think everything should be set up correctly or not. Did we forget something? Yep, we did. We need to set up our reroll button right here. The reroll price can be, I don't know, maybe 100, let's say. And we also need to set up our text. This is this one. Cool. So, are we okay? I think we are. So let's hit play. Let's start the game, select a weapon, even though it doesn't matter. Come on. Okay, so right now our button is not interactable, so it's working really well already. Because it's 100, we have 0 coins. But if we select our currency manager and add 500 coins, it becomes interactable. Hooray! We can now click it 5 times, boom, and we can't click it anymore. Really cool. So I really don't like this color right here, so we are going to change it. Let's exit the play mode, select our button, and inside of here, what we can do is change the disabled color. So when our button is disabled, let's actually disable it. We want to increase the alpha and maybe use a slightly darker color, something like that, I guess. Okay, let's enable it, disable it. Yeah, it's actually enough. Okay, you can actually decide to really hide it, but it doesn't make sense. So let's increase the alpha and keep it as is. Cool. The only thing left now for our shop to be working perfectly is to allow the player to purchase weapons and items. So let's learn how we can do that in the next one. Cheers. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle purchasing weapons and objects. So stay tuned and focused. Okay, thank you. All right, so the first thing we want here is to open our shop item container. Okay, we have a reference to the purchase button, which is the whole container. First off, we only want to allow the player to click whenever we can purchase the weapon. So if we've got enough currency. So inside of the configure method of both the weapon data and the object data, what we can do is configure the interactability of the purchase button. So purchase button dot interactable equals currency manager dot has instance has enough coins or currency, and we need the price here. So let's grab this line. What we can do is set it up somewhere around here. Int weapon price equals this. Let's use it to set up our price text and also use it to determine the interactability of the button. We can also grab this line, drop it here, and use the object data dot price dot price. Okay, dot price. Perfect. And I agree with you. You can notice some similarities between the items here. So don't worry. We might refactor later on, or it can be a nice exercise. Then what we can do is add a callback to our button. So let's go right here, purchase button dot onClick dot add listener purchase. And same thing for the object. Perfect. So let's create this purchase method. I think I'm going to drop it somewhere around here, actually. Private void purchase. And to make things a little bit simpler, what I'm going to do is simply create an action that's going to be called right here. And along with that action, I'm going to pass this, so the shop container that has been clicked, with the weapon level. So we definitely need to store the weapon level somewhere. Okay, let's create the action first. Actions, we will need a system library. So using system, public static action. Okay, so let's pass in the shop item manager along with an integer. And let's call it on purchased. Here we go. Or maybe on clicked, or anything you want. Okay, so let's call this method right here. We are going to pass in this with the weapon level. And to know the weapon level, we definitely need to store it somewhere. Okay, so somewhere at the top right here, we can add a new header for the purchasing. Private integer weapon level. And we definitely need to store it right here. So weapon level, or assign it actually, level, really cool. And we should be good to go for now. We now know when a shop item container has been clicked to purchase it. Okay, so we definitely need to handle that. And where should we handle that? Inside of the shop container, of course. So let's open our shop container and subscribe to that event. So shop item container dot on purchased plus equals item purchased callback. Here we go. Let's duplicate, unsubscribe, and create this method somewhere around after the reroll, maybe somewhere around here. Yep, that's actually cool. So private, void item purchase callback. We will need a shop item container int weapon level. Really cool. At this point, we know that a container has been clicked, but we don't know if this is a weapon or if this is an object. And we definitely need to know that if we want to add that item to the player weapons or the player objects. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. If the container.weapon data is different than null, it means that our shop item container is actually a weapon container. Okay, so a good thing to do here is to store or cache the weapon data that we pass whenever creating the container inside of the container. So let's open it. What we can do is add it somewhere around here. So public weapon data so weapon data get set, get private set, and same thing for the object data so. So let's remove this object data so. Let's call it object data. That way we can grab the weapon data along with the weapon level. We can also grab the object data, which is really cool. And by the way, if you don't want to pass in the weapon level along with the action, what you can do is actually turn it into a property, remove it from the action, and inside of the shop manager, we can grab the weapon level by grabbing the property, okay? So in here, I want to split my logic. So if we know that we have a weapon, I'm going to call the try purchase weapon and pass in the container. So container and weapon level. So why did I call this one try? And why do I pass the container? Let's first create it and then I can explain. Private void try purchase weapon shop item container int weapon level. Really cool. So first off, I call this one try because even though we have enough coins, we might not be able to add the weapon to the player weapons because we know that the player should at max have 6 weapons. If we already have 6 weapons, we should not purchase the weapon. We should not allow the player to do so. What we might do later on is trigger a pop-up or something that could say, hey, you have 6 weapons already. Maybe consider selling one. I don't know, something like that. Okay, but for now, we can't purchase any more weapon if we already have 6. And we need to pass in the container because if we succeed in purchasing the weapon, we definitely need to destroy this container. We can't only pass the weapon data here because we definitely need to know which container we've clicked. Okay. So here's what we're going to do inside of here. First off, we need to have a reference to the player weapons script. So let's add it. At the top right here, I'm going to add a new header for the player related or player components. Serialized field, private player weapons. And while I'm here, I'm also going to add the player objects. And as an exercise, you will have to add the objects by your own because it's actually easier than the weapons using the same logic. Player objects. Here we go. Cool. So down there, what I want to do is check if I can add a weapon. So if player weapons dot, we already have an add weapon to directly add the weapon, but we don't want to add it directly. We want to try and add it. So try add weapon. We can pass in the weapon data. So container dot weapon data along with the level. So weapon level. Okay. If we've successfully added the weapon to the player, we can then proceed and remove coins and so on. But for now, let's add this method here. So let's open the player weapons, boom, like so, and create the public void try add weapon. So weapon data so weapon, let's say, int weapon level, or maybe simply level actually. Yeah, really nice. And this one should not be void, by the way. Why? Because inside of the shop manager, we check if this does return a Boolean, so true or false. So this method should return a Boolean. Right now, let's simply return false, okay? Okay, so our player weapon script already has an array of weapon positions, right? So one way to check if we can add the weapon would be to loop through all of the weapon positions, boom, and check if the weapon property is null or not. Because when we assign a weapon, we actually configure the weapon. So if it's null, it means that the weapon position is empty, right? Got it? So let's open our player weapon script and loop through all of our weapon positions. So for I from 0 to weapon positions dot length. Let's check if the weapon position is occupied or not. So if weapon positions at index I dot weapon is different than null, it means that we already have a weapon there. So let's continue. Okay? As simple as it gets. If we exit the loop without finding a valid weapon position, we should return false. Definitely, because it means that all of the weapon positions are occupied. Otherwise, so if we do not continue right here, it means that the weapon position is empty, so we can add the weapon there. And for that, we are going to call weapon positions at index I dot assign weapon, weapon dot weapon, or I think it was prefab, yeah. And the level is level. Really cool. And after that, we should not forget to return true, okay? Because it means that we've successfully added the weapon. Really nice. And what we can do in here is refactor a little bit by just removing the add weapon method, because this is actually what we're doing here. We'll definitely have an error, okay, because now we add the weapon whenever we switch to the game state. So let's call it try add weapon instead. Really cool. This is actually the logic of the weapon selection manager, remember? So let's actually just use the same way, because at start we don't have any weapon, so it's going to work. It's going to return true, but it doesn't matter in our case here. So let's now jump back to the shop manager. We can successfully add the weapon, but we are not doing anything. For now, let's just try this out. Then we can remove the currency and so on. So let's go back to Unity. We should be able to pass in the player weapons in here. So let's select Dave and Dave. I think we are good to go. So let's hit play. All right, let's start the game. Go. So we don't have any weapons and we don't have any cash. Really cool. We can't purchase any weapon here. So I'm just going to select Dave, hit F. I'm going to move it to the left just so that we can spot whenever we add a weapon here. Okay. Then I'm going to add some cash. So add 500, 500, 500. Oh, we are not managing the interactability of the button here whenever we increase the currency. So we definitely need to tackle this. For now, I'm just going to select all of the buttons and turn them as interactable. Okay. So let's try and purchase the cotton candy gun. Boom. Nothing has happened. The boink, cotton candy gun. Okay. So nothing is working now. Why? Let's debug this. Let's first open our shop item container. So we've added the purchase method to our button here on purchased. Okay, so we should be able to call it from here if the weapon data is different than null. Oh, right now our weapon data is always null because we haven't cached it. Remember, we've created the property, but we haven't assigned it. So in here, weapon data equals weapon data. And same thing for the object. Object data equals object data. Okay, so we grab this value and assign it to our property right here so that we can actually grab it from the shop manager. So let's try this out really quickly. Before forgetting, what we're going to do is add some currency. So boom, boom, boom. Okay, start the game, go. Now all of the buttons are interactable. Let's move Dave. Oh, it's not Dave. Come on. Let's select Dave, move it to the left and select a weapon. Boom, it has been added. Really cool. What about this one? Yep, really nice. What about the cotton candy? Awesome. That's working perfectly. So let's add more. Okay. Now we already have 6 weapons. So I'm just going to expand this like so. Boom, boom, boom. Just to check if I can add more weapons or not. We can actually disable the gizmos. Let's select the boink. Nothing happens. The weapon is not being added. Same thing for the cotton candy here. That is so cool. So the logic to add weapons is now working perfectly. Hooray! In the next one, what we're going to do is actually remove the container when we purchase a weapon and diminish the currency amount. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to improve our system. So the one we've made in the previous one, allowing us to purchase weapons, to take into account the destruction of our containers here. We should definitely destroy the containers when purchasing a weapon, and then it's going to be exercise time. You're going to add the logic for the objects on your own. Okay? All right. So inside of our try purchase weapon method, after adding the weapon to the player, what we want to do is remove its price from our currency, from our wallet. So let's write int price equals weapon stats calculator dot get purchase price of our weapon. So container dot weapon data and weapon level. So this is the weapon price. Currency dot instance dot use coins. Oh, I should have called it use currency actually. Yeah, let's rename it. Use coins price. Here we go. Let's open it. Control R twice. Reuse currency. Here we go. That's way better. More consistent. Now that we've used our currency, we can definitely destroy the container. So destroy container.gameObject. Really cool. And after that, we had an issue in the previous one where we could not click on the container. We need to update, we need to subscribe to the currency manager thingy here inside of the shop item container. We want to check whenever our currency has been updated. So awake currency manager on updated plus equals currency updated callback on destroy. Let's duplicate this line, drop it here, and unsubscribe, create this method somewhere around here. And in here, we want to manage the interactability of our button. So we need to calculate the item price. Let's write int item price. And if this is a weapon, so if weapon data is different than null, our item price will be equals to the weapon stats calculator dot get purchase price weapon data with the weapon level. Perfect. Otherwise, our item price will be equals to the object data dot price. Yep, as simple as it gets. And now that we have the price, we can check if the button should be interactable or not. So purchase button dot interactable equals currency manager dot instance dot has enough currency to purchase the item price. Really nice. And by the way, seems like we are not using the purchase button, anywhere else. Nope, I don't think we're using it here. So no need to turn it into a property, actually. Yeah, I'm going to turn it into a basic variable here. So let's use a lowercase p. Okay, let's remove the private set and get, and no need for the field here. And we should be good. Dun, dun, dun. Is it still working or well referenced in the inspector or not? Let's double check that. Come on, Unity, compile, hurry up. Where is our container? So shop manager, boom, 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 shop item container. Let's select it. And yep, we need to reference the button again. So we can simply grab it from here, move it down and reference it. Awesome. What else should we do? I think we're okay. So let's actually tackle this. Let's go back here. Let's hit play. Let's start the game. Go. Okay, so we don't have enough coins, so we can't select or add any weapon. Let's grab Dave, drop it here. Shop manager, no, currency manager, add some coins. Boom. And they have been updated. Oh, what the heck? Oh, we still have the currency text component in our containers here. This is really bad. I did not notice it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I've noticed it in a previous lesson, but I really didn't check at that point. So let's remove it. So let's open this one, text right here, remove the currency text from here. So remove component. And don't tell me that I've used it somewhere else. Just object container. What about this one? It doesn't have it. Okay, really cool. So this is the take button, recycle button. What about this one? Nope, it doesn't have it. Really nice. I'm just double checking because I really don't want to have that error. Boom, boom, basic button, stat container doesn't have any text. Maybe the value. Nope. Cool. Awesome. And I've also noticed that our reroll text price here also has the currency text component. So let's remove it from here. And we are now good to go. So in the next one, we are going to add the logic for objects. And as an exercise, I invite you to do it. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, I hope you've done your homework because we are going to tackle adding objects to our player. All right, so we already have the logic for our player weapons. So let's add the same one for the player objects. Really simple. So let's open the shop manager and we can add another layer of logic here. Otherwise, because we've tackled the if statement when we had a weapon data. If we don't have any weapon data, it means that we have object data. So we can call the purchase object method and pass in the container. Here we go. So in here, no need to call it try purchase object because we are going to add an infinite number of objects or actually allow the player to hold an infinite amount of objects. If you don't want to apply this logic, feel free to use the logic that we've used right here when trying. You might want to limit the amount of objects to 5 or 6 or 10 or I don't know. You're free to experiment here. So private void purchase object, shop item container, here we go. Again, we are first going to add the object to the player object. So player objects.add object container.object data. Here we go. Then we need to remove the price from our wallet. So currency manager .instance.use currency. And this is the price of our container.object data.price. Perfect. Finally, we can simply destroy the container as we've done right here. So duplicate, drop it here, and we are good to go. Awesome. Let's give this a shot. So I'm going to go back to Unity, hit play, because we've specified the player objects previously. What I can do is select Dave to check if the object is going to be added to the list here. Perfect. So let's start, go. Okay, let's add some coins first. Currency manager, boom, boom, boom. And now the texts are not being updated, so that's really cool. Dave, player objects. Let's select an object here, maybe fire. Yep, fire has been added. And bike. Bike has been added. Really cool. It was actually really simple. So I really hope that you've benefited from the exercise and that you actually done it. If not, that's okay. I won't yell at you. Okay, so in the next one, let's tackle the player stats right here or the inventory, one of these two. I think we are going to tackle the player stats because it's the easiest one, and then we can start working on our inventory system with the double sliding panels. See you in the next one. But let's not forget something here. 1, 2, oh, here we go. Committing our changes as always. So in here, we can add shop manager. We can now purchase weapons and objects. Yay! Commit. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle the player stats display right here on the left. So this lesson might be a little bit too long, but bear with me. Everything's going to be all right. Okay? So the first thing we want to do is grab our player stat display from here and drop it inside of the shop manager. So somewhere around here. Let's drop it as the last child. Perfect. And right away, it is at the right position. Perfect. It has the right anchor and same width as before. Really cool. What we could do to open this panel, so we can first disable it. And if we want to open it, we can actually add a method to this button. So this is exactly what we are going to do because we want to proceed step by step. First off, we are going to display it and hide it. Then we are going to make it slide to the left when hiding it and to the right when displaying it. Okay? So let's create a new script for that. Scripts UI, actually it's in the shop folder. Right click, create a new C# script, shop manager UI. All right, when it's done, we can actually attach that script to the shop manager UI. Perfect. And open it. Cool. So let's add a way to display the panel. Public void show player stats. Here we go. We are going to add a reference to the panel. So elements, we can actually write player stats elements here. Serialized field, private game object, player stats panel. Here we go. Boom, boom. And inside of here, we simply want to set its active property to true. Perfect. What we're going to do to debug here is... or let's link it to the button. I was thinking about adding a naughty attribute button, but yeah, we can link that to the button. We can actually add another one to close the panel. So public void close or hide player stats. You could have written open and close, but that's actually pretty similar. Boom. And in here, false. Here we go. We can actually add an attribute here. Naughty attribute that button. Perfect. Wow, you know what? Let's add it to the first one too. That's okay. Even though we are going to attach it to the button right here. So let's first add the reference to the player stats panel. We are going to grab it, drop it here. Perfect. Next, we want to select our button here. So let's click it. Cool. Let's add a callback shop manager UI open or display. Actually, it was show player stats. Oh, you know. Let's hit play. All right, so we already have an issue here. The variable player stat containers parent of player stats display has not been assigned. What's wrong here? We need to select our player stats display and set up our parent because we haven't specified it actually. So let's drop it somewhere around here. It was the content, I think. Yep, this one. But why isn't it configured already? Let's select the prefab, open the prefab. And oh, it was not. Oh, that's okay. Anyway, content here. Okay. Now it should be okay. So let's what? So let's go on. What about the weapon? It was in the wave transition, right? Player stats display content. Yeah. This one was configured, but I forgot to actually apply the settings here. So let's apply all. Here we go. Same thing for this one, let's say, and everything should be set up correctly now. So player stats, content, and content. Awesome. So let's try again. Okay, no errors. So let's start the game, go, and we can display the panel. Perfect. All of our stats are set up already. And to hide it, what I'm going to do is select Shop Manager, hide the panel. Show, hide, show, hide. Really cool. So we already have a way to show and hide it. But the player will be able to show it, but no way to hide it. So what we're going to do is add another panel. It's going to be blackish with a certain opacity or transparency. And whenever we click on that panel, it's going to close our player stats display. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to right click on the player stats display and create an empty parent. This one will occupy the whole screen. Let's re-enable our player stats display just to make sure that, again, as you can see, it's not configured properly. So let's set 0 and 0. Now we are good to go. And this one will be the player stats container, let's say. Okay, let's hit enter. And we are going to add another empty game object. Let's occupy the whole screen. Add an image component. Let's turn it black, maybe with some opacity, maybe 80 should be good. And after that, we can set it as the first child to better display or better see our stats panel. Okay, so let's call this one close button. Close button. Here we go. There are two ways you could use this close button. You could either add a button component so that we can link the method from the Shop Manager UI, or what you can do, it's actually a new method. I don't think we've used it already, but yeah, let's do that. Let's add an event trigger, and you can add an event whenever there is a pointer enter event or exit down, up, and so on. I invite you to test some of these, the one that you are interested in, but in our case, we are going to use the pointer enter event. So whenever we click on, I don't think it's it's pointer down, sorry, not pointer enter. But whenever we point down, so the first phase of a click, when that happens, we can call this method. And this is going to be our Shop Manager hide player stats. Here we go. By default, this can be disabled. Same thing for the player stats panel. So we definitely need to add a reference to the close button so that we can display it or change the transparency later on. Okay. So let's add a reference to it, player stats close button, let's say, or maybe close panel. I don't know, whatever you want, close panel. Inside of here, we can duplicate, true, but this is our close panel, duplicate, close panel, perfect. So let's now go back to Unity. Let's reference our close button somewhere around here, really cool, and hit play. All right, let's start, go. Let's try and display it, perfect. We can notice the blackish transparent thingy. Click, and it does close. Awesome. So we now have a way to open and close our panel. And if we scroll right here, you can notice that it doesn't close because our player stats panel here is a raycast target. If we were to disable this and click maybe somewhere around here, okay. Oh, nothing happens because we have another container. Yeah, let's disable the raycast target, click, and it does detect the click on the close button. Got it? So the raycast target property here or variable is really important. And you need to make sure that you use it properly depending on your cases. A good practice is to disable the raycast target on anything you don't want to click on. But in this case, if you want the container to block raycasts to prevent pressing the close button, make sure to keep this as enabled. Okay? Really cool. The only thing left now is to make it slide. So for that, let's open our shop manager UI. Basically, what we want to do is let's enable this boy first. Boom. Basically, what we're going to do here is turn this one or set up its width to 1/4 of the whole screen size. So if the screen size is 1920, it will be something like 1920 divided by 4, 480 pixels. So let's set up 480, okay. It is not on the left anymore. So what we will need to do is move it to the left-hand side, like so, for it to actually be at the right position. After this is done, we are going to store this position. So this one, we should store it. Then we're going to move it by its width. So the current position plus 480 or minus 480, sorry. And whenever we want to open it, we're going to use lintwin to slide it back to its original position. Whenever we close it, slide it again to the closed position. And we can then disable it because we're not going to use it anymore. Got it? So this is the whole principle between sliding this panel right here. So let's drop it back again at right here. Perfect. Just to display that it's going to work, what I can do is actually change its width. Yeah, let's use this width so that I can show you that it's actually going to be configured really well. Okay, so let's open our thingy here. Cool. So we already have a reference to the player stats panel. What we're going to do is actually turn this one into a rect transform because we want to be able to configure it. So right here, we should specify .gameObject.setActive. Same thing down here. Perfect. Let's go back to Unity to reference the panel. So let's select the shop manager, type mismatch, of course, as always. Let's reference it and open the script again. All right. So as I've told you, when dealing with UI elements, it's a good practice to wait for one frame before changing the size, the width, or grabbing the screen width. Okay. So let's do that. Let's turn the start method into a coroutine. So IEnumerator start. Let's remove the comment here. We need it. Thank you. Yield return null. We will wait for one frame. And on the next frame, we can configure our panel. So configure player stats panel. Here we go. Let's now create this method. Private void. Boom. Here we go. So inside of here, as I've told you, what we want to do is set up the width of our panel. So float width is going to be equals to screen.width, so the whole width of our screen, divided by 4. Okay? And I don't think we need to take the scale into account here because it's already 1, if I remember well. Let's actually double check that. Otherwise, we should definitely take the scale into account. So 1 for this one, 1 for this one, 1 for this one. And I'm actually checking all of the parents. Oh, this one is not 1. So we definitely need to take the scale into account. Otherwise, we will have errors. Let me first show you the error, then we are going to fix it, okay? So imagine that we are setting our width divided by 4. Okay. Then what we can do is call the player stats panel. So we grab it, dot offset max equals player stats slide panel dot offset max dot width. Let's set the x value to width. Here we go. So we basically grab the normal offset max, and the width here is an extension method that I've created in the vector extensions class. Again, you can go check my Code Ninja course where you can learn about this. Let's go back to our script now. Where is it? Here it is. Perfect. And the offset max property here is actually the offset of the upper right corner of the rectangle relative to the upper right anchor. So this is basically this value. Let me show you. If we select the player stats panel, we have anchors. We've got the minimum and the maximum. Okay. And what we've said just right now is this point. So the position of the top right anchor. So let me just double check the of the upper right corner. Sorry, yeah. The upper right corner relative to the upper right anchor. And here is our upper right anchor, okay? Because our panel is not stretched on the whole container. Otherwise, where is my anchor? Here is the top right anchor, if that was the case. But in our case, the upper right anchor is right here, okay? So this will really help us set up the width actually. So by setting offset max.x equals width, we actually manage the width of the rectangle. Okay? I hope this is clear. Again, if it's not, please let me know in the comment section. And what we can do now is hit play, and I think we are good to try this out, yeah? Right? Are we? So let's start the game, go, and as you can notice, it's definitely not a fourth of the whole screen. At least we've changed the width. So this is a good point. 693. 693. What is this value? What does it represent here? Well, I think that it does represent 90, 20 divided by 4. Nope, it is 480, sorry. So if we select this point again, let's grab our calculator here. 1920 divided by 4 gives us 480. If we multiply this by 1.44, which is our canvas scale here, let's actually add all of the decimals. 6875 equals 694. This is exactly what we have right here. Okay, so it means that we need to take the scale into account for our panel to occupy 1/4 of the screen. So the value that we actually want. Let me just duplicate this boy. I'm going to show you that it's definitely not 1/4. It's closer to 1/3 actually here. Let's duplicate it again. Yeah, it's a little bit more than 1/3. So this is definitely not good. So in our script, let's open it again. We are going to take the lossy scale into account. So let's grab this times the player stats panel dot transform. It's actually a transform because rect transform inherits from transform. If I remember well, yep, it does. Really cool. So it does have the lossy scale. And we're now good to go. So the lossy scale here is the scale of the object, the global scale of the object actually, not the local scale. Because the local scale of the panel is 1, as we've seen previously, right here. The local scale is 1. So let's go back to our script here, and we've got an error because we are dividing by a vector 3, so we need to grab the x value instead of the whole vector, and we should be good. So let's try this out. Let's hit play. Let's start the game again, go, and this is already way better. Let's actually tackle it up. It's already 480, but I want to make sure, so I'm going to duplicate it. Move it to the right, duplicate it again, move it to the right, duplicate, move to the right, and this is exactly 1/4 of the screen. Awesome. I hope that you've learned in this lesson. I think I'm going to split it because we're around 15 minutes, something like that. So yeah, I don't want you to get bored. I want you to learn actually. So in the next one, let's actually implement the sliding movement here, okay? But at least you now know how to properly scale your objects. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, as you can see, I've simply stopped the recording and starting again because we still have our 4 panels here. But anyway, this is not the point. I'm going to exit, boom, and you haven't noticed anything. So in this lesson, what we are going to do is actually slide our panel from the left, from the right to the left, from the left to the right, and so on. So let's jump back to our script here. And what we want to do is store the current or the initial position of our player stats panel so that we can use it to slide back to it whenever we want. So for that, I'm going to create 2 vector2s here, private vector2, slide panel, let's say player stats opened pause and player stats closed pause. Okay. Again, we could have used show pause and hidden pause, or maybe visible, invisible. Anyway, you're better at naming than me. Okay. So in here, player stats closed. No, this is the opened position here that we've set up. So opened pose equals player stats panel dot anchored position. Okay. The anchored position here represents this position right here. So X and the Y that we can't spot. Okay. If you hover above it, the position of the pivot of this rect transform relative to the anchor reference point. Really cool. So we can then configure our closed position. Player stats closed pause equals the opened pause. So let's grab the opened pause minus vector2.left. So we move to the left by the width of the panel. And this is not actually minus. If you want to use minus, you should write vector2.right. If you want to use vector2.left, you should use plus because we go to the left. Perfect. Now let's move the panel to the closed position. So player stats panel dot anchored position equals player stats closed position. Perfect. And after that, we can hide the panels. So hide the player stats. Really cool. So let's give this a shot. Let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. Let's start, go, and it has been hidden. Really cool. So now let's enable it just to check if it's at the border. And it is at the exact border here. Whoa! Amazing! Really cool. And now we simply need to slide it on and slide it back. Slide it and slide it back. Okay, let's tackle this right away. After enabling the panel here, what we want to do is slide it to the right. So we can call leanTween.move. What do we want to move? Well, of course, the player stats panel. And where do we want to move it? To the player stats opened pause. And how long should the animation take? Let's say, I don't know, maybe half a second. Okay. And we can actually use a tween. So set is leanTween type dot. Maybe we can use the is in cubic, something like that. Or anyway, you're free to decide here. And just before that, to prevent having issues like we've seen previously, we are going to call leanTween.cancel any tween that has been applied or that is currently running on the player stats panel. This will prevent us from having concurrent tweens on the player stats panel. And to hide it, same thing. We can actually add the logic right here because we know that it's going to work. Come on. Player stats closed pause, boom, 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 is in cubic. Yeah, we can actually use the same ising or maybe is out cubic. Is out cubic. Here we go. So let's now jump back to Unity. Let's try this out. All right, let's start, go. Let's try and display it, please. Yay! Let's close it. Okay. So in here, it has been disabled before sliding back. We are going to fix that. Really cool. But at least it's working perfectly. And you can see that if I try and click multiple times, it's not messing with it. Okay? Really cool. So now let's remove the calculator, of course, and implement this. We don't want to disable the panels right away. So let's actually disable this or comment it. And we want to add an extension method to our leanTween.move. So I'm going to go to the line here. And I'm also going to add another one, plus set onComplete, to call a method whenever the animation is complete. Inside of here, I simply want to call this actually. So let's turn it to false. And later on, I think that we're actually going to call a method. So let's go back to Unity now. Have I saved? Yes, I have. Let's hit play. All right, let's try this out. Boom, boom, display, hide, display, hide. Really cool. And just to show you that it is working on other devices, I'm going to switch to another one. Maybe this one, yeah, should be nice. Or maybe this one has some thingies here. Is it because I've set up the safe zone player render outside of safe area? Okay. Seems that it did not change anything. Let's try again. Yeah, now it is working. Okay, let's hit play. Okay, let's start the game. Go. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Open, close, open, close. Really cool. I love this. We might update the animation later on, but it is so cool. It is working. We're just going to tweak or use Lean Twin to animate the opacity of the close panel, but it's already really cool. Let me just do that really quickly so that you know how to do it. And yeah, we're actually going to keep it. So let's turn our close button or panel into a rect transform, like so. Of course, let's use game object here. I'm also going to use it here. Perfect. But I don't want to turn it false right away because we want to animate it. Instead, what we are going to do is prevent the player from clicking. So what we can do is call player stats close panel dot raycast, no, dot get image actually, dot get component of type image. And of course, we definitely need the Unity Engine.ui library, like so, because I want to prevent the player from clicking on the button while it's closing. Otherwise, we would have an error because we would try and close the panel again and again. It doesn't make sense. So instead of here, get image.raycast target equals false, but we want to turn it true whenever we open the panel. So somewhere around here equals true. There are so many ways you could make this. Actually, in the course, I've separated the button from the blackish panel, okay? And this is a way of doing things. So when hiding it, what we want to do is call leantwin.alpha. We want to change the alpha of the player stats close panel to 0 because we're going to hide it. And in 0.5 seconds, no need to add an easing. But what we want to do in here is set recursive to false. Oh, come on. Set recursive to false to prevent having recursion on all of the downwards or children images. Okay. So let's try this out. We can actually lean twin.cancel any previous twin, like so. When displaying the panel, we can also increase the alpha instead of decreasing it. So to 0.8, something like that. Yeah, should be nice. And whenever we are done here, set on complete. We want to hide or disable the panel. So let's grab this line and drop it here. Remove the semicolon. Go to the line. Turn it into a lambda expression. And we're good to go. So let's go back to Unity now. We will need to specify our close button because, again, type mismatch. Come on. So let's specify it. Enter the play mode. Okay, let's start. Go on. Let's go. Let's boogie down, please. Yeah, the alpha seems to... Oh, it's so cool. I love it. Nice. Really nice. Awesome. So our stats panel is now working correctly. Let me try something really quickly. What I'm going to do now is try and purchase an object. Where is our currency container? Here. No, not this one. The currency manager, sorry. Let's add some cash. So our armor is currently set to 5. If we purchase a shield here, we should have 15. Let's try. Boom. Okay. 15. Awesome. That's working. Already updating by itself, actually. So in the next one, exercise here. Try and do the same logic or apply the same logic for the right panel, the inventory panel. So you will need to create it and add this logic for it to slide to the left when opening and to the right when closing. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, have you done your homework again? We're going to add the inventory panel. Cool. So what we can do is duplicate our player stats panel like so. Boom, and rename it. Let's call it inventory container. Inventory container. Really cool. We are going to keep it at the same position because it occupies the whole screen again. But this close button here, let's remove the callback just so that it doesn't cause any error. And this player stats display can be removed, or we can keep it, unpack it like so, boom, unpack, and remove almost anything that's inside of here. Let's just increase the width so that we have a better reference first, like so. Here we go. We can anchor it to the right of the screen, like so. Cool. And yep, we are basically done here. So let's rename this boy player stats display. This is going to be our inventory display or slide panel. Yeah, let's call it slide panel. Slide panel. Really cool. Let's remove the player stats display component. Okay, the container will be still here, title section. We can change the title text here to display inventory. Really cool. And what I want to do is also give it a little bit more space. So maybe 200. Yeah, that's a little bit too much, but 150? 150 seems correct. Let's now remove the stats scroll view, but we want to keep the stats section because this is where we are going to drop our inventory later on. Okay. For now, we just want to display it and hide it. So let's open our shop manager UI. Let's duplicate all of these beautiful worlds. So boom, boom. And these are going to be our inventory elements. So private direct, inventory panel, inventory close panel, inventory close panel. This is going to be the inventory opened pause and closed pause. Really cool. Like we've done for the player stats panel, we are going to call the configure inventory panel, like so. Boom, copy this one and drop it. Let's remove these. Okay. And drop it somewhere around here. Private void configure inventory panel. Perfect. So we again want to store all of the positions and settings of the inventory panel. So let's grab these methods, drop them here. Width will be equals to screen width divided by 4 times the inventory panel. Inventory panel.lossy scale. Same thing here. Same thing here. I don't think we should use the offset max here. The only difference here is that we want to set the width to minus width because the panel is on the right. So the upper right anchor should be on the left. Got it? So yeah, this is basically the opposite of our player stats panel. And instead of this one being the offset max, we actually want it to be the offset min because we want to move the lower left corner, so not the upper right. So let's use the offset min right here too. Okay, really cool. What else? Inventory panel. So this is going to be our inventory opened pause. This is going to be the inventory closed pause. This one, let's use it right here. Player stats panel is actually our inventory panel. Inventory opened pause plus vector2. No, this is going to be minus vector2.left times the width. Okay, so inventory panel and hide inventory. Really cool. Private void hide inventory. Like so. Let's also add a way to display it. And by the way, it should be public, not private. Sorry. Public. So public. Oh, come on. I can't type. Public void show inventory. Here we go. Same thing here. We want to copy all of the lines that we had in here, drop them right here. And same thing for the hide player stats, drop them here and edit all of this beautiful world again. So if you want me to time-lapse this, let me know in the comments. Xling, xling. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so to show the inventory, we're going to grab the inventory panel, inventory close panel. So let's grab the inventory close panel here, like so. Perfect. What about this one? Close panel right here, close panel right here, inventory panel right here, right here. Opened pause is right here, lean twin, cubic. And of course, we can already imagine a way to refactor this, by the way, just saying here, because we are kind of using the same logic with different rect transforms, so different objects. The only difference here is that we are using the offset minimum instead of the maximum and minus width instead of the width. So let's go on. Inventory panel. So this is the closed panel here. Boom. Closed pause, closed panel, closed panel, closed panel. Here we go. What about the other one? Inventory panel, opened. No, this should be the closed position. Boom. Player stats panel. Nope. We want the inventory panel. And I think that we are good to go now. Just thinking. Let's just add some buttons. So not attributes. Dot button. Here we go. Let's grab this attribute. Come on, copy. Let's go down, paste it here. And I think that we can try this out. Yep. Let's go on. So let's go back to Unity. All right, let's set up our references here. So shop manager, we need to set up the panel. So this is the slide panel, and the inventory close panel is the close button. We can rename this one inventory close button, and this one can be player stats close button. That way it displays a little bit better here. Really cool. So let's play. All right, let's start. Go. It's hidden right now, so let's try and display it. Boom, really cool. Hide it, display it, hide it. Awesome. We can show this one, and then if we want to display the player stats, we actually won't be able because the close button is obstructing the view or preventing the ray from reaching the button. So here's what we're going to do. We forgot to set up our buttons here. So let's add a new method, shop manager. Shop UI, hide inventory, and to display the inventory we should use the inventory button. So let's add the method right here, show inventory. Really cool. It's actually like we've done for the player stats. This is why I'm rushing. So let's hit play now. All right, let's start the game. Go. Display this one, hide it, display this one, hide it, display this one, hide it, display this one, hide it. Really nice. Oh, finally we've got the first step for our inventory. We've made the first step for our inventory. In the next one, what should we do? Should we tackle the slide panel to have our double sliding panels or set up the inventory? What do you prefer? I'm going to wait until you answer. Just kidding. Let's tackle the inventory. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, I've changed my mind. We're actually going to tackle the double sliding panels. Dun, dun. Okay, so for that, so what we want to do is select our inventory sliding panel. So the one that's sliding, of course. Then inside of the container, we've got the vertical layout, and this is not where we're going to drop the item info. Instead, we are going to drop it as a child of the container right here. So let's right click, create an empty game object, and call it item info slide panel, let's say, or maybe slide. You decide. This boy, we want to anchor it to the bottom of the container. So something like that. This will allow us to manipulate the height of the container for it to occupy something like maybe either a half or a third of the container. I don't remember well, but we can actually tweak this. What we can already do is add an image to our container, and let's select the maybe the basic container. This one has a shadow at the bottom, so maybe this is not the wisest option. Instead, we are going to use the square 50. Yeah, this one is actually way better. Let's change its color to something a little bit happier, maybe this one. We are actually going to change the color of the container depending on the level of the weapon or the rarity of the object that we've selected, okay? And later on, we will definitely change this purple color. It doesn't make any sense here. All right, let's go on. This info slide panel will contain almost the same data that is contained inside of the shop panel right here. We're only going to remove the lock button and actually add another button right here because we will have a merge button for the weapons to be merged and a recycle button, okay? The lock button right here will actually be replaced by the close button. So let's do this. We can grab the shop item container, drop it as a child of the container because we just want to unpack the prefab. Oh no. Unpack the prefab, boom, grab all of the elements that are right here. And this one does have a vertical layout. No, it doesn't. grab the vertical layout actually and drop it as a child of the item info slide panel. We're just recycling things here. So let's set this one to 0, 0, 0, 0. Here we go. It's already looking pretty nice. We can remove the shop item container. Boom. But before that, let's duplicate the lock button or grab it, drop it inside of here. Anchor it to the top right. So -40, somewhere around here. Yep, should be nice. We can change that to the close button. Do we have a close button? Oh, I don't think we have. So I think I have the circle, maybe button. How did I call it? Round button. Yeah, this is the round button. And we are going to add a cross inside of it. So let's first remove the callback from the button. Perfect. We can remove the shop item container. We are not going to use it anymore. This is going to be our close button. Perfect. And yeah, let's add our cross here. So UI image, let's stretch it on the container, add some padding. And do we have a cross somewhere around here? Yes, we do. Perfect. We are already pretty good. We can preserve the aspect of the image right here. Cool. And let's now manage or tackle our buttons here. So we need to expand the vertical layout. Purchase button section is going to be the same. We are simply going to add a horizontal layout group to this section, allow it to control the width and the height, and add some padding. So maybe 50, 50, 5, 5, something like that. You're actually free to decide how you want it to be. Okay. Then we can simply duplicate this boy or grab, actually these will be 2 buttons. So instead, I think it's a good choice to grab a button from here maybe without the overlay. Again, it's a choice. The most important thing is that you have 2 buttons inside of here. So let's expand the reroll container, duplicate the purchase reroll button, drop it here. We can remove the container, duplicate this boy after removing the overlay. Boom. Here we go. I think we should add some spacing because they are a little bit stuck. What about 20? 50 maybe? Yeah. How does it look like on a real phone? Yeah, seems correct actually. I like it. Maybe we should increase the size of the icon container here. So we should diminish the size of the stats section to 500 maybe. Yeah, icon can be 350. Yeah, this is already looking really nice. I like it. So let's remove the callbacks from the reroll buttons. Let's rename them merge button. So this is the merge button, and this is going to be the recycle button. Recycle button. Here we go. After that, we can change their colors. Our recycle button will actually have the same color. We are simply going to change maybe we can change the outline. Yeah, the outline color is not that good. Yep, let's save this color and also use it for the reroll button right here. I completely forgot. Even though we are not at the polishing phase, I like to have some cool graphics from time to time. Same thing here, doesn't make sense to have that color. So let's select, where is our boy here? The outline, boom, 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 and boom. Yeah, this is already way better. Really cool. And I'm sure that you will come up with better colors than me. Come on, I'm really not that good at designing stuff. Okay, so let's go on. This one will be the merge button. So we are going to change the elements of that button here. We want to keep the outline. We are simply going to change the color of the button. So merge button here. Let's change it to something. Yeah, this one is cool. I like it. And inside of our horizontal layout, we can grab or extract the text and remove the horizontal layout. This one will be stretched on the container with a little bit of padding as usual. And let's write merge. Really nice. So we now have a merge button and a recycle button. Awesome. I think that we are now ready to tackle the sliding property of that panel. So we will move it up and down. Awesome. Really cool. And just as a reference here, we also need to select the inventory slide panel and add a mask component. That way, we can actually mask our info slide panel. You see, it's way better when there is the mask, because right now we can notice the offset here, and it's really bad. You can select the inventory slide panel and add a mask component. Perfect. So in the next one, let's actually tackle the sliding effect here. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, our item info slide panel will slide, definitely. So let's open our shop manager UI, this one. We are going to add a reference to the slide panel. So let's add it somewhere around here, okay? Let's write item info maybe. Yeah, item info slide panel or item info elements, yeah, something like that. Anyway, serialize field, private rect transform, item info slide panel. We will definitely need two positions for that panel like we've done for the other ones. This one will be the item info opened pause, and this one will be the item info closed pause. And as we've done for the other ones, we will configure it at start. So configure item info panel, let's say. So let's grab this one, drop it somewhere around here, private void, boom, 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 boom. Nice. For the previous two panels, what we've done is set up the width, if you remember well. So somewhere around here, we've set up the width, and same thing for the player stats panel, okay? For the item info panel, we don't care about the width, let's say. We need to configure the height. So let's write float height. This is going to be equals to the screen.height divided by 2. But again, we need to take into account the scale of that panel. So 2 multiplied by the item info slide panel dot lossy scale dot x. Okay. And that way we set the info panel to have half the height of the screen. You can decide to set it to a third of the height or a fourth, but unfortunately it's going to be a little bit too small. So it's a good choice to set it up as at least 1/2 of the screen height. Okay. Then we can set it up. So let's write info slide panel dot offset max. This is going to be equals to item info slide panel dot offset max dot width. And right now we want to set up the Y property, not the X. Let's set it to the height. And after that, we can store our opened position. So item info open pause equals item info slide panel dot anchored position. And because we wrote this line, we need to make sure that our slide panel is at the right position at start. Otherwise, we will have some offsets. You could calculate that position dynamically at start, of course, but both methods work here. So let's add a reference to our item info slide panel. Okay, let's select it, anchor it to the bottom of the screen again. At the right position, you can press Alt again or Option to fix it. And then we're going to edit the height, but not like that. Just like that by moving the offset max, of course. Okay, so it's going to be something like half of the screen, so it should reach this position. Yeah, it's actually decent. Nice, I like it. Let's go on. Let's now set up the closed position. So item info closed position equals item info opened pause plus vector2.down times the height. Okay. And we can finally move it to the closed position. So item info slide panel that anchored position equals closed pause. So item info closed pause. Really cool. Let's now add a way to open it and show it and hide it. Sorry. So public void show item info, public void hide item info. And we will definitely have two naughty attributes buttons for now to display it and hide it, like so. Perfect. And to show it, we will first cancel its movement. And by the way here, quick tip. You could either call lintwin.cancel blah blah blah, lintwin.move blah blah blah, or use extension methods. You can write something like item info slide panel dot lean cancel. And this will have the same effect as canceling the twin using lintwin.cancel, so the static method here. You decide. Either the extension method or the static method. Both work. So just for variation's sake, let's use extension methods in here. So item info slide panel dot lean move towards the opened pause in, let's say, .3f. Let's add some variation again here. And let's set an easing here. So set ease lean twin type dot ease out circle cubic. I don't know. Let's use this one this time. And we've got an error here because this takes a vector3 as an argument and our info open pause is a vector2. So we can simply cast it here. Boom, to a vector3, not 2. Cool. Let's add the same logic when we want to hide it. So boom, it should be the closed position of the item info panel. Bam, bam, bam. We can use the in inside of here instead of the out. Perfect. And we should be good. So let's try this out. Let's go back to Unity. We should be set on the references here. So let's hit play. Please work from the first time. Please work from the first time. Please work from the first time. Let's start the game. Go. Open the panel. Okay, so it's not visible yet. So we can show the item info, hide the item info. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. You now have double sliding panels. 1, 2. How cool is that? Show inventory, show item info, hide inventory, and so on. Really nice. And you can decide to hide it. When hiding the inventory, you can decide to call the hide item info too. So let's try this out. Actually, I did not use this method when making the course, but can be nice. Hide item info. Okay, let's go back to Unity. Let's hit play. All right, let's start. Go. Let's try this one. Okay. Oh, that is weird here. Okay. Maybe this is why I did not do it when making the course. Okay. So the issue here is that we call the hide inventory right here when configuring the panel. Okay. Okay. So it does call the hide item info. Oh. So what we can do in here, instead of hiding this boy because we hide the player stats, we can add a boolean. Bool hide item info equals true. By default here, we can set it to true. And in here, we're going to check. So if hide item info, we can hide the item info. But at start, hide inventory false when configuring the panel for the first time. And then for all of the other situations, it should be true. So we should hide the item info. That way, we are not gonna mess up with the item info configuration. Okay, let's try again. Let's hit play. Let's try this out. Go open. Okay, yeah, this is already way better. Nice. So of course we can notice a little bit of black things here, a black border right here. This is actually our icon, the one from the slide panel. So what we can do is also hide it or disable the slide panel whenever it's closed. This is one thing we can do, but that's okay. It's not that big. What about other icons? Let's just try this out because we don't want to have issues actually. Boom. Yeah, we are definitely going to see it. Okay. So we need to disable it, definitely. Okay, we're going to try this. But first off, let's check if our logic is working perfectly or not. So let's display our item info panel. So show item info, really cool. Let's hide the inventory. Hide, please. Hide. Why isn't it working? Oh, come on. Where is our close button here? Missing? Oh, because we've added the boolean. Come on. So let's select shop manager UI, hide inventory, and the boolean should be false. Yeah, it should be true actually, because we want to hide the item info. Yeah, I completely forgot that this one was going to change because we've added an argument to our method. But now it's going to work. All right, let's hit play. Boom. Okay, let's display the inventory, show the item info somewhere around here, hide both of them. Oh, that's really nice. Did you spot the effect? Let's show it, hide them, boom. That was really cool. Awesome. So finally, as a final touch, we can hide or disable this boy whenever it's hidden. So what we can do is add another extension method, .set complete lambda expression item info slide panel game object set active false, and same thing when it's boom, when it's hidden. Yeah. Now we need to display it first. Sorry. Wrong thing here. I should not rush into things. This is where we should disable it when hiding it. So right here. Perfect. But in here, we want to enable it right away. Boom. We want to enable it and then move it up. So true. Cool. And then hide it after it's disappeared. Let's try this out. Let's hit play. All right, let's start. Boom, go, open this boy. So now it's visible. That's okay. We just need to hide it at start. We did not do that. So let's show it, hide it, and now it has been disabled. Show it, hide both of these, display, hide, display, hide. Yeah, now that's perfect. Awesome. So final touch here, I'm just going to disable it at start. So let's grab this line, boom, drop it when we configure it. So show inventory, configure info panel right here. Perfect. Final test, start, go, open this boy. Okay, it's not visible yet. So let's display it, hide it, display the inventory. Okay, display that boy. Awesome, really cool. So that's working really well. Cool. So, I really hope that you've enjoyed this lesson because, yeah, double sliding panels is a thing and you're going to use it in all your games. Now, just kidding. Come on. But yeah, you might use it from time to time. If you're enjoying the course so far, please consider leaving a review. It does really help a lot, actually. Thank you very much. And in the next one, let's tackle the logic for our inventory because right now it feels a little bit empty, right? See you in the next one. And again, let's not forget to commit our changes. So shop manager UI. Or you could have written double sliding panels. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to set up our inventory item container. All right, let's jump right in. So, let's develop our canvas here. Shop inventory container, slide panel container, not the item info, but the vertical layout. The stats section, nope, we should not. This is not the stats section. This is actually the inventory section. Here we go, already way better. Let's increase the size of our scene. We can hide the item info panel. So let's disable it. Perfect. And inside of here, we are going to create our scroll view that will contain all of our inventory item containers. So let's right click UI scroll view. Here we go. Let's call it inventory items scroll view. Perfect. We can remove the source image, set the transparency to 0, and stretch it on the container. Here we go. This one will be vertical, so let's disable the horizontal. We can remove the scroll bars, as usual. I don't know why I'm laughing, but anyway. So let's stretch the viewport. And for the content, what we're going to do is add a content size filter, as usual, with a preferred vertical fit. And instead of adding a vertical layout group this time, we are going to add a grid layout group. I don't remember if we've already added this, but if not, here is how it works. So first off, let's set some padding like we are used to do for our vertical and horizontal layout groups. So 30, 30, 30, 30, here we go. And inside of here, what we can do is specify the cell size. So the size any item will actually have. So let's right click and create a random item. So this will be a button. Maybe we can create actually 6 or 7 of these. Okay. And we can now specify our settings here. So let's set a cell size of 150. 150. Perfect. We can also add some spacing. So maybe 30 pixels. Here we go. And right now, how many buttons do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it automatically set up 2 columns because there is no more space to set up or to drop another item here. So what we are going to do is actually set up a fixed column count, and we want 3 columns. Okay. So right now it's not displaying really well. And to fix that, we can play with our settings here. So let's say diminish the cell size 120 by 120. And this is already way better. Really cool. What we can also do is set these up by code. You can actually grab the width of the inventory and set up all of these values programmatically. Okay? But let's keep that for later on. Now that our grid layout is correctly set up, we are going to configure one button only. So let's call this one inventory item container. Here we go. Let's assign our basic container here, or maybe the basic button. So basic container. We can also change the color, but first off, let's set simple, preserve the aspect because I want it to be squared. Okay. I'm going to set a blue color, something like that. And what we can do is also remove the text from here because we are going to have an icon. So let's right click, UI, image, Let's stretch it on the container, really cool, and add a, I don't know, maybe a weapon, something like that. So maybe the cotton candy gun as an example. So let's preserve the aspect of our image. This can be the item icon. We can rotate it by 30 degrees and add a little bit of shadow. So let's add a shadow. Let's press F to focus it. 0 for the effect distance along the x-axis and move it down. Yep, something like that is cool, but maybe I want to increase the scale here to 1.1 or 1.2, something like that, just to have a cool effect where the icon or the item is actually overflowing, okay? Really nice. And just for a better contrast here, what I want to do is also use the background image on the inventory here, because right now it's purple-ish, so we could change the color to something a little bit brighter, maybe something, yeah, maybe white, but it's no, not that good. Meh, I don't like it. So instead, I'm going to select the title section, title container, change its color to purple, and change the title here to white. Here we go. And I'm going to add a background. So let's duplicate the shop background, drop it inside of the inventory slide panel. Okay, let's rename it. And right now it's invisible because our container right here is above it. So let's diminish the alpha, and here we go. Now we can spot it. Really cool. And at this point, we could think that both backgrounds here do merge together, and it's kind of weird. But when displaying the inventory, remember that we actually enable the inventory close button. So it does make the separation a little bit more obvious. Okay? But in case you would like to have the shadow, here is what you should do. So let's disable this boy. Okay, let's first select the background and drop it inside of the container. Here we go. Let's turn it into the first child of the container. But if we had a shadow to the inventory slide panel, so let's quickly add it. Shadow, let's move it to the left. Okay, we can see that because it does have a mask component, the background is actually displaying on the shadow here. So what we can do is disable the mask component and add a mask to the container here. So mask, here we go. And this is already way better. Way better in a sense, of course, because we can't see anything. This is because our container's alpha is 0. So let's set it to at least 1, like so. And you could actually increase it because now the background is above this color. Really cool. So now let's try and enabling our inventory close button. And yeah, this is perfect. Awesome. So because we've added this shadow here, where is it? Right here. Maybe let's say minus 20 pixels. We need to take that into consideration when closing the panel, okay? Because otherwise the shadow will be visible. So in this case, I'm just going to disable it right now. So now that we've got our inventory item container, let's configure this boy in the next one. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are finally going to tackle our inventory. Come on, it was so long to reach that point. So let's first open our scripts folder. Where is it? Boom, scripts, managers. Maybe you can drop it inside of the UI script, but you decide. I'm going to drop it inside of the managers folder, sorry, not script. So let's C# script. Inventory manager. Here we go. And after it's done compiling, what we can do is create our manager. So let's develop the manager's game object, right click, create an empty game object and call it inventory manager. Here we go. Let's attach the script and open it. Really cool. So inside of here, the first thing we will need is a reference to our inventory item container. And as usual, let's first add it as a game object. So elements, serialize field, private game object, inventory item container, like so. Perfect. We will also need a parent to know where we need to spawn these. So serialize field, private transform, inventory items parent. Here we go. And now let's figure out when we want to configure the inventory. Well, like we've done for our player stats display in the shop, whenever we open the shop, of course. So for that, let's inherit from the iGameState listener and implement the interface. Let's grab this one, drop it here, and we want to check if we've just entered the shop. So if GameState equals GameState.shop, we want to configure, okay? So private void configure. Here we go. Inside of here, what we're going to do is first off, clear the inventory items parent. So no need for a command for that. So inventory items parent.clear. Perfect. And then we are going to loop through all player weapons, player
objects,
and we will need to create an inventory item container for each one of these items. So for each weapon and for each object. For now, let's just create 10 of these just to check if our code is working properly. So for I from 0 to 10, what we're going to do is instantiate again an inventory item container under the parent. Perfect. Let's remove the curly brackets for now. Cool. And what we can do is try this out. So let's jump back to Unity. And you can already imagine that we will definitely need to create an inventory item container script that we will attach to this object so that we can comply with OOP principles, and it will make our managing or management way easier. So let's try this out after specifying these. So where is our items parent here? I think that inventory section content, here it is, content. And we need to set up the prefabs here. So let's open the prefabs folder, UI, grab the inventory item container, drop it here. And we can keep this one as a reference because we are actually going to delete it. Select the inventory manager and specify the inventory item container. Here we go. Let's now hit play. Let's start and go. Open the inventory. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've successfully created 10 inventory item containers. Really nice. And of course, the scroll view is working. Cool. So whenever we'll click one of these, we will display our inventory item here. So show item info, like so. And when we close it, we will close it. Okay? So let's go on. Let's now have a way to configure these item containers here. For that, we are going to open the scripts folder, UI, right-click, create a new C# script, inventory item container. What we can do is select the prefab, select it right here, and add the inventory item container script. Really cool. So this is where we were going to add a reference to the container and to the image. So we will definitely need a using Unity Engine, Unity Engine.ui to specify the image. So let's add a reference to the image first. Elements, serialize field, private image. Let's call it container, because we will want to color this one depending on the object's rarity or the weapon's level. Got it? We will also need to set up our icon. So let's call it icon. Here we go. So let's now configure these. Let's remove the start and update method. Public void configure. We will definitely need to pass in a color at least. Well, later on we will not pass in a color, but for now let's just pass that. So color, container color, and sprite item icon. So container.color equals container color, and icon.sprite equals item icon. Here we go. Let's now jump back to our inventory manager, but I've just copied the name of the script, of course, because we want to specify it right here. And instead of instantiating random objects right here, let's remove this and actually use our real data, so the player weapons and player objects. Let's start with the objects because they are quite easy to set up. So object data SO, objects or object datas will be equals to player objects dot get objects or objects. Okay. So let's now add a reference to the player object script. Boom, player components, let's say. Yep. We can already add the player weapon to private player object, objects player objects, and serialize field private player weapons, player weapons. Here we go. So now, do we have a way to grab the player objects inside of the player objects script? Yep, we have it. So this is a list right here. So we need to convert it into an array or keep it as a list, as you wish. So let me show you how you can convert a list to an array. Dot to array. There is a simple extension method. It's really straightforward, actually. So now let's loop through all of the objects that we have or that the player has and create an inventory item with that object. So for I from 0 to object datas.length, inventory item container, let's call it container, will be equals to instantiate the prefab, so the container under the parent. Here we go. And of course we need a uppercase here. Cool. Now that it has been created, let's configure it. So container.configure. We need to pass in a color. So container color and an icon. Here we go. Let's set up these two. Color, container color will be equals to color holder dot get color with the level or the rarity of the object. So object data at index I dot rarity. Here we go. This is okay for the color. What about the icon? Sprite icon equals object datas at index I dot icon. Here we go. Really straightforward. So let's try this out really quickly because we know that it's going to work, of course. We first need to set up our inventory item container, of course. So let's pass in the container and the item icon and not forget to apply the overrides here. Boom, like so. Should we specify something else? Yep, of course. The inventory item container. So let's lock the inspector, select this boy. So prefab, select asset. Here we go. We need to specify the player weapons and player objects. So let's select Dave, boom, and boom. Let's hit play. Right now we have no objects. So what we're going to do is select Dave, boom, 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 right here at the bottom. We're going to add some objects manually. So a bike, a heart, a shield, and a fire. And maybe let's add a heart actually. So let's start the game, go, open the inventory, boom. And we can notice all of the objects that we've just added. Really cool. So this is the first step. Let's now tackle the weapons. So let's exit the play mode, go back to our script, and configure the weapons. So boom, boom, boom. What we're going to do now is grab the weapons. So weapon array, weapons equals player weapons. Dot, do we have a way to grab the weapons or not yet? Let's open the player weapon script, and we don't. So let's add a way to grab the weapons. Like so, public, it should return a weapon array, get weapons. Like so, perfect. And inside of here, what we want to do is loop through all of the weapon positions. And if we've got a weapon at that position, we can add it to a list. Then we can return the list.toArray to return the array. Okay? So let's first create the list. List of weapons equals new list of weapon. Here we go. Then let's loop through all of the weapon positions. So for each weapon position in weapon positions, what we want to do is check if we've got a weapon there. So if weapon position dot weapon equals null, we are simply going to continue. Otherwise, we can add weapons.add weapon position.weapon. Here we go. And finally, return weapons.toArray. Perfect. This is not the best way of doing things. I'm going to show you later on because we will definitely change this. But for now, it will do. So let's jump back to our inventory manager. Right here, let's grab the weapons. So get weapons. Here we go. Let's loop through each one of these. So for I from 0 to weapons.length, what we want to do is add the weapon. So let's create a new inventory container and configure it. So let's drop this here. Container equals instantiate this. Let's change the weapon data here to weapons at index I.level. Here we go. Same thing here, weapons at index I, and we don't have the icon because we need to specify weapon data.sprite. Here we go. This should be good. So let's try this out. Let's go back to Unity. Do we need to specify anything in here? Nope. All right, so let's start the game. Now we are going to select a weapon just so that we have something to display. Go. All right, here we go. We've got a weapon here. Awesome. This is working as expected. So now that we know how to display weapons and objects, in the next one, let's learn how we can display the inventory item info whenever we click on one of these. See you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to try and display the item info whenever we click on a weapon or an object inside of the inventory. All right, let's jump right into it. So, inside of here, the configure method, we're going to do something different here. So previously we've used the button or grabbed the button from the container. I don't remember where, but something around here. We've got the purchase button. What we've done in here is added the listener inside of the shop item container. So yeah, this is quite the same logic that we're going to use in here. Okay, so let's jump back to our inventory manager. Cool. Instead of passing in the color and the icon to the configure method, we are going to pass in the weapon right here. So let's grab the weapons at index I, weapons at index I. Here we go. We can remove the color and the sprite like so. Perfect. And same thing for the object. So let's pass in the object data is at index I. Cool. So now it means that we need two configure methods, one for the weapons and one for the object datas, right? So let's first add them. So open the configure method, public void configure weapon. Not like this, like so. Perfect. Public void configure. Oh, come on. Object data so object data. Perfect. What we can already do is grab the color and the icon from here. So color equals color holder dot get color with the weapon dot level, and sprite icon will be equals to weapon dot data dot sprite. Perfect. We can now call the configure method with the color and icon. Here we go. And same thing for our configure method of the object data. So let's grab both of these, drop them here. The color will be object data dot rarity in here and object data dot icon. Perfect. So we now have the same behavior as we had previously. The only difference is that it is a little bit simpler in the inventory manager, and we are also going to implement the configure method with a callback. And keep in mind that this is a little bit more complex, but I definitely want to show you that this is possible. You can pass actions as arguments and call them back right here. And you'll see what I mean here. So let's add a lambda expression to call the show item info method. Okay, so let's create that method, private void show item info. Like so. We will definitely need to add some parentheses inside of here, and let's implement the configure method to also take into account a callback, an action. So action, let's call it clicked callback. Here we go. Let's add the system library. So using system, here we go. This is way better. Let's go back to our inventory manager and no more errors. So right now, whenever we configure the container, so the inventory item container, the weapon one actually, we pass in this method. So it means that we can debug something here, debug.log hi, something like that. Yeah, let's debug this. But right now we pass in the callback, but we don't do anything with it. So let's add a reference to our button here. Again, there are two ways. You could either create the reference like so, like we've done, or use the require component attribute. Let's keep it simple for now, because we already have enough complexity with these. So let's call it button. Here we go. After configuring the button, we can call button.onClick.remove all listeners. Then button.onClick.add listener, and we can invoke the callback. So clicked callback.
Click callback like so, invoke. Boom.
And of course, we can't invoke it like so, so let's use a lambda expression. Perfect. So let's just recap here. Inside of our inventory manager, we create the inventory container, right? We pass in the weapon info right here, so the weapon object, along with an action. So we use this action to trigger the show item info method. If we open the configure method right here, here is the action that we've passed, and we use it to add a listener to our button. So whenever we click on the button, we will trigger this action, which will in return debug and log this string that we've set up right here. Got it? As I've told you, it's a little bit complex, but I definitely want to show you new things or new ways of doing things so that you can decide which one you prefer most, okay? So let's select our inventory item container. We need to specify our button here. So let's pass it in, hit play. Let's start this, select a weapon, boom. Of course, oh, come on, wave manager. What? Okay, inventory item container. We've got a button that unclick that remove all list. Oh, I think that I did not apply the overrides. Yeah, come on, forgot that. Sorry. So let's jump back here, select a weapon, boom, open the inventory, and we can notice that it has the same color. So now if I click, hi, it's working really well. So we've passed in a delegate to our button from the inventory manager. This is really powerful because it will allow us to do so much more. In the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to keep implementing our logic to display the item info right here. And sorry if you feel dizzy, but keep in mind that you can use the easier method to do the same thing. Okay, I just want you to be flexible here and stretch a little bit in all directions. But no, more seriously, I want to increase your knowledge here. So right now we are simply configuring it and calling the show item info. So let's go one step further. We're going to use the same logic for the object here. So let's add a comma, pass in the show item info, open the configure method, grab this line with the clicked callback. Perfect. We can also pass it in here and grab these two lines. Boom, like so. Perfect. So now objects and weapons have the same behavior. What we are going to do is try and display which object we've clicked. So it would be a good thing to write something like debug.log, sorry, boom, object data dot name, something like that. And we need an object data here. So let's write object data so object data. Yep, it does have a name. And we right away have an error because this one doesn't pass in an object data, nor does this one. So what we can do is grab this boy, pass it in here, and this is already better. But for here, we are going to have an issue. So let's pass in null, okay? We are just going to try our objects first, not the weapons. So let's go back to Unity. Okay, I'm going to select the Dave right here, but I don't want to save the object, so I'm going to hit play first. Let's start the game. Let's pass in some objects to Dave. Boom, maybe just two will do. Okay, let's go. Open the inventory, click on the fire, and it doesn't work. Let's try again. It doesn't work. What's the issue here? If we check out the error here, it does tell us that index out of range exception index was outside the bounds of the array. So it means that we're going outside of the bounds of the array here. This is because our index I here only lives inside of the loop. To fix this, here's a quick workaround, but it's not the final solution again. What we can do is store this one into its own object. So object data's at index I, here we go. And we can finally use this one right here. So let's add the parentheses. Let's try it out again. So let's exit the play mode. Okay, I'm going to hit play again and add the objects. Oh, there are so many things that we need to understand in here, right? Let's add some objects to Dave. Here we go. So bike and shield. Start the game, go. And now if we click on the armor or shield, it does display correctly. Okay. Same thing for the bike. Cool. So keep in mind that when using indices, you might have issues. So it's a good practice to store the objects you want to use like inside of the loops instead of using the indices because they might not be passed correctly to other methods. Okay, so this is one way, but we also need to implement this for the weapon. So maybe using object data is not the best solution here. Instead, what if we pass in the container? So let's pass in the container here and here. This is already better because we can apply the same logic for both our weapons. So let's grab the inventory item container here. Let's call it container. Perfect. And inside of here, we can remove the debug line. But now what's cool is that we can grab the weapon or the object datas if we've stored them inside of here. So let's store them. And we can actually store them as properties. So public weapon, weapon. get private set. Here we go. Same thing for the object data. Object data so, object data, get and private set. Let's make it a little bit prettier, like so. Really cool. Oh, come on, like so. Nice. When we call the configure method, we can store this. So weapon equals weapon. And same thing for the object data. Object data equals object data. Really cool. And now this gives us a way to check what data is linked to the current item container, which is really powerful again. Because inside of here, we can check if we've got a weapon, display its name. If we've got an object, display its name. So let's try something like that. If container.weapon is different than null, we can actually show weapon info. Otherwise, it means that we've got an object. So else show object info. And we definitely need to pass in the weapon info in here and the object info in here. So container.weapon and container.object data. So private void show weapon info with a weapon and private void show object info, object data. Perfect. So again, as I've told you, let's just debug the name. So debug.log object data.name, and inside of here debug.log weapon.data.name. Perfect. Let's now jump back to Unity and try this out, and we can call it a day. Because yeah, there are so many information that you need to keep in mind here. So save and start the game. All right, let's give some objects to Dave. So maybe again 2 or 3. Okay, fire, bike, and shield. We are going to select a weapon from here. Boom. Let's open the inventory. Okay, we've got a weapon and 3 objects. Let's click cotton candy gun. Perfect. Bike, fire, and shield. Awesome. This is really cool. So you can now notice how powerful it will be because we will be able to grab this data and display it in our item info sliding panel. So see you in the next one for this. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle displaying our item info with the correct data. Okay, really simple. And then we can tackle the recycling and merging weapons and also recycling our objects. So let's open our inventory manager. And right here, what we want to do is add a reference to our shop manager UI. So serialize field, private, shop manager UI, shop manager UI. Why? Because this is the one responsible for displaying our item info right here. Okay? Same thing if we want to hide it. But hiding the item info is actually really simple. We are going to grab this method and attach it to the close button. Got it? So let's go back to our inventory manager. And what we want to do is simply display the panel. So let's call shop manager UI.show item info. Perfect. Same thing right here. Like so. Let's just reference the shop manager UI now. So let's go back to our inventory manager. Shop manager is right here. Perfect. Let's, by the way, while we are here, let's just select our item info. So this one, where is the close button? Here it is. Let's add a callback, grab the shop manager, select shop manager UI, hide item info. Really cool. That way we will be able to display and hide it. So let's start, select a weapon, boom, inventory. We've got the weapon. Let's click it, boom. And we now know how to display our item info. That is so cool. So let's try and close. Nice. Open, close, and close everything. Really cool. And then I think that if we close everything, boom, yeah, the item info also gets closed. That is really nice. So now that we know how to display our item info as an exercise, try and configure it with the weapon data and the object data. Please try and do so. It's really simple, and we've done that so many times. I'm going to do it right away, and I'm going to rush into things here. So first off, let's create our inventory item info. Do we have it or not yet? We don't, so let's create it. Let's open our scripts folder, UI, right-click, create a new C# script, inventory item info. Here we go. We can attach this script to the slide panel because it's actually linked to it, right? Let's open it. And the first thing we are going to do is add again some libraries. So using Unity Engine, oh, come on, Unity Engine.ui, using TM Pro because we will manage texts and images. The first thing we are going to add is the elements header because we want to specify our icon. So private image icon. This is either the weapon icon or the object icon. Then we will need the name of the object. So serialized field, private text mesh pro UGUI, item name text. Perfect. And we also need to set up our recycle price text. So let's duplicate this line. Let's call this one recycle price text because both our weapons and objects can be recycled. Okay. After that, we can create another header for the coloring. So colors, let's add a reference to our container, private image container, because we want to color it, or we can call it color dependent images. Maybe we can turn it into an array like we've done previously. All right. And finally, we will need the stats container. So serialized field, private transform stats parent. And again, we are going to use the stat container manager actually to generate our stats. All right, so for this time, we're going to again vary our code a little bit and use a generic way to configure items. Okay, so let's write private void configure. First off, we will need a sprite for the item icon. We will also need a name, so the string, the name of the object or the weapon, color, rarity, or a level, or maybe container color, something like that. Then we will need the recycle price, so int recycle price. And finally, we will need the stats, so dictionary of stat float load stats. Here we go. Maybe we can call it stats dictionary, but yeah, let's call it stats. Inside of here is what we're going to do. Icon.sprite equals item icon. Oh, semicolon. Item name, text.text equals name. Container color, so container.color equals container color. We also want to change the color of our name, so item name text.color equals container color. Perfect. We need to set up our recycle price text too, so recycle price text.text equals recycle price.toString. Perfect. And finally, let's generate the containers from this dictionary here. So we can call stat container manager dot generate stat containers. Here are the stats, and the parent is the stats parent. Perfect. So right now this method is private, so we definitely need to set up a public method to configure the weapon or the object. So public void configure. Let's pass in a weapon. Okay, here we go. Of course, we need to set up the name of the weapon. I forgot that. Real nice. And from here, we can call the configure method with all of our elements here. So let's go to the line to make it a little bit more beautiful. Let's pass in an item icon. So weapon.data.sprite. The second thing will be the name. So weapon.data.name. Then we will need the color. So color holder.get color weapon.level. Okay, next argument is the recycle price. So weapon stat calculator dot get purchase price. Oh, we don't have the recycle price here yet. So we need a way to calculate that. Let's call it get recycle price with the weapon. What about the purchase price? Let me just open this boy. I'm going to duplicate this one. Boom. Get recycle price with the weapon and the level. Okay, we've got the multiplier. We are simply going to grab the recycle price, and we haven't added it yet. So let's open the weapon data here, duplicate this one and call it recycle price. I think we've added it to the object, right? Yeah, we've added it to the object, but not yet to the weapon. So here it is. Let's jump back to our weapon stats calculator. Here we go. And you can notice how fast you can jump between scripts when holding Control or Command. Okay. Weapon data, recycle price multiplied by the multiplier. Yeah, this is how much we should get back in return. Perfect. Let's jump back to our inventory item info now. So let's pass in weapon.data along with the weapon.level. Okay, what else do we need here? The stats. So weapon stats calculator dot get stats weapon dot data weapon dot level. Really cool. So we now have a way to configure our weapon. Let's add the same thing for our object. And you'll notice why I've used two things here, because we will have more stuff inside of this configure method because we need to enable the merge button, not for the object, and some other things. So public void configure with our object data. Let's call it object data. So let's grab these lines right here, copy them and paste them here. We are simply going to grab the sprite, which is our icon. The name is actually the same. Perfect. Let's actually use the rarity for the coloring. Boom. This is not in the weapon stats calculator because we want the recycle price here. So recycle price. And the stats will simply be object data.base stats. Like so. Really cool. Additionally, we can add the level of the weapon along with the name. So plus, let's say parenthesis level plus weapon.level. And we can add another parenthesis with a plus here, but this one should be +1. Yeah, by the way, forgot that because level starts at 0. So this should already be good to configure our inventory item info. We just need to call the configure method from the inventory manager now. So let's call the, we need a reference to the inventory item info, of course. So let's add it somewhere around here. Serialize field, private inventory item info, perfect. Let's write item info.configure with the weapon. And let's call it right here with the object data. Perfect. And in the next section, we are actually going to tackle merging and recycling. Don't worry about that. All right, so let's set up our elements or reference our things here. We are going to select our inventory item info. Let's pass in the icon, but I'm just going to expand everything. We can press Alt and click this arrow. It will expand everything. Let's select our icon. The name, the recycled price should be somewhere around here inside of the recycle button. The container that we want to color is the whole item info slide panel, and the stats parent will be the content here inside of the stats section. Okay, let's try this out after referencing something else. the item info here, really cool. Now we can hit play. So let's start the game, select a weapon, maybe this one. Okay. What we can also do before hitting go is add some objects to Dave. Let's add maybe 2 or 3. So fire and heart. Let's go, make sure we've selected this boy. Boom, open the inventory. Okay, we've got 3 elements. So let's click on the boink. Yeah, the boink. Really cool. Level, I just need to add a space here. Recycle price is 0 because we haven't set it up yet. Okay, but everything seems to be working correctly. Fire, okay, heart, and it does reconfigure automatically. That is so cool. Oh, do they all have the same stats? Nope. What? We've missed something here. We are generating the stats, but we are not clearing the previous ones. So what we are going to do is select our stat container manager. And when generating the containers here, generate stat containers, first off, we want to clear the parent. So parent.clear. And this will make sure that we don't have 1 million stat containers. So let's hit play and try this out. Let's start the game, deboink, add some objects, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, I definitely should have added the objects before hitting play because we've done this so many times. Let's select the heart, okay, a bike, fire, yeah, now that's better. And the recycle price also changes. That is really cool. Perfect. So in the next section, let's learn how we can merge our weapons and recycle our objects and weapons. Recycling objects is actually pretty simple. You can do it on your own. But recycling weapons is a little bit more complex. Just a little bit. So see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to tackle recycling our objects. We will then do the weapons, don't worry. Okay, so for that, what I want to do is open the, not the inventory manager, but the item info, because I want to get our merge button out of the way for the objects. It's only relevant for the weapons. So let's select the item info slide panel, okay, and open the inventory item info. So inside of here, we don't have references to our recycle button nor the merge button. So let's add these. Header buttons, serialized field, private button, merge button. But I also want the recycle button first. So recycle button, here we go. Inside of the weapon configure method, what we want to do is enable the merge button. So merge button.gameObject.setActive true. But we want to disable it for the weapon, for the object, sorry. So here's what we're going to do. Set active, false. Perfect. So this is the first step here. Let's quickly try this out. So let's go back to Unity. Of course, we will need to reference our buttons. So let's wait a little bit. Let's clear the console. Let's select our buttons. They should be somewhere around here. So merge button is this one and recycle button. Really cool. So let's hit play. All right, let's start, go, boom. Oh, we don't have anything, of course. So let's add some coins, currency manager, boom, boom, boom. Let's select this weapon, okay. Has it been added? No, because we haven't added the logic yet. No, we haven't. So whenever we purchase a weapon or an object, we should definitely update the inventory. But for now, let's try again. All right, so I'm gonna add an object to Dave. So let's select Dave. Boom, let's add the heart, for instance. Let's select the boink, boom. Okay, so we now have a weapon and an object. So let's select the object. We can spot the merge button along with the recycle button. But for the object, only the recycle button is visible. Really cool. So this is working perfectly. Now let's implement the logic to recycle our object. And for that, we are going to open our inventory manager right here. Okay, cool. And this is where we are going to add logic to implement callbacks for our recycle button. It definitely means that we need to access the recycle button. So right here, let's turn this one into a property. So field, serialized field, public button, recycle button, get private set. Really cool. So we definitely need to go back to Unity and reference it again. So let's select our inventory slide panel, not this one, but the inventory info, sorry, yeah, this one. So let's select our merge button, recycle button is this one, really cool. And now what we can do is jump back to the inventory manager and implement the logic. When showing the object info right here, before displaying the panel, we want to access the recycle button. So it was item info, yeah, dot recycle button, dot onclick, dot remove all listeners. We need to clear it because we might have clicked on a weapon before. So our recycle button definitely has some callbacks to recycle the weapon. So let's clear this one. And then what we can call is item info, dot recycle button, dot onclick, dot add listener, and inside of here we are again going to use a lambda expression.
Recycle object. Recall.
And we definitely need to pass in the object we want to recycle. So let's pass in object data. Let's now create this method, private void, recycle object, object data, object to recycle. Really cool. Okay, what do we need to do when recycling an object? Quick exercise here. Just think about it. Think a little bit. There are mainly 3 steps, let's say. Okay. So here's the first one, second one, and third one. The first one is actually really simple. Because we are recycling the object, we will need to destroy the item, inventory item container, actually. Inventory item container, and also close 4 things. Let's actually consider that as another thing. So close the item info. What else do we need to do? When adding an object, we definitely add it to the player objects script. So we need to remove it from here. So inside of the player object script, as we've added an add object method, we will definitely need to add a remove object method. So let's go back to our inventory manager, which is right here. Remove the object from player objects. And finally, we will need to reconfigure our inventory. This is actually what we are doing right here. So let's call the configure method inside of here. Okay? Let's proceed step by step. First off, we want to remove the object from the player objects because when configuring, we do access our objects right here. So we definitely need to remove it first. So player objects dot remove objects, or maybe we can call recycle object. Object to recycle. Here is the first step. Then we want to configure our inventory again, like so, taking the objects and reconfiguring everything. And we need to make sure that we clear our inventory items first, okay? Make sure that you do this. Otherwise, you will have some duplicates. And finally, what we can do is close the item info. So let's call shop manager UI dot hide item info. Perfect. So now let's implement our recycle object method. So let's jump to the player object script. Here we go, like so. Nice. And we're going to add the recycle method. So public, oh, come on, private. Public void recycle object, object data SO, object data. Here we go. So inside of here, we again want to do three things. The first one is that we want to remove the object from the objects list. Okay, so remove object from objects list. Then we are recycling something. And when you say recycling, we need to get our money back. So get the money back. Yeah, something like that. Get the money back from the currency manager. Okay. And finally, remember right here, we looped through the objects and added them to the player stats manager. So we need to update our stats again. So let's say something like remove object stats from the player stats manager. And then the player stats manager will handle that. Let's tackle the easiest task here. Objects.remove object data. Really simple. We simply remove it from the list. Then let's get our money back. Currency manager dot instance dot add currency object data dot recycle price. Again, really simple. And finally, let's call our player stats manager and update our stats. So we will need to remove the object from the objects dictionary. Remember, our player stats manager has 3 dictionary. We simply need to remove it from here. So let's go back to our player object script and call player stats manager dot remove object object data, or maybe remove object stats. Actually, yeah, remove object stats, and we can pass in the stats because in our player stats manager we only want to manage stats. Yeah, so we can pass in a dictionary of object stats, like so. Let's go back to our scripts, pass in object data dot base stats. Yep, seems correct. And we now need to create this method. So let's copy its name. Open the player stats manager, and I'm a little bit sick as usual. Come on. Public void remove object stats and pass in a dictionary. This one, cool. And inside of here, we can use the logic that we've used when adding an object. So we can loop through all of the object stats we want to remove and remove them from the object addends dictionary. Okay. We can actually remove this debug line. Boom. Like so. This is way cleaner. Let's remove this, and this. Perfect. Like so. Really nice. What we could have done is refactor a bit by grabbing the opposite value and remove it from here. Or maybe added an operator, maybe a boolean inside of here if we want to add or subtract. As you wish, we can refactor the code later on, of course. Or I can leave that to you. As you wish. Okay, so we've done our 3 things now. Are we good in the player object script? Yep, we are. So let's open Unity. Clear the console. We don't need to specify anything, right? What about the player objects? Player objects, nothing to specify. So yeah, let's add some objects, by the way, here. So let's add the fire, and yeah, we are good to go. All right, let's start. Go. Open the inventory. We've got the fire right here. So we currently have 0 candy. Let's recycle. Boom, 75 candy. And the object has been removed from the player objects. Let me try again and show you something here. So let's hit play. Let's start the game. Go. Open the inventory. Here it is. So the fire object adds 5 attack and 5 health, right? So let's open our player stats. We've got 5 attack and 105 health. So when recycling it, we should have 0 attack here and 100 max health. Let's try this out. Boom, recycle. Okay, we've earned the cash here. And 0 attack, 100 max health. So everything is working as expected. The object has indeed been removed from our object addends. Really nice. What we can do before jumping to the next one is update the inventory whenever we update our coins here, or whenever we purchase a weapon or an item. So for that, nothing simpler. Let's just open the inventory manager and check whenever we purchase something. So try purchase weapon, purchase object, item purchased, callback. Right here, we try and purchase the weapon. So it's not sure that we've purchased the weapon because if we already have 6. So I think it's a good place to call an action or trigger an action right here. So let's write something like on item purchased.
Purchased. So dot invoke item.
We are going to grab this line, drop it here too whenever we purchase an object. And we now need to create this action. So let's add the system library as usual. Okay, actions. And we can write public static action on item purchased. Really nice. No more error. Oh, random. Come on. Using random equals unityengine.random. Perfect. No more error. No more error. So now we can jump back to our inventory manager, subscribe to that event. So awake shop manager dot on item purchased plus equals item purchased callback. Here we go. We can duplicate this one and drop it inside of the onDestroy method. Okay, as usual, I'm not teaching you something new here. And then we can create the callback. Boom. Here we go. Let's grab this boy and drop it at the bottom. Perfect. We don't want to see it. So inside of this method, we are simply going to call the configure method and we are good to go. Perfect. So whenever we purchase a weapon or an object, we are simply going to reconfigure our inventory. So let's go back to Unity, hit play. Let's start the game, select a weapon. So now we only have the weapon and fire. Let's recycle our fire. So maybe we can actually select the currency manager, add some coins or currency, purchase, maybe, oh, we only have fires here. Let's reroll. Reroll again. Let's purchase the bike, the shield, and some weapons here. Perfect. Let's open the inventory and all of our items are now visible. Really cool. And of course, we can recycle them. Perfect. So 75, yep, that's it. Nice, I love it. So right now, we can't recycle objects, right? Weapons, sorry. We are actually recycling the object every time we click on the recycle button because we haven't removed all of the listeners, which is really bad. So in the next one, let's tackle recycling weapons. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to recycle weapons. And like we've done for objects, it's going to be quite simple, but a little bit tricky. Okay, doesn't make any sense. But anyway, let's jump right into it. So let's open our inventory manager. And right here, what we've done when showing the object info is set up our recycle button. We are going to apply the same logic for our weapon. So let's jump to our show weapon info. Perfect. And inside of here, let's call these two methods. But we don't want to recycle an object, right? We want to recycle a weapon. And can we pass the weapon in here? Let's first create the recycle weapon really quickly. Maybe just after this one, yeah. Private void, recycle weapon, weapon. And here we go. Is that okay? Can we apply the same settings? The same logic that we've used for the objects? I let you think about it just 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Of course not. Unfortunately, we can't. Why? Because we might have 2 similar weapons. Dave can end up with 2 cotton candy guns or 2 Deboink or 2 other similar weapons with the same level. So we can't even compare the levels. So one way we could have done that is by adding an ID to the weapon whenever we add it. then we can remove the weapon at that certain or specific ID. But a simple way that I've used here is by using indices. When spawning a weapon, we put it inside of a specific weapon position. So it has a certain index, the sibling index of the weapon position. Okay? So this is the logic that we are going to use. And it's actually just by using an integer. So that's really cool. So let's call recycle weapon at index. Okay, so we need to change this one to an index. Really nice. But it means that we need this index. Where are we going to grab it from? Well, we can have it as an argument here. Show weapon info index. Now that's working. But again, we need to pass it in here when showing the weapon info inside of the show item info method. So let's gently ask the container to give us an index. Please, can you give us an index? Yeah, sure. And again, it means that our container needs to contain that index. So let's add it and then we can explain. So public integer index, it's going to be a property, of course, to be able to grab it and not set it like so. Perfect. Let's jump back to our inventory manager. No more errors. Cool. So now let's take 1 second to think about what's happening here. We need an index, okay? Where can we grab it from? Well, where do we configure weapons? We know that whenever we enter the shop or purchase a weapon or purchase an object, we reconfigure the shop. And when reconfiguring the shop, what we do is loop through all of the player weapons that we grab from the get weapons method here. And these are actually ordered because we loop through each one of the weapon positions, right? So we start from weapon position at index 0, then index 1, then index 2, and so on. So we can use this index that we grab right here, so I, when looping through the weapons, and pass it into the inventory item container, okay? And this is what will help us grab it right here and remove the weapon afterwards, or recycle it actually. I hope this is clear. If not, please let me know. But this is a way I came up with. You can actually decide to give every weapon a specific ID at a certain point, right? Then grab it from the from here when you want to recycle it. It's also a quick and nice workaround. But for now, let's use this method. So when configuring our inventory item container, we want to pass in the weapon. And we also want to pass in the index. So let's implement our configure method for the weapon right here, int index. Really nice. And after setting up our weapon, we can write index equals index. Cool. So we've now correctly set up our index. We are able to grab it from the inventory manager right here when displaying the shop info, the item info, sorry, then when recycling the weapon. I hope this is clear. Let's try this out really quickly. So debug.log recycling, let's say recycling weapon at index plus index. Let's jump back to Unity. Before hitting play, what we can do, can we add weapons manually, by the way? By the way, no, I don't think we can. So we will definitely purchase them, okay? So let's play. All right, let's start the game. Select Cotton Candy Gun level 3. Okay, so we should have it right here. Let's purchase more weapons. So currency manager right here. Let's add some currency. Deboink Cotton Candy level 1. Okay, so we now have 3 weapons. Cool. Let's recycle the middle one. So Deboink level 2. Boom. Recycling weapon at index 1. Okay, what's the weapon at index 1? So here is the index 1. This is index 0. And indeed, this is Deboink. Really cool. If we debug right here, we can notice that the level is 1. So level 2 because we add 1, remember. Let's now select this one and try and recycle it, sorry. Okay, recycling the weapon at index 2. And weapon at index 2 is our Cotton Candy Gun level 0. Really nice. Same thing for this one, hopefully level 0. Index 0, sorry. Awesome. Okay, so this is working perfectly. We now know or have the index of the weapon we want to recycle. So let's go on and recycle it. Let's exit the play mode, jump back to the normal mode, open our script, and we can apply the logic that we've used for our objects. So first off, let's remove it from the player weapons. So player weapons dot recycle weapon at index. Okay, then configure our inventory, and finally shop manager UI dot hide item info. Really cool. So let's now create this method. So let's open our player weapons, boom, right here, try add weapon, public void recycle weapon, int weapon index. Really cool. And inside of here, we are going to loop through all of our weapon positions and remove the weapon. So there are different ways we could have done that. What we can quickly do, a quick and dirty way actually, is to write weapon positions. Do we have the parent of our weapon positions? We can do something like weapon positions at index 0.transform.parent.getChild at index weapon index dot get component of type weapon position dot remove weapon, something like that. Remove weapon, right? This is a way of doing things, but it's really messy and dirty. I really don't like it. So what we are going to do instead is create an index, initialize it at 0, loop through all of our weapon positions. So weapon position, let's call it, weapon position in weapon positions. Nice. We want to check if the index equals weapon index. So if that's the case, or instead, if that's not the case, we are simply going to continue. So increase the index first and then continue. Plus plus, really nice. It's actually similar to using a for loop. You could have written for I from 0 to weapon positions dot length if I is different than weapon index. Continue. This is really similar. Both methods have the same way. You can use the one that you prefer actually. Okay. I think for simplicity's sake, I'm going to use this one. So let's remove this one. Here we go. And if I equals weapon index, what we want to do is call weapon positions at index I dot remove weapon to remove the weapon from the weapon position. But first off, we want to grab that weapon and calculate its recycle price, right? Because we need to add currency to our wallet, of course. So int recycle price will be equals to weapon positions at index I dot weapon dot get recycle price. Like so. So it means that we will need to add this method to the weapon class, and we could have called the weapon stat calculator right from here, but I don't know. What do you think? Do we already have the method? Yeah, we have it. So we could use it from here, but we need the level. So let's actually gently ask the weapon to give us the recycle price. Let's copy this method, open our weapon, public int get recycle price. And inside of here, oh, this is the weapon position, not the weapon. Come on. So let's remove this one, open the weapon class. Yeah, perfect. Public int get recycle price. Really nice. And in here, we want to return weapon stat calculator dot get recycle price of the weapon data and the level. This one. Perfect. Here we go. So basically, we could have written this line inside of our not weapon position, but the player weapons, which is right here. But in my opinion, it's better to drop it inside of the weapon script. Again, you're free to decide whatever you want to do. And finally, what we can do is call the currency manager.instance.add currency recycle price. Like so. Really nice. Let's create our remove weapon method now. So let's copy this one, open our weapon position, public void remove weapon. Removing the weapon is actually really simple. We simply want to destroy it. So destroy weapon.gameObject. And after that, we can call weapon equals null. That way, when grabbing the weapon, we will pass in null to the player weapon. Okay, really cool. I think we are done. The only thing we need to do here is to break or return just in case we go on. No need to iterate over all of the indices if we've found the correct weapon position. Let's first make sure everything has been saved. Yep, seems like it is the case. So let's select our player weapons. Do we need to specify anything? Nope, I don't think so. What about the weapon position? Nothing to be specified here. What about the inventory, the shop manager? No, I think we are good to go. Let's hit play. All right, let's start the game. Select a weapon. Really cool. Let's add some currency. Boom. What do I have here? The Boink level 4. So let's select maybe the cotton candy again, then the Boink level 2. Here we go. So if I select this one and try and recycle it, first off, the text is displaying 0 because I think that we've set 0 to the... Oh, we haven't configured the recycle price. That's okay. We only want to test the logic here. So let's recycle this cotton candy gun. Here we go. Recycling weapon at index 1. It has been removed from the inventory. The shop, the item info has been closed. And if we have a look at where at our weapon position index 1, it's now empty. Really nice. Let's try and debug this. Weapon, none. Awesome. Everything is working correctly. What about this now? If I recycle this one, let's recycle it. Error. Oh my gosh. This is weird. It's not if you think about it, but let me explain why. So we've got an error at line 43. Right here, we've found the index, but the recycle price cannot be calculated because our weapon positions at index I, well, is not null, but its weapon is null right now. So it means that we have an issue with our index. And here is what happens. So when I had 3 weapons, all of the 3 weapons were configured correctly. So we had index 0, index 1, and index 2. But I've removed the weapon at index 1, right? When removing the weapon, our inventory reconfigured itself. So this button now has index 0, and this one now has index 1. Okay? So let's see if we can check this out. So I'm just going to select this boy. This is the inventory item container. Can I debug this maybe? Yeah, index 0. And this one right here will have index 1. Let's check it out. Index 1, of course. But our weapon position at index 1 is empty. So we need to make sure that we pass in the right index. And for that, we are going to implement our get weapons position because this is the one that we use in our weapon, in our inventory manager when configuring the weapons. So even though the weapon is null, we need to pass it in so that we can increment our index properly. Got it? If that's not clear, please let me know. So let's open our get weapons method. And if the weapon of the weapon position is null, what we want to do is add null. So weapons.add null, like so. Otherwise, let's add the correct weapon. So else this, okay? That way we make sure that our weapons array right here is always 6 in length. So we always have the 6 weapon positions. This will make sure that our index right here always goes till 6, okay? But if it's null, we are going to create a container, and this is not what we want. So we can check if weapons at index I equals null, we simply want to continue. We don't want to create a container for that null weapon. I really hope that this is clear, and if it's not, please let me know. I'm going to try and find another way of doing this, maybe using unique IDs actually, okay? So let's jump back to Unity and check if my theory is right or not. So let's start the game. Let's select the cotton candy level 4. Okay, so we should have it inside of our inventory. Let's select our currency manager. Yeah, we need to add some cash. So let's boom, some cash. I'm going to select the Boink and the cotton candy gun level 2. Okay, so we should have 3 weapons. Really nice. What about our weapon positions now? There are 3 weapons. Cool. So 1, 2, 3. Let's try again and recycle the Boink level 1. Boom, it has been removed. So recycling weapon at index 1. And as you can see now, our containers, if we switch to debug mode, have the index. Where is the index? 0. This one has the index 2. And this one, no index because this is an object. But this one now has the correct index, 0, 1, 2. Okay, so if we remove it or recycle it, it's actually going to be recycled. Same thing for this one. Perfect. So we can now perfectly recycle our weapons. What I'm going to do is simply add a recycle price because right now I'm getting scammed. So let's jump back to our resources, data, weapons, cotton candy gun. Let's set a recycle price of, I don't know, maybe 100 because recycle price is 120. And for the Boink, it will be something like 70. Okay, let's try again quickly. Let's start, select this one, boom. Let's try and recycle it. So how much? 200, yeah, because it's level 4. and it's normally 100, so 100 times 2 is 200. Boom, 200 coins. I can now purchase more weapons. Boom, this one. Okay, 93. Cool, it's actually working really well. Let's select this one, recycle it again. Yep, awesome. So, I really hope that you've learned a lot and enjoying the course again so far. So see you in the next one where we can merge our weapons. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to merge weapons. Finally, come on, this feature is so cool. Okay, let's do that. So first off, we are going to open our, or Oppenheimer. How do you say Oppenheimer or Oppenheimer? Anyway, it's not the point here. So let's open our inventory item info because this is where we display the merge button. So this should be where we set up the callbacks for our merge button. It's a bit different from the recycle button here because we are not going to pass through the inventory manager, okay? So when configuring a weapon, we first want to enable our merge button, but we want to set up the interactability of this button. So if we can merge weapon, we are going to set it as interactable. If not, nope, not interactable. So merge button dot interactable equals, and in here we need a boolean. So how can we know if a weapon is mergeable or not? Well, we are going to ask Mr. Weapon Merger. So weapon merger dot instance dot can merge this weapon. So if Mr. Weapon Merger tells us that we can merge this weapon, we are going to enable the button. Otherwise, we are not. Then what we want to do is add some listeners or callbacks to our button. So merge button dot onClick dot add listeners, remove all listeners first, but then we can add listeners. So dot add listener, and inside of here, no need to use a lambda expression this time. We are simply going to call weapon merger dot instance dot merge. Here we go. Let's now call Mr. Weapon Merger. Let's copy this, paste it somewhere around here. Managers, nope, managers, please, thank you. Right click, create C# script, weapon merger. Here we go. Of course, it's going to be fast, no compiling here because we've got errors, really cool. But we can open the weapon merger here. So our boy, let's actually remove everything here. So I'm just going to keep the container, the manager, and remove everything. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. We are left with the item info that we want, the inventory manager, and so on. So we first need to convert our weapon merger into a singleton because we're only going to have one of these. This is the one that's going to manage merging. So public static weapon merger instance. Awake, not awaitable, but awake. Thank you. Instance. Here we go. We now have our singleton. What else? Let's open our inventory item info, and we need two methods. One to check if we can merge, and another one to actually merge. So let's open this boy, remove the start and update method, public bool can merge. It should take a weapon as an argument. And another one, public void merge, that has no argument. Is that okay? Are we good? Yep, we are. Perfect. Let's first tackle our can merge method, because we need to know if we can or not, right? So the first security door, if I can say so, is going to check if our weapon is already level 3, because if it's already displaying level 4 in the game, it means that the index is level 3. So we can't merge it anymore. This is our max level. So if weapon.level is greater or equals 3, then we are not going to merge. So return false. This is the first security door. Then what we want to do is loop through all of the player weapons and check if we've got a weapon that can be merged with this one. And again, we will have multiple security doors here. So let's write weapon array weapons equals player weapons. And by the way, we could have turned this boy into a singleton because we already have one dot get weapons. But for now, let's keep it like that. Yeah, of course. Header elements, serialized field, private player weapons. Perfect. We will actually reference this boy later on. For now, let's loop through all of the weapons that we currently have and check if there is something we can merge it with. So for each weapon, layer weapon in weapons, like so. Perfect. Let's check. So the first thing we want to check is if the player weapon is null, because remember, the getWeapons method can return a null weapon inside of the array that it does return, right? So we need to check that. If player weapon equals null, we want to continue. Let's check the next weapon. Then we also want to make sure that we don't merge a weapon with itself. It doesn't make any sense. So if player weapons equals the current weapon we are trying to merge, we should not merge. So let's continue. That's our second security door. Third security door here. We want to check if the player weapon has the same name of the weapon. So if it's the same weapon. So if player weapon dot stats, not stats. Do we have the stats somewhere? Oh, the data. Weapon data dot name is different than the weapon we want to merge dot data dot name. Then again, we want to continue because these are not the same weapons. That's right, not the same weapons. And in here we can add some comments. We can't merge a weapon with itself. And same thing here. We can't merge with a null weapon. We can't merge with a null weapon. Okay, so these are 3 security doors. Let's add another one, maybe? Yeah. What's the last security door? Just a quick question here. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Of course, the level security door. We need to make sure that both weapons we want to merge do have the same level. So if weapon, or maybe let's start with the player weapon to keep the same syntax or same logic, dot level is different than weapon dot level, we want to continue, of course, because we can't merge weapons with different levels. At this point, it's actually the same weapons. We can't merge same weapons with different levels. And if we pass all of these security doors, it means that we have a match. We can merge the weapon with the player weapon we are checking. So we are going to add both of these into a list so that we can process them when clicking the merge button. Because remember, we are just checking right here. We don't want to merge them yet. So let's first return true. Okay, inside of here we can return false because it means that we haven't found any merge. And yep, we are good for our merge method. We just need to add these to a list. So let's create a list at the top right here. Settings, even though this is not a setting, but who cares? List of weapons to merge. It's equals to a new list of weapon. Perfect. We just want to initialize it. Inside of the can merge method, we definitely want to clear the list. So weapons to merge dot clear. And we want to add this weapon right here, right away. So weapons to merge dot add weapon. Perfect. So it means that we have this weapon already in the list. If we pass all of the security doors, weapon to merge dot add player weapon. So we now have 2 weapons to merge that we can process in our merge method. Okay, so this is a lot of information here. I'm going to try this out, and then I think that I'm going to jump to the next lesson and implement the merge method. So let's go back to Unity. Let's clear the console. We should definitely create our weapon merger. So right-click, create an empty weapon merger. Here we go. Weapon merger. We need the player weapons. Here they are. And we can now click play, I guess. I hope we can. Okay, seems good. Let's start the game. We are not going to select level 4, but level 1. It's actually going to make our lives easier. So if we select it, the merge button is currently disabled. So let's check it out. Interactable, false. You see, it's dark. It's a little bit darker. What you can do is also change the disable color here. You are free to do so. So let's set it to, this one. And again, what do we, oh, we need some cash. So let's select our currency manager, add some currency. We are going to first select this one, then the Boink level 1, because I want to show you that it's still not interactable. I can't click it. Same thing for the Boink. So let's now purchase the Boink level 1. If I open the inventory again, select the Boink, now it's interactable. You see, I can click it. If I select the button, interactable. Cool. But our cotton candy is not. The Boink is. If I go on and purchase the cotton candy level 2, now the merge button should always be interactable. So it is interactable. Again, it's interactable, and same thing for these two, but not for the fire. Of course, we don't have it. All right, so now that we know how to manage the interactability of the merge button, in the next one, we are actually going to implement our merge method. See you there. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we are going to merge weapons. That is so nice. Okay, so for that, let's open our weapon merger. And remember, in the previous one, we've implemented our canMerge method, and it was working perfectly, as expected. So inside of here, let's process our merge whenever we click on the merge button. First off, what we can do is make sure that we have two weapons inside of our list. So debug.log, or maybe let's use a loop here. So for each weapon in our list, weapons to merge, debug.log, we are going to merge, let's say plus weapon.name. Name, or let's use the data.name. Yep. Really cool. So let's try this out. Let's go back to Unity, try and have two similar weapons. Let's hit play. All right, let's start the game, select the level 2 maybe. We have more chances of getting it. Increase the amount of currency, select this boy, boom. Let's select this one, merge. And we are going to merge cotton candy gun twice. Really cool. What about the boink here? Boom, let's select two the boinks, and they have the same level. Really cool. Let's merge them. We are going to merge the boink. What about this one? We are going to merge cotton candy gun. So this is working perfectly. We can call the merge method as expected. All right, so inside of here, we want to have a first security door. We need to make sure that our weapons to merge contain two elements. If not, there is something bad, something went wrong in the process. So if weapons to merge.count is less than 2, it means that something is wrong. So debug.log error. Let's write something went wrong here. Okay. Let's just return because we don't want to do anything if we don't have at least two weapons. And after that, we can do stuff. So here's what we are going to do. We are going to destroy immediately. So let's call the destroy immediate. And this is different from the destroy method because you are definitely going to destroy the object. And it's also used for assets when working with editor stuff, okay? The destroy method allows you to set up a delay if you want. So destroy, let's say game object, you can specify a delay to destroy the object after a certain amount of time. In comparison, destroy immediate doesn't ask you for anything. The object is going to be gone, okay? So let's use destroy immediate weapons to merge at index 1 because we know that we have two weapons, that game object. So we are removing the game object from the weapon position right here, okay? Then what we want to do is upgrade the first weapon. So weapons to merge at index 0 dot upgrade. And this method will actually increase the level and reconfigure everything. After that, what we can do is set up a weapon. So let's say weapon equals weapons to merge at index 0, just to store it somewhere and clear our weapons to merge again. So weapons to merge dot clear. And finally, let's trigger an action so that any script that needs to know which weapon has been merged or the brand new weapon can subscribe to it. So let's say on merge, oh, not like this, dot invoke. Here we go, let's pass in the weapon and we are good to go. So we are first going to create this action and then implement the upgrade method, or create it actually. So using system, just after that, actions, public static, oh come on, always static action. It should have a weapon as an argument and let's call it on merge, really cool. So this is one thing. We are definitely going to subscribe to this event inside of the inventory manager to display the brand new weapon, remove it from the inventory and so on. So basically reconfigure everything. And we also need to create this upgrade method. So let's open our weapon script. And at the bottom here, let's write public void upgrade. Really nice. So now no more error in our merge method. Cool. Let's open our weapon script. And inside of here, what do we want to do? Well, we've just merged this weapon. So it means that the level should increase and we should also configure our stats. So basically, like we've done right here. Let's write level plus plus, okay? And then configure the stats. Configure stats. Really cool. What we could also have done is just simply call upgrade to level plus 1. Really cool. So both methods work here. And if you want to save some space, maybe this is the good way to write things. Okay. So let's try this out. Yep, we have a way to try this out, right? Yeah, definitely. So let's hit play, I guess. Should we specify something? No? So let's hit play. All right, let's start the game. Select a weapon. Oh, come on, maybe level 3, but we won't have another level 3 here. We simply have level 0 and level 1s. So let's select our currency manager, grab some cash, select both of these, reroll, and yep, select this one. Cool. So we now have 2 level 0 weapon cotton candy guns, sorry. So we can merge them. This one cannot be merged. This one cannot, but this one can. Awesome. What I'm going to do is select the weapon positions and have a look at what will happen here. So we have this one. Let's switch to debug mode. It is level 0. This one is level 0. And this one is level 2. So let's select the first level 0 cotton candy gun and merge. Boom. What happened here? Something has been removed, definitely. This one is still level 2, but this one is now level 1. Awesome. This is so cool. Nothing has been updated in the inventory because we haven't added the logic yet, but we're getting there. What we can do is exit the inventory, purchase a weapon, or maybe we're going to purchase an object actually. Okay, let's open the inventory, and here it is, level 2. Awesome. So now it has been updated. So basically what we are going to do now that it is working is update the inventory after a merge. So let's do this right away. Let's open our inventory manager. And inside of here, we want to subscribe to the weapon merger.onMerge. So plus equals weapon merged callback. Here we go. Let's duplicate, drop it here, unsubscribe, and create the method. Nice. Let's drop it at the bottom, somewhere around here. Here we go. So we've got the weapon, maybe the merged weapon, let's call it merged weapon. Yep. Cool. And inside of here, what do we want to do? Well, the easiest thing we could have done is call the configure method. So it will definitely reconfigure our inventory, and it's not going to hide the item info, but we can hide the item info. This is not the method that I prefer, honestly. When merging a weapon, I would like to be able to see the item info, so still see it, but see it with the new data, right? It should not be hidden or not updated by itself. It will feel wrong. So let's try something here. What if we call the configure method and right after it, we configure our item info. So item info.configure merged weapon. Okay, is it good? Is it working as expected? Let's try this out. So we're going to go back here and hit play whenever it's compiled, of course. Please, Unity, hurry up. Thank you. Let's start the game, select a weapon, maybe the cotton candy. Okay, let's go. Grab some cash. Boom, boom, boom. Currency, this one. Okay, so we now have 2 cotton candy guns. Let's try and merge. Boom. And it's working as expected. Awesome. That is so cool. I love it. And the merge button has been updated. The recycle button also, because of course we display the item info, and when displaying it, we update it. And that's so cool, because of course we are configuring the item info and so on. Really nice. Okay, yeah, everything is working. I'm just testing things here. Let's purchase this one. Boom, boom. Yeah, really cool. What about another one here? Okay, let's merge twice. Maybe we can merge this one. Boom, really cool. And we can merge it again, of course, because we now have 2 of these. Boom. That is awesome. Whoa. I really hope you're enjoying the course so far again. If that's the case, feel free to leave 100 stars. And before jumping to the next one, we definitely want to commit our changes, as usual. So let's not forget about that. Okay, so let's write, I don't know, what should we write here? Weapon merges, and we also have recycling. Yeah, recycling. Really cool. Now that this is done, let's jump to the next section. See you there.